Chapter 76, The Trial. Miss Green, I intend to use their lives to validate certain matters that Kane's frigid voice echoed in the hollow basement. Not a chance. Do not force me into a corner. Green raised her wand, her allies behind her revealing their claws, glaring fiercely at Kane. They are merely inconsequential werewolves. I believe York Street is brimming with others. At worst, I shall compensate you with some galleons to cover your trivial losses. Kane dismissed Green's defiance, speaking condescendingly. It seems I misjudged you. Mr. Slytherin, I thought you were different from them. Who would have known that you so-called noble aristocrats are all cut from the same cloth? You repulse me. Green retorted with scorn. So the rumors of you, Miss Green, seducing people everywhere are false then? Kane retaliated mercilessly, transforming a cold-blooded dark wizard into a docile creature before your eyes, perfectly caters to your perverse inclinations. Green scoffed inwardly. Let us be frank, it is merely a matter of equivalent exchange. I perform some unsavory tasks for them, and in return, they ignore our existence, dealing with the ministry of magic like bothersome flies. This is simply the survival tactic of us common folk. You mentioned that your desire for Slytherin's relic stems from a wish to know your fate. Allow me to speculate. Kane pondered aloud that IT is the standoff between the ministry and the rebels that has tugged at your sensitive nerves, is it not? Indeed, when the gods clash, mortals suffer. I merely wish to discern the path that lies ahead. Green was astonished by Kane's perceptiveness. The situation had escalated to this degree, and she felt no need for further concealment. Your dedication to them is truly touching. However, it appears that this Slytherin relic only reveals the past. Kane clapped mockingly. I shall state this once more. As long as you permit them to validate my hypothesis, I will offer you a satisfactory price. Kane issued his ultimatum. Kane, please spare them, Sarah implored softly. Having glimpsed the brief life of Gru, she acknowledged that she was genuinely moved. Though she still despised Green, she did not wish for her to perish here, for she held an unreasoning confidence in Kane's prowess. Sarah, this is none of your concern. Kane cast a cold glance at the sympathetic Sarah. Oh, not presume victory. I have other allies. Green pointed upwards. Then let us engage together. Kane beckoned with a dismissive gesture, his voice draped in disdain. Green, unable to restrain herself, tightened her grip on her wand. She stared at Kane for a moment, then resolutely made her decision. Make your move. And oh, sooner had the words left her lips than the figures lurking in the shadows transformed into wolves, lunging fiercely at Kane. Simultaneously, Green unleashed a beam of emerald light towards him. Take cover. Kane cast a protective charm on Sarah, then turned, elegantly flicking his wand. Countless vines shot skyward, ensnaring the ferocious werewolves. Sharp thorns pierced the wolves' thick skin, and a torrent of rancid blood flowed freely. Now, it is just you and me. Kane gracefully evaded Green's spell, adding, in light of your status as a lady, I can grant you another chance. Dream on. With a venomous expression, Green mercilessly brandished her wand. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. With that, Kane's wand emitted a brilliant red light, instantly sending Green's wand flying. Are you prepared to embrace death? Kane aimed his wand at the location of Green's heart. Your magical prowess is utterly monstrous, Green retorted defiantly. Before the overwhelming surge of magic, her one-sprout assassination skills were rendered useless. Mr. Slytherin, I was mistaken, please forgive me. Green, her face pale, began to feign a weak confession. Oh, Kane ambled leisurely towards her. A flicker of barely perceptible triumph crossed Green's gaze as Kane approached. She suddenly scattered a handful of pink powder. Success. Green watched eagerly as Kane became enveloped in the pink mist, extracted from the poison sacs of a leopard. This toxin is rather pungent. Yet, to Green's despair, Kane emerged unscathed from the noxious cloud. What led you to believe I would be defenseless against you? Kane's sharply defined lips parted to utter words that shattered Green's composure. I cannot believe I have fallen to your hand. I concede if you wish to kill me. Then do so. With her eyes shut, Green raised her chin defiantly. I am curious. Why did you not summon the others from Stewart Manor? Kane leaned in, inquisitively. Green continued to wait for death with her eyes closed, unwilling to waste her breath any further. To preserve the spark, even at the cost of one's own life. Truly admirable, Kane mused, answering himself. Then, as you wish, I shall comply. With the sound of his wand slicing through the air, Green braced herself to embrace her fate. Thud. However, to Green's astonishment, all she heard were the sounds of heavy objects thudding to the ground. Green abruptly opened her eyes. Stop. She hastily intervened to prevent the werewolf from lunging at Kane again. Why did you release us? Because you have passed my test. That a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable admiration flickered in Kane's eyes. All his actions had been orchestrated to assess Green. In other words, he had taken an interest in the power wielded by Green's subordinates, wishing to harness it for his own purposes. Yet, simultaneously, he was reluctant to have a venomous snake ready to strike at his side. Thus, the test was indispensable. Do you wish for my submission? Green gazed at Kane in astonishment, her expression revealing a sense of scrutiny. Have you not also sought a form of reliance? I believe I am no lesser than Mr. Stewart. Kane raised an eyebrow as he spoke. What does Mr. Slytherin intend to achieve here? Green remained unperturbed by the sudden emergence of a powerful ally, instead posing her question with vigilance, perhaps to bring a glimmer of hope to this place. At that moment, Kane recalled little Tanguan. Then, Mr. Slytherin, I pledge my allegiance to you. Green, along with the werewolves, knelt on one knee in submission. Are you not afraid of being deceived? Kane inquired softly. My master has no need to deceive me. Green cast a profound glance at Kane. A wise choice. Kane sheathed his wand. Now, let me personally experience the power of this relic. With that, Kane seized the silver box that had fallen to the ground. Kane, master, the simultaneous exclamations echoed through the air. Chapter 77. A warning, do not lick your lips. Master. As Kane grasped the silvery box, Green's heart sank instantly. Had I just secured a golden opportunity on York Street? Only to lose it overnight. Kane, you must put it down. Sarah anxiously circled around Kane, wanting to swipe the box from him, but hesitating in fear. Indeed. Do open it. The eager voice of the resurrection grass seed clamored in Kane's mind. Ignoring the incessant chatter of the resurrection grass seed, Kane quietly scrutinized the silvery box in his hands. As expected, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. His reasoning was sound. On one hand, in the original timeline, there was no Kane Slytherin. Thus, in a sense, he had neither a past nor a future. He was the variable in this world. On the other hand, since it was an artifact left by Slytherin, Kane was certain it would not harm the Slytherin bloodline. Are you all right? Seeing Kane's calm demeanor, Sarah asked, belatedly concerned. If your eyes are fine, then I assure you, I am indeed unscathed. Kane replied with an impassive expression. Kane, allow me to offer you a piece of life advice. Never lick your lips, for you might poison yourself. Sarah remarked, somewhat irked. Meanwhile, Green let out a sigh of relief. Excellent, the opportunity is preserved. Yet, why are you unharmed? Sarah pressed on. Because I am a descendant of Slytherin. You share a connection to Slytherin to some extent. Would you care to give it a try? Kane feigned handing the box to Sarah, causing her to retreat in fright. There's no need for that. Quickly, open it, and reveal the relic inside. Sarah eagerly rubbed her hands together. The gazes of the others in the basement were also fixated on the silvery box in Kane's grasp. Without any pretense, Kane opened the box as they wished. Indeed, it is a spindle. Kane gazed at the contents of the box with some disappointment. The so-called spindle of fate appeared to be a mere prank product, carelessly wrapped in hemp rope. As a connoisseur of aesthetics, Kane considered the object, based solely on its appearance, to be unworthy of Slytherin's legacy. Kane reached out to touch the spindle, finding it utterly unresponsive. Indeed, it is simply ordinary hemp rope. Well then, I have secured the relic. Now it is time to wrap things up for you. Kane closed the box and regarded Green. What did you do to old Stewart? Kane slightly lifted his chin in a questioning gesture. Oh, nothing much. Just gave him a good thrashing and hung him up, Green replied nonchalantly. That evening, she had resolutely decided to sever ties with old Stewart once she obtained the relic. Yet, unexpectedly, Kane emerged as an unforeseen complication. She had directly changed her employer. You wicked woman, Sarah exclaimed, jumping to her feet. I told you, your jumping is quite unbecoming, Green remarked, unable to look on without discomfort. Sarah suffered yet another defeat. Where can I find that book, The Art of Language? I truly need it, she implored Kane, her voice subdued. There are plenty of Muggle bookstores. Seek it out yourself, Kane replied dismissively. What do you intend to do? Kane inquired, turning to Green. I simply wish to serve my master, Green tentatively responded, weary of maneuvering among the repugnant nobility for mere survival. Very well, Kane nodded. For now, you must endure, Sarah. Just as Sarah was about to ask a question, Kane did not allow her a moment's pause, drawing her wand to alter Sarah's memories. There. She will only remember that I obtained the relic and has not seen you, Kane declared. As for old Stewart, that matter is yours to handle. Remember, do not sever ties just yet. Understood, Master, Green nodded. But does not sever ties just yet imply that we can do so in the future? What exactly is her new master plotting? Oh, and there is one more task I require of you, Kane instructed coolly. Yes, Master, Green's spirits lifted. The real drama is finally unfolding. As I assist my benefactor for the first time, I must prove my worth. After briefing Green, Kane paid no further heed to the remaining loose ends. By the time he emerged from the basement, the sky was already beginning to lighten with dawn. Though it had only been a single night, Kane felt as if an eternity had passed. Give me what's in the box, I am famished. The resurrection herb seeds continued to occupy Kane's thoughts incessantly. This, I cannot allow you to consume, Kane replied firmly. This relic belonged to Slytherin. and he could not permit the seeds to be carelessly squandered. After all, missing one meal would not lead to their demise. Furthermore, recalling the earlier hints William had shared, he realized this relic was entangled with other matters. Returning to his desk, Kane grasped a quill crafted from peacock feathers and began fervently inscribing upon the parchment. Shortly thereafter, beneath the sky that was turning blue, 2 paper cranes flitted past. Early the next morning, Kane and Sarah returned to Ifamoni. "How was your sleep?" Kane casually inquired. This question felt oddly familiar. Sarah reflexively touched her neck. This time, it was not just her neck that ached. Her entire body was inexplicably sore. Observing Sarah's reaction, Kane discreetly lowered his head, concealing the slight curve of his lips. Pain is to be expected, after all. Sarah had been unceremoniously carried off by the werewolf. But one should not expect the creature to understand the concept of gentle handling. By the way, there is some good news. Would you like to hear it? Sarah suddenly recalled something, her words brimming with excitement. Whatever, Kane replied nonchalantly. That green, she isn't pregnant at all. I overheard her having a fierce argument with my father. They have completely broken up. Ha ha ha. Sarah was utterly immersed in the joy of not having a stepmother. Well, congratulations, Kane remarked, a twitch of his lips betraying his amusement. Sarah, in her elevated spirits, was eager to say more. Stop. You wouldn't want to spoil my appetite. Kane gestured for silence. In an instant, the world around them fell into profound quietude. Kane regained his cheerful demeanor and leisurely resumed his breakfast. Chapter 78. Back to Ifamoni. Upon returning to Ifamoni, Kane's seemingly tranquil campus life resumed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on that evening, after once again denying the unreasonable request for resurrection grass seeds, he continued to refine his domain. Gazing at the nearly fully materialized Azkaban in his palm, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Kane's eyes. Since arriving at Ifamoni, he had developed numerous new ideas for engraving magic circles, and the connections between the circles flowed more seamlessly. Given time, his domain would transform into an existence that severed all ties. After a brief chat with Adams, Kane contentedly stored away his domain. The night breeze gently wafted through the window, and a paper crane silently landed on Kane's desk. Unfazed, Kane picked up the paper crane and slowly unfolded it, revealing a line of text before his eyes. The operation begins at midnight tonight. Upon reading these few words, Kane's expression grew serious. He took out a quill and inscribed a line on the parchment. With a light tap of his wand, a black paper crane soared out into the night. As for the paper crane he held, with a firm grip of his right hand, the note instantly turned to ashes. With 2 or 3 hours remaining until midnight, Kane had no intention of wasting time. After a swift wash, he nestled into his warm bed, soon slipping into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, Ifamoni was enveloped in a tranquil dreamscape. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. The slumbering Ifamoni was jolted awake, one lamp after another flickering to life. What had happened? Professor Rodriguez was the first to grasp his wand tightly and step out of the door. To his dismay, the scene before him caused his heart to plummet instantly. Shadows danced at the entrance of the castle, where an assortment of peculiar figures launched an assault on the grand doors. The protective enchantments surrounding the entrance flared to life under the duress of the onslaught. Spells collided with the shimmering barrier, sending ripples cascading outward. Rebel attack! Rebel attack! Professor Rodriguez urgently proclaimed, his voice resonating with alarm. In an instant, a cacophony of screams erupted. Numerous students fled in panic, and chaos engulfed Ifamoni Castle. Silence. When Principal Fontana arrived, he was met with this disarray. Professors, ensure the safety of your students. Those in 5th year and below must return to their dormitories. They are forbidden from stepping outside. Principal Fontana declared decisively. But, Principal Fontana, those children are well acquainted with Ifamoni. It may prove difficult to contain them. Professor Wilson, who taught Transfiguration, expressed his growing concern. Let the professors gather the students in the upper years here. Principal Fontana instructed sternly. He was resolute. He had no desire to confront his former students in battle. After all, those children were once the very hope of Ifamoni. A resounding crash echoed as the entrance was forcibly breached. The rebels, leading their unusual cohort, surged into the castle. Fortunately, the professors had already assembled the older students as per Principal Fontana's directive. At the rear of the throng, Sarah gazed at the encroaching adversaries, instinctively searching for Kane's figure. What are you looking for? Terence, who had been observing Sarah, inquired. I am looking for Kane, she replied without hesitation. Stop searching. Principal Fontana has ordered all 5th years and below to remain in their dormitories, Terence said, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, though he maintained his composure. How could Kane not be here? Sarah murmured, her eyes fixed on the standoff ahead. I must find Kane. Seizing Terence's arm, Sarah dashed toward the dormitory while the attention of others was drawn to the rebels. Which one is Kane's dormitory? She asked Terence. The one at the very end. He indicated helplessly. Kayan. Sarah knocked insistently on Kane's dormitory door. What is it, Senor Rodriguez? Have the rebels breached the dormitory? A younger wizard peered out. panic evident in his voice. We're finished, Daniel. We're all going to die? The younger wizard sobbed, clutching his equally trembling roommate. This is not the case at all. With Principal Fontana and the others around, we shall surely be safe, Terence hastily reassured. Moreover, it was Principal Fontana who instructed us to seek out Kane. You all should disperse and return to your dormitories, he insisted, fabricating a reason with great reluctance. The younger male wizards exchanged glances, yet, out of respect for their senior, they retreated to their respective quarters. Terence discreetly exhaled in relief. Kane, open the door. I know you are inside. Do not hide in silence, he urged. Growing increasingly anxious from the lack of response, Sarah exclaimed, Step aside. Sarah, allow me to use the unlocking charm. Terence drew his wand, signaling Sarah to move back. He aimed his wand at the door lock and recited the incantation, but to his surprise, the lock showed no signs of yielding. He had placed a counterlocking charm on it. Terence could not help but frown. How could he be unable to break a charm set by a third year? What do we do now? Sarah inquired. We must resort to more forceful measures. Step back a few paces, he replied, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Oh. Sarah obediently stepped back 2 paces. With a decisive incantation, the door to Kane's dormitory shattered into several pieces. Despite this, Kane did not respond. Sarah sensed something amiss. Let us go inside and check. Terence led the way. However, the moment the two stepped into Kane's dormitory, countless metallic vines shot upwards. They barely had time to react before the sharp tendrils ensnared them tightly. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, Kane's room began to freeze at a visible pace. Sarah and Terence felt as though their very souls were being siphoned away. Were they truly to perish here? Observing the motionless Kane lying on the bed, Sarah was engulfed by a profound despair. Just then, Kane abruptly threw off the covers and stretched, the biting cold instantly receding. What is going on? Kane raised an eyebrow, surveying the two, now pierced by the vines and stained with blood. Help us, Sarah uttered weakly. Kane regarded the disheveled pair for a moment, casually gesturing with his hand. After all, he had a kind heart. Why do you have such things in your room? Sarah, suppressing her pain, asked faintly. Who said I couldn't set up a few small defenses for myself as a frail and helpless third year? Kane replied innocently, his handsome features betraying no guilt. You call these small things? Sarah lifted her bloodied arm before Kane's eyes. Step back. I cannot endure this, Kane remarked with disdain. Fortunately, he had awakened in time. Otherwise, these two would have already met their demise. The enchanted vines served merely as the first line of defense, and the Dementors were only the second. There were several more safeguards that these fortunate souls had yet to encounter. How regrettable, indeed, Kane mused to himself. However, you have yet to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Why have you disturbed my repose? Kane inquired with a tone laced with irritation. Chapter 79. Both parties were initially tense. The narrative diverges. Principal Fontana, it has been a long time. One individual emerged from the rebels, greeting the principal with a sense of nostalgia. Lucas. Principal Fontana regarded the person before him with a complex gaze. Where's Jacob? He astutely sensed that the conflict this evening might extend beyond Ilvermorny. Mr. Stone has other matters to attend to, hence he entrusted me with this task, Lucas replied. Having anticipated the query, what are your intentions? While there is still time to avert irreversible consequences, it is not too late for you to turn back. Principal Fontana earnestly advised. Principal Fontana, you have always taught us that a wizard must never lose his inherent dignity and pride. Have you forgotten that? Lucas countered. The principal remained silent. Of course, he had not forgotten. Yet, the harshness of reality is unyielding and will never shift due to individual will. One can only lament being born in such an era. Principal Fontana sighed, somewhat despondent. But I refuse to accept this. I am still young. I do not wish to live my life under the control of others, like a wretched insect, perpetually anxious. Lucas's emotions surfaced openly. Lucas, in the principal's eyes, there was both solace and resignation. He was all too aware of the faces of the great aristocrats. His family was not particularly prominent in the American magical community. His position as the principal of Ilvermorny was merely the result of numerous compromises. Over the years, he had bowed his head time and again, all in an effort to protect Ilvermorny, this last bastion of purity. Yet now, his students had inevitably been drawn into the maelstrom. Are you here to assault Ilvermorny? Understanding the gravity of the situation, he knew he must safeguard the well-being of the students and faculty. No. To his surprise, Lucas shook his head. This is also my alma mater. How could I allow the beautiful Ilvermorny to be reduced to ashes? Lucas, what exactly do Jacob and the others intend to do? Principal Fontana's brow furrowed even deeper at this response. His initial suspicions had been confirmed, yet where had Jacob and the others truly gone? Could it be, Principal? Tomorrow you shall find out. Tonight, let us relish the beauty of this long-awaited moon together. Lucas had no intention of providing an explanation. Coincidentally, as Lucas's words lingered in the air, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a resplendent moon amidst the previously overcast sky. Principal Fontana suddenly felt no desire to pursue the matter further. He had surmised what Jacob and the others intended to do, yet he had no inclination to obstruct them. Let this timid principal do something for them one last time. How luminous the moonlight is tonight. Principal Fontana chuckled, a sense of relief washing over him. Observing the leaders of both sides suddenly admiring the moon, Professor Rodriguez nearly strained his back from the unexpected turn of events. Listen closely. The rebel forces led by Lucas Baracci are far too powerful. The students and faculty of Ifamoni are trapped and unable to resist, forced to prioritize their own safety. Do you all understand? The authority that Principal Fontana had accumulated over the years was unmistakably evident at that moment. Lucas gazed up at Principal Fontana with admiration. Reminiscent of the first time he entered the sacred grounds of Ifamoni. For a brighter tomorrow, he had never regretted his resolute rebellion. However, when he finally confronted those noble families head-on, he truly comprehended the challenges faced by Principal Fontana. And now, once again, his principal was standing up for them. We understand. Principal. A murmur of astonishment arose from the students and faculty behind Principal Fontana. Although they were unaware of the specifics of what would unfold that night, they sensed the principal's stance towards the rebels. They fervently observed the insurgents, many even discreetly cheering them on, for they were not foolish. They recognized what was right. As for those students hailing from noble families, they did not wish to oppose. Yet, witnessing the menacing glares of the male and female wizards around them, they wisely chose to remain silent. How beautiful the moonlight is tonight. The students and faculty of Ifamoni gazed at the stunning moon, their hearts igniting with a flicker of hope. A spark, no matter how small, can ignite a prairie fire. Kane, it is them. You must drive them away. Sarah exclaimed, observing the multitude of rebel forces. In an instant, both the rebels and the students and faculty of Ifamoni turned their gazes towards Kane. Kane, he claims he was brought here against his will. Does anyone believe him? Kane, what brings you here? Principal Fontana inquired first. Principal Fontana, I am as perplexed as you are. I was peacefully asleep when Miss Stewart and Mr. Rodriguez suddenly burst into my dormitory and forcibly brought me along, Kane replied, embodying the image of an innocent victim. Lurking Lucas. Feigning, I see you continue to feign. Had it not been for the advance warning he had given someone, he might have almost been convinced that this individual was genuinely unaware. Sarah, Terence, the Principal Fontana initially intended to reprimand the two, but upon noticing the splotches of blood adorning their attire, he swallowed back his admonishment. What on earth has happened to you two? Just as Sarah was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of Kane smiling at her. It's nothing. Terence and I accidentally tumbled into the bushes beside the flower bed. Isn't that right, Terence? Sarah blinked fervently, discreetly tugging at Terence's wizard robe. Yes, indeed. Terence cast a sidelong glance at the innocent Kane and slowly nodded. What else could he do? Since Sarah had stated it thus, he naturally had to concur. Principal Fontana, Kane is remarkably skilled. He surely can fend off Lucas. Sarah remained preoccupied with the matter. The aristocratic wizards behind Principal Fontana silently rallied in support of Sarah. Hurry, take down Baracci. Meanwhile, Kane had noticeably distanced himself a few paces from Sarah. He truly was not well acquainted with her. This must be Mr. Slytherin. Lucas took a step forward and declared. As he did, all eyes were tense upon the pair. Are they about to fight? Then you must be Mr. Baracci. Kane replied. A pleasure. Baracci extended a hand of friendship. Will Kane refuse him again? A pleasure. Kane grasped Baracci's hand. Witnessing the handshake, Principal Fontana felt a wave of relief. He had always believed that Kane and Lucas were destined to become good friends. Is this some sort of meet and greet? Sarah murmured to herself. What on earth transpired in her brief absence? Chapter 80. An opportunity for negotiation. As the sun emerged from the horizon, Lucas led the rebels slowly out of Ifamoni. Coincidentally, just as they departed, the Ministry of Magic arrived at Ifamoni. Upon witnessing the ravaged campus, a profound sense of helplessness surged within them. Johnson, what on earth have you been doing? The rebels have reached Ifamoni. Principal Fontana was the first to inquire. Principal Fontana, there has been an incident. Johnson's robe was tattered, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. What exactly has happened? Fontana pressed for answers. Johnson glanced at the faculty and students behind Principal Fontana. What has transpired? Speak up, Sarah interjected imperiously. Other wizards of noble lineage yearned to voice their inquiries, yet they found themselves petrified under the watchful gaze of their peers. Last night, the rebels launched a sudden attack on the great nobles, led by the illustrious Stewart family, capturing the heads of these powerful households. Johnson's expression was steeped in bitterness. What? Sarah exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Johnson. The faculty and students present exchanged incredulous glances. How could such formidable nobles be apprehended? How could this be possible? How did they ascertain the locations of these noble residences? Principal Fontana inquired. Though he had surmised Jacob's intentions, he had anticipated a fierce and bloody conflict. To his astonishment, the rebels' actions appeared to be far less complicated than he had envisioned. I don't know, Johnson admitted, his head bowed in shame. The Ministry of Magic was genuinely oblivious to how the residences of these great nobles had been compromised. It is known that any noble of significant stature prioritizes their safety, employing concealment and confidentiality charms as standard practice. Heaven knows how the rebels pinpointed their locations so accurately. What are you all doing? Sarah questioned, her voice tinged with panic. We were detained by a group of dark wizards and werewolves. Michael, trembling behind Johnson, stammered. As a newcomer, why was he continually entangled in such harrowing events? What about my father? How is he? Sarah's anxiety surged. Miss Stewart, we have yet to receive any information regarding the captured nobles, Johnson replied, his head still lowered. You. Sarah trembled with rage. Calm down, Sarah. No news is, for now, the best news, Principal Fontana mused thoughtfully. It appeared Jacob intended to negotiate with these great nobles. As Sarah prepared to voice her thoughts on Lucas's peculiar behavior of encircling but not attacking HPFanfiction, she was swiftly silenced by the quick reflexes of Terrence. Mr. Johnson, please come to my office. We need to discuss the casualties concerning HPFanfiction. Principal Fontana invited the beleaguered Aurors into his office. Professors, please tend to the students of your respective houses. Everyone was shaken by last night's events. Today, as classes are cancelled, and I urge you all to rest in your dormitories, he instructed. Kane, come with me, Principal Fontana said, casting a penetrating glance at Kane. Mr. Johnson, given these circumstances, how does the Ministry of Magic intend to respond? Principal Fontana inquired directly upon entering the office. Suddenly, green flames erupted from the fireplace in the principal's office, and a serious-looking middle-aged wizard clad in a purple robe emerged. Minister Garcia. Principal Fontana greeted them. It's the Deputy Minister, Principal Fontana, Garcia replied with a wry smile. What of Ilvermorny's casualties? Only a few students sustained minor injuries. There are no fatalities, Principal Fontana stated, maintaining his composure. Ah, Merlin's trousers. That is the only piece of good news I have heard today. Garcia exhaled sharply, relieved. If Ilvermorny had suffered significant losses, the Ministry of Magic would have found itself dismantled on the spot. Such a grave incident cannot remain concealed. The magical communities across nations will soon learn of the happenings here in America. Minister Williams believes we should first engage with the rebels to mitigate unnecessary bloodshed. Johnson candidly remarked. What he did not disclose was that upon learning of the abduction of those prominent nobles, Minister Williams had been rendered speechless, collapsing into his chair in shock. Oh, Fontana looked at Garcia with surprise. Is it possible that Williams possesses such wit? You all should head to the infirmary to tend to your wounds. You have worked hard. Garcia softened his expression, patting the weary Aurors in turn. And who might you be? Once the Aurors had departed, Garcia's gaze fell upon Kane, who stood conspicuously in the office. This is Mr. Slytherin. He is an exchange student from Hogwarts. Fontana introduced him voluntarily. It seems your luck is rather poor, Mr. Slytherin, Garcia quipped, raising an eyebrow. To arrive in America only to encounter a rebellion is undeniably unfortunate. Kane smiled innocently. Rest assured, old chap, Kane shall not speak out of turn, Fontana assured with familiarity. Very well, E. Gilbert. I trust you, Garcia remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Kane before exaggeratedly shrugging. Upon learning of the abduction of those esteemed nobles, Minister Williams' first instinct was to seek assistance from the International Confederation of Wizards. Garcia elongated his words for emphasis. Huh, now that sounds more like the individual I know. Fontana exclaimed, thumping his thigh in excitement. I managed to dissuade him. I feared that appealing to the International Confederation of Wizards might provoke the rebels. After all, in their fury, they could endanger the lives of those noble elites. Garcia shared a knowing look with Fontana. Thus, Minister Williams unhesitatingly agreed to negotiate with the rebels. Is Williams planning to send you to negotiate? Fontana keenly realized something. Indeed, I was the one to propose this course of action, and the ministry requires someone of sufficient standing to lead. I am the most suitable candidate, Garcia replied. How do you intend to approach them? Principal Fontana straightened his posture. If you were in my position, how would you engage in dialogue with the rebels? Minister Garcia did not respond directly. Instead, he abruptly shifted his gaze to Kane. I am merely a third-year wizard, Kane replied, his handsome face etched with confusion. Only a third year? Observing Kane's height of over 1.7 meters, Garcia momentarily felt disoriented. Nevertheless, no matter, please share your thoughts. Perhaps some form of equivalent exchange? Kane ventured tentatively. Haha, indeed, merely an exchange. Old friend, perhaps this nation is finally on the brink of change. Garcia waved at Principal Fontana. Old friend, await my news. A burst of green flames ignited in the fireplace, and Garcia departed with hope. Let us hope so, old friend, Principal Fontana murmured. Kane, now it is our turn to engage in earnest discussion. How did you come to know the addresses of those noble estates? Principal Fontana inquired meaningfully, casting a significant look at Kane. Chapter 81. The members of the makeshift ensemble as the sun fully ascended. News of the American magical aristocracy being plundered by the rebels detonated across the wizarding communities of various nations like a bomb. Reactions varied among the global wizarding community. Some found it amusing, like the long-standing adversaries in the French wizarding circles. Others were filled with trepidation, such as the Austrian wizards. Of course, there were those who were outraged, like the wizards in distant Africa. However, the majority of nations adopted a wait-and-see attitude regarding the coup in America. The British magical community was one such observer. This was, however, a matter for politicians to ponder. Upon hearing of the incident, Kane's friends in Britain inundated him with messages of concern, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. "Brother, are you all right?" Little Dumpling scrutinized Kane through the screen, an unmistakable tension in his eyes. "I am well," Kane replied succinctly. "Boss, you have no idea how worried Little Dumpling is about you," Gemma remarked, unable to contain her exasperation at her boss's obliviousness. "Yes, yes," Pansy quickly chimed in. "See, I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Amidst the collective anxiety, Kane reluctantly stood and turned to demonstrate that he was indeed unharmed. "Brother, when will you return to Hogwarts?" Little Dumpling pressed on, knowing that, for his freedom, his brother must have sacrificed something. Yet, regardless of how he pleaded, his brother would not disclose the truth. He was deeply concerned that his brother might become entangled in the rebels' turmoil. "I promise, I will return soon," Kane said softly, noticing the worry in Little Dumpling's eyes. "Draco, what are you mumbling about?" Observing Draco, who was lost in thought with his head bowed, Kane could not help but call out to him. "I wonder, does the matter of the rebels concern you in any way?" Draco jolted, instinctively voicing his inner thoughts. Their eyes met, and Kane's gaze was laden with significance. Of course, the expressions of the others were equally inscrutable, their glances flitting between Kane and Draco. Truth be told, Draco articulated what they were all contemplating. After all, Kane possessed an uncanny ability to attract significant events wherever he went. "I am merely an ordinary third-year wizard. The rebels are, of course, unrelated to me," Kane retorted with a hint of irritation. A collective gasp of "oh" arose from the crowd, leaving Kane feeling somewhat disheartened. Is it too much to ask for a little more trust among people? Despite his protest, Kane's thoughts drifted back to earlier events. "Principal Fontana, what did you just say?" Kane blinked in confusion. "I am well acquainted with those local aristocrats. They have long thrived on the lifeblood of the American magical community and would never betray their own class," Principal Fontana continued, seemingly oblivious to Kane's bewilderment. "And you, having recently attended a banquet hosted by the Stewart family, have the opportunity to know the whereabouts of these aristocrats' lairs. Furthermore, regarding Lucas, I know him well. He appears gentle but is inherently proud. Last night, I witnessed the incredulity in his eyes when he looked at you. You have undoubtedly interacted before." Kane attempted to interject, but was interrupted by the relentless flow of Principal Fontana's deductions. "Lastly, Sarah and Terrence sought you out in your dormitory, forcibly entering while you were asleep. Meanwhile, the other students were in a state of panic, too fearful to sleep. When we piece together these seemingly inconsequential details, a truth emerges." Principal Fontana adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. "Principal Fontana, your imagination is quite vivid, but what you assert lacks tangible evidence," Kane hastily interrupted, realizing that this world resembled a grandiose farce. Sweet-toothed as a bumblebee, his teacher, who would imprison himself at the slightest disagreement, his estranged father, who delighted in soul-splitting. And now the deductive-minded Fontana had all contributed to this chaotic tableau. This world was bound to collapse. "Ha ha ha, regardless. I must express my gratitude on behalf of HPFanfiction," Principal Fontana remarked with a touch of pride. "Principal, you truly are overthinking this," Kane weakly retorted. He quietly marveled within himself, realizing that one should never underestimate anyone who has managed to ascend to the position of headmaster at a magical academy. Their discernment is indeed rather sharp. "Ah, yes, indeed, I might be overthinking," Headmaster Fontana concurred. "However, with old Stewart now captured, is it not necessary for me to have a word with my old companion, persuading Stewart to transfer his shareholder status in HPFanfiction to you?" Fontana gazed at Kane with anticipation. "Headmaster Fontana, I am merely a third-year student. How could I possibly manage HPFanfiction?" Kane responded, feigning a sense of regret. Of course, it was not that he lacked the desire to become a shareholder in HPFanfiction. Rather, he could not afford to appear too overt about it. He dangled a bait, presenting himself as a young and easily manageable candidate, waiting for someone to take the hook. "Very well," Headmaster Fontana said, casting a penetrating glance at Kane. "Being young is indeed advantageous. HPFanfiction does not require an overly assertive individual meddling in affairs." It seemed he would soon compose a letter to his favored disciple, Lucas. In the secluded chamber unique to Sarah, she gracefully took a seat across from Kane. "Long time no see, Kane. William, if you harbor feelings for Sarah, I shall support you," Kane remarked, observing the transformation of William back into Sarah once more. After one or two instances, one might wonder if William possessed some peculiar inclination. "You think too much," William replied stiffly after a brief moment of discomfort. "A remarkable woman like Sarah does not align with my expectations of a wife." "Very well," Kane teased, shrugging his shoulders, yet a knowing smile lingered upon his face. He understood. There exists a kind of love that remains oblivious to itself. Enough of that. I am here to discuss serious matters. William suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Is someone plotting against him? Oh, you mean you are ready to be forthright with me? Kane inquired, narrowing his eyes. I have encountered the Grim Reaper. William pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his head. Chapter 82. The Truth of the Substitute. Have you secured the relic? William asked, somewhat apprehensively. Right here. Kane wordlessly produced a silver box, enveloped in layers of magical incantations. From his ring, the spindle of fate was too corrosive. Kane was compelled to recast the spell daily, isolating it from other objects. It is indeed the one. William trembled with excitement, yearning to touch it, yet recoiling as if burned by fire. It seems you possess considerable knowledge about this relic, Kane remarked, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. Since you sought me out, it appears you have made a decision. I have encountered the Grim Reaper, William repeated, contemplating for a moment before lifting his head once more. Oh, Kane replied calmly, casting a steady glance at William. Do you not believe me? William pressed. No, I firmly believe it. And then what? Kane's tone remained placid. Yet within, he was far from the calm he projected. William felt a twinge of disheartenment. He spoke of death itself, not merely the trivialities of dinner choices. Why was Kane so unperturbed? Truly, I am defeated by you. William sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile, as he redirected the conversation to more serious matters. Perhaps you have heard how the Wilder-Smith family ascended to prominence. Floo-powder, Kane replied without hesitation. The entire wizarding community was aware that Ignatius Wilder-Smith had invented Floo-powder. The Wilder-Smith family had transformed from an obscure lineage into the nouveau riche of their time. Presently, the Wilder-Smith family had evolved into one of the foremost aristocracies within the wizarding world. Indeed, Ignatius made a groundbreaking invention of Floo-powder. She is regarded as a genius of the century. Yet who would know that she was once an utterly ordinary, even somewhat foolish, witch? William's gaze fell upon the spindle of fate. All this changed due to a woman who claimed to be the goddess of destiny. The goddess of destiny, Kane murmured. Is she not one of the 12 deities mentioned by Gringotts? According to the lore passed down through generations of the Wilder-Smiths, Ignatius fortuitously discovered the wounded goddess of destiny in the marshes. In gratitude for Ignatius' care, the goddess promised her a single boon. What do you suppose Ignatius wished for? To alter her originally mundane fate, Kane asserted. Indeed, she sought to escape her predictable and unremarkable destiny. The goddess of destiny acquiesced, reweaving her fate to make her a household legend. Yet unbeknownst to her, every gift bestowed by fate had already been subtly priced. William scoffed. It merely required the unwavering loyalty of the Wilder-Smith lineage, Kane conjectured with certainty. Ah, Slytherin truly lives up to its name, William remarked, his red eyes reflecting a myriad of complexities. However, your assertion is not entirely accurate. It merely transformed generations of the Wilder-Smith family into her servants. It rendered us extraordinary, thus enabling the Wilder-Smith family to flourish even further. Simultaneously, we were compelled to amass resources on an ever-increasing scale to assist in her restoration. Then, to what extent has the so-called goddess of destiny been restored? Kane inquired directly. Kane, have you not been told that you are rather ruthless? William retorted, his mood disrupted by Kane's abrupt question. Yes, you mentioned it previously, Kane replied candidly. Then please, continue. He observed William's distressed demeanor and, with great empathy, spoke softly. Generation after generation, there came a soul who could no longer bear the weight of oppression. He resolved to end the subjugation of Wilder-Smith. That soul was my father. He intended, single-handedly, to sever the bloodline of Wilder-Smith. Upon hearing this, Kane instinctively glanced at William. It seemed the enigma of the father-son doppelganger was on the verge of revelation. However, he faltered. The fates, having discerned my father's intent, would not allow the legacy of Wilder-Smith to be extinguished. Though he was the most powerful patriarch in the lineage, against the divine, his strength was utterly futile. So, what then? Contemplating William's father, hidden within the shadows, Kane sensed a twist in the tale. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Thus, he made a decision that could only be deemed mad. He called upon death himself. William continued. Let me guess, he wagered the favor of the goddess of fate? Kane's index finger lightly tapped the table, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Indeed, he borrowed the resurrection stone from the Gunter family to summon death, intending to offer the goddess of fate as a sacrifice to pay the price for death's intervention. Alas, how could a mortal dare to defile the divine? The Grim Reaper wielded his scythe, and my father perished as a consequence. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. The goddess of fate required Wilder-Smith. A bargain was struck between fate and death. Half of my father's soul was extracted, granting me life, while my father became a servant to death. William recounted his own genesis with an unperturbed calmness. What, then, did the goddess of fate offer in return? Kane inquired, pausing slightly. I cannot say for certain. But in recent years, her demands for resources have grown increasingly exorbitant, William replied with a meaningful glance. The spindle of fate belongs to the goddess. Why has she summoned you only now? Moreover, how did this spindle come to be in Slytherin's possession? Kane pressed further. To his surprise, William slowly shook his head. The four founders are a taboo topic. As for why the summons came now, it is because she only recently became aware of this weapon's existence. William elucidated. Weapon? Kane mused thoughtfully. The spindle of fate is the intrinsic artifact of the goddess, composed of three parts: the past, the present, and the future. The goddess weaves the fates of mortals with the spindle. Should anyone offend the sanctity of the divine, their fate shall be severed, William explained. Does this include you and me? Kane raised an eyebrow. It includes me, but not necessarily you, William remarked, gazing intently at the spindle of fate. How does the current strength of the goddess of fate compare to Dumbledore? Kane inquired further. Although Dumbledore is the chief white wizard, he remains merely a mortal. Mortals cannot contend with the divine, William stated with unwavering conviction. So what are your thoughts? Do you intend to repeat the fate of Wildersmith, dedicating your entire existence to her? Kane inquired. What else can I do, Kane? William removed his gloves and extended his hand toward Kane. Take my hand, and perhaps you will comprehend my choice. Kane regarded William in silence for a moment before slowly reaching out his hand. You. Kane looked up in surprise. I sense no magic whatsoever. Indeed, I am but a muggle. The illustrious head of the Wildersmith family is just a muggle. Ha ha ha. William's laughter was pale and laden with irony. Chapter 83. The Mad William in the Cramped, Enclosed Space. William's laughter resonated with an even greater sense of pallor and irony. Kane, tell me, what do you suppose would happen if the other noble families discovered that I am merely a muggle? William glanced at Kane, weariness etched upon his face. They would unite to devour you. Kane replied without hesitation. Yes, I would rather be the dog of a deity than endure the humiliation inflicted by those loathsome so-called nobles. William's handsome visage contorted in anguish. You were not always like this. Do you recall our first encounter, your fervent desire for the Wildersmith family to vanish? You have changed. I am curious to know what has prompted this transformation. Kane gazed intently at William as he asked. The goddess of fate has revealed the future to me, making it clear that my rebellion is but an ant trying to shake a tree. William lowered his head in silence for a moment, then struggled to voice those two sentences. So you have escalated your cruelty towards muggles and magical creatures. You have even seduced Harry, seeking to offer his fortune to the so-called goddess of fate. Kane's tone suddenly sharpened. The last time Lucas besieged Ilvermorny, he witnessed a multitude of transformed beings bearing traits of magical creatures. Kane had surmised then that William's faction must have clandestinely captured numerous muggles and magical creatures. Frankly, you might as well cease to exist. Kane genuinely felt that this version of William was profoundly pitiable. Kane, you have seen them. Upon hearing Kane's accusation, William exhibited a slightly deranged smile. Aren't they magnificent? I have bestowed magical abilities upon those muggles. They should be grateful to me. I am their deity. William shouted, raising his arms high. You must be mad. Kane said in a deep voice. I am indeed mad. Here I am, living in this wondrous world of magic. Yet I remain merely a muggle. I refuse to accept it. William's crimson eyes radiated ambition. Unlike me, you were born with noble blood coursing through your veins, magic flowing within you. At the tender age of 2nd grade, you became the youngest recipient of the Merlin Medal, instantly garnering widespread acclaim. And what of my situation? I lacked the courage to enroll at a Fomoni, resorting instead to fabricating tales of receiving home education. I felt like a monster condemned to dwell in shadows, forever deprived of the light. The more you flourished, the deeper my resentment towards fate's injustice grew. Thus, you resort to experimenting on your own kind, ultimately aiming to transplant the formidable abilities of those magical creatures onto yourself. Am I correct? Kane squinted his eyes, striking at William's vulnerable point. Indeed, that is my aim. Once the perfect fusion of magical creature bloodlines is achieved, I shall possess magic. You should be thrilled for me. After all, we are friends, are we not? William readily admitted. I cannot count you as a friend. Moreover, you shall never succeed in merging the bloodlines of magical creatures, Kane scoffed. While he did not consider murder a difficult choice, he scorned the likes of Wildersmith, who harmed numerous muggles and magical creatures for personal gain. Additionally, gazing upon the man before him, now consumed by madness, he found himself reminiscing about the carefree William he had encountered during the summer. Regardless, Kane, I shall always regard you as my friend. William wiped away the redness that had unexpectedly crept into his eyes, reverting to his charming demeanor. You have come today to reclaim this item, have you not? Kane's fingers lightly tapped against the silver box cradling the spindle of fate. A sense of unease coursed through him. Once again, you are correct, my friend. I thank you for personally delivering the spindle of fate to me, William proclaimed with delight. His expression stood in stark contrast to that of Kane. Given the circumstances, Kane understood all too well. He had been manipulated. William had exploited his curiosity, coupled with his exceptional acting skills, to persuade Kane to present this relic left by Slytherin before Wildersmith. However, you shall not take this item from me, Kane asserted resolutely. William, my friend, I concede your strength. Yet, before the divine, we are powerless to resist. Suddenly, William produced a resplendent red flower from his sleeve. Simultaneously, Kane felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He braced himself against the lace-covered table to prevent himself from sliding off the chair. Do you recall when I mentioned I had encountered the Grim Reaper? Her name is Mancha Zhu Hua, the soul life flourishing beside the river of the dead. Do you remember the crystal ball I once gifted you, which contained the fortune of Mr. Potter? William remarked with curious amusement. Yes, you had coded something upon it. Did you not? Kane spoke each word deliberately, recalling the slightly damp sensation he felt upon receiving the crystal ball. The orb was imbued with the waters of the river of Hades. When an individual is touched by the essence of these waters, the scent of the mantra pearl blossoms becomes an extraordinarily potent intoxicant. It is these two elements that compel the unwilling souls to embrace death. This is a special gift I have prepared for you, my dear friend. Do you like it? William inquired with a tilted head. I truly appreciate it, Kane scoffed. No need for thanks. However, my friend, do not harbor any illusions of summoning your magic. If you become tainted by the river of Hades, you shall end up like me, a mere shell of your former self, William kindly warned. It seems today you seek not only to claim that fateful spindle, but also to offer me to that woman. Kane rested his head on his arm, a slow smile spreading across his face. Do you remember your last interrogation of me? Indeed, my friend, I do wish to possess your fortune. Previously, I had those Easterners act, partly to test your strength, and partly, William elongated his tone, partly, if I were to lose, they could simply take me away, correct? Precisely, Kane replied. Not a single error in your deduction. Yet, those Easterners proved to be utterly inept. William could not help but chastise. It appears that the true connection with them lies with you, not with Jacobs and the others. Kane continued. Jacobs is merely an idealist, devoid of the capacity to achieve grand endeavors. It was I who sought out Stone, urging him to approach those opportunistic wolves. William gently stroked his brow. What did you promise them? No, let me guess. It was the division of the magical territories of America. Kane mused to himself. Correct again, my friend, William chuckled. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the ground, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps drawing ever closer. Chapter 84. The abduction of Kane. Sarah gazed at Kane, who was weakly leaning against the table, then at the wicked smile adorning William's lips, momentarily frozen in place. The three exchanged glances. You all, Sarah finally broke the silence. Cautiously stepping closer, about 3 paces away. Is she arriving at an inopportune time? What brings you here? Kane pondered, recalling the earlier tremors beneath their feet. All right. Those peculiar individuals who came to HPFanfiction last time, they are attacking again. HPFanfiction is in complete disarray. In my moment of panic, I instinctively thought of my secret hideaway. But how is it that you are all here? Upon encountering Kane, Sarah felt an immediate sense of tranquility wash over her, and her innate curiosity surged forth. This must be your third objective, then, she asserted, to exploit these modified individuals to launch a grand assault on the magical realm, creating the illusion that all this chaos is the doing of the rebels, thus leading to the collapse of the peace talks between the rebels and the Ministry of Magic, inciting them to slaughter one another, correct? Kane gazed impassively at the unyielding Wildersmith. Only through their mutual annihilation can I claim this beautiful land for myself. Am I not right? William displayed a smirk of triumph. What do you mean by this? Sarah's mind momentarily faltered. Oh, it's nothing, Sarah. If you can't comprehend it, then don't dwell on it. You simply need to know that from now on, you shall refer to me as Master, William said, casting a pitying glance at Sarah, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Have you lost your mind? Were those peculiar individuals orchestrated by you? Sarah inquired, belatedly realizing the implications. Indeed, do you have any objections? William retorted. You scoundrel. Sarah charged at William. My father is still among the rebels. Do you wish to bring harm upon him? She struck William with fierce blows. He cares not for you at all. Had you not been his sole bloodline, he would have abandoned you long ago. William pushed Sarah away, coldly piercing her heart with his words. Regardless, he is still my father. Have you forgotten? When you lacked the support of elders and were scorned by other nobles, it was my father who integrated you into this circle. How dare you choose to be ungrateful? Sarah glared at her former companion, teeth clenched. Huh? Do you truly believe your father to be a benevolent soul? He has taken countless treasures from the Wildersmith family, of which you remain blissfully unaware. William scoffed. You. Sarah drew her wand, pointing it at William, her eyes unwittingly reddening with emotion. He has lost his sanity, Sarah, Kane remarked, his tone laden with significance. He secretly hoped Sarah would cast a spell to bring Wildersmith down, but given Wildersmith's nature, Kane anticipated he would possess other means of self-preservation. All of you shall be petrified. Sarah bit her lip and uttered a spell. Sarah, you dare to strike against me? William waved his right hand adorned with a sapphire ring, deflecting Sarah's spell effortlessly. William, Kane is right. You have gone mad. Sarah raised her hand, preparing to cast another spell. With a sharp whistle, William placed his right hand beneath his lips. A crimson light surged forth, knocking Sarah to the ground. Her wand sent flying far from her grasp. Once more, we meet, Lord Slytherin, purred Aikowa Yuka, clad in a pink kimono, her smile alluring. This is my companion. Shota Ando. Yukari Aikowa indicated the silent and gloomy young man beside her. Enough of this meaningless chatter. Seeing these profit-driven Japanese still trying to curry favor with Kane, William could not help but intervene. Take him away, he instructed, pointing at the immobile Kane. What do you intend to do? Sarah struggled to rise. William exchanged a glance with Shota Ando, who once again forcefully knocked Sarah to the ground. Sarah, considering our shared upbringing, I shall spare your life this time. Erase her memories of this secret hideout, then cast her out. William ordered Yukari Aikowa. Kane, I will soon lead you to the deity of fate. Are you looking forward to it? William inquired softly. Ah, Sarah's pained groans echoed, clearly indicating that Yukari Aikowa's method of memory erasure was excessively brutal. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to it, Kane remarked with interest after casting a sidelong glance at Sarah. Very well, let us depart at once. As soon as William finished speaking, Shota Ando dutifully hoisted Kane onto his shoulder. Upon emerging from Sarah's secret hideout, Kane beheld a battlefield rife with intense conflict. Though those modified individuals lacked magical power, their various attributes allowed them to stalemate with the students and faculty of Ifamoni. This assault was evidently distinct from the feigned attack with Lucas. The ground of Ifamoni was marred with alarming bloodstains. What are you doing? Where's Sarah? Terence, ever vigilant of the secret hideout's location, wiped the blood from his face and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, the chaos within Ifamoni left him no choice but to exert all his strength in his cries. The consequence of this was that several professors became aware of Kane and the others. Wilder Smith, what are you doing? Put Kane down at once. Principal Fontana, rushing to their aid, struck several of the aberrant beings with his wand and spoke with urgency. Principal Fontana, I must take Kane away. No one can stop me. As William's words fell, Yukari Aikowa stepped in front of him. The Japanese? What on earth does Stone intend to do? Principal Fontana's pupils dilated as he asked, heartbroken. He could not comprehend why, on the brink of welcoming the light, Stone would instigate war once more. Principal Fontana, it is not Jacob Stone. This is all Wilder Smith's conspiracy, Kane shouted. What? You? Principal Fontana conjured a gust of wind with his wand, sending numerous aberrant beings reeling back. He speaks the truth. However, no one would believe that the rebels were innocent now. Ha ha ha. William laughed heartily. What are you still standing there for? Move. William coldly glanced at the grotesque army before him and commanded. The aberrations, upon receiving William's icy gaze, seemed to go mad, recklessly charging at the professors and students of Ifamoni without fear of death. The professors felt an overwhelming pressure mounting. Headmaster Fontana. One professor couldn't help but plead. Headmaster Fontana looked at Kane and the others, who were isolated by the grotesques, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Headmaster Fontana, don't worry about me. Ifamoni is what matters. Kane declared with noble resolve. Please, Kane. Headmaster Fontana exclaimed, both touched and anxious. You're all doomed. Headmaster Fontana shouted fiercely. With a spell, he unleashed a torrent of magic, disintegrating the grotesques that charged toward him into fragments. Farewell, Headmaster Fontana. William waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly leading Kane away. Chapter 85. The God of Fate upon exiting Ifamoni. Shoyuta Ando and Yuka Aikawa raised their hands, conjuring white paper figures that grew larger upon landing, reaching at least 2 meters in height. The group perched upon the shoulders of the paper figures, instantly transported to a dense, dimly lit forest. I've always wondered, why do you people from the East complicate matters that could easily be resolved with a mere illusion? Kane, despite being carried, remained as sharp-tongued as ever. Ah, Lord Slytherin, you are unaware. We from the East inherit the legacy of Amaterasu, and the spirits are our faith. Moreover, we have long had the office of the Onmyoji. Yuka Aikawa gently caressed her red lips as she spoke. Oh, I see. You Easterners are simply fond of adhering to tradition, Kane succinctly concluded. Say whatever you wish. My lord, Yuka Aikawa cast a sympathetic glance at Kane. She does not hold it against someone destined to become mere fodder. Kane, cross this line, and you shall behold the God of Fate. William pointed ahead. It appeared that the woman's location was within a realm of alternate space. Kane surveyed the area, devoid of anything but trees, and confidently stated, it seems so. Kane, my friend, you are truly clever. I almost hesitate to offer you to the God of Fate. A flicker of emotion passed through William's eyes. Well, if you regret it now, it's not too late, Kane replied without lifting his gaze. Yet, at this juncture, he felt entirely certain that William could not turn back. It's too late, Kane, William sighed coldly, taking the first step forward into the void. Shoyuta Ando, carrying Kane, followed closely behind. What's wrong? Yuka Aikawa, walking last, inquired, noticing Shoyuta Ando's brief pause. Nothing, he replied. Shota Ando cast a glance at Kane on his shoulder. and after a brief moment of silence, spoke. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he had suddenly sensed a fleeting warmth emanating from his shoulder. We should make haste. The goddess of fate is not one to be trifled with, Yuka Aikawa murmured, her voice devoid of the previous coyness. Shota Ando shot a cold glare at Yuka Aikawa. If you wish for death, do not involve me, he retorted, stepping forward. The question of who would burden whom remained uncertain. Yuka Aikawa scoffed lightly and hurried to catch up. The desolation of the landscape struck Kane as he entered this alternate realm. Unlike the shaded groves of the Greengrass family's domain, this space revealed an endless expanse of yellow desert. Most troubling of all, Kane could not perceive the unique energy that he had encountered within the Greengrass family's realm. In contrast, William had long grown accustomed to the pervasive yellow sands. He covered his mouth and nose and strode unwaveringly into the depths of the shifting sands. Yet for Kane, discomfort loomed. Shota Ando would not benevolently shield him from the biting winds and sharp sands. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, Kane beheld a palace constructed from mounds of yellow earth. At the apex of the palace stood a tree, intricately carved and adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. The walls on either side depicted elegantly dressed men and women, each reverently kneeling before a statue of a blindfolded goddess. In the goddess's hands rested 3 luminous spindles, identical to a relic Kane had acquired from Slytherin. It seems the tree at the pinnacle of the palace is indeed the tree of wishes, Kane mused inwardly. O esteemed goddess, permit this wayward lamb to present offerings unto you. William knelt on one knee and called into the palace. O faithful devotee, your sincerity brings me delight. Enter, my child. A voice, raspy yet resonant, echoed from within the temple. As you command, my goddess, William responded with reverence. You too shall remain here. I will take Kane to meet the goddess, William instructed, turning to Yuka Aikawa and Shota Ando. Lord Wildsmith, Yuka Aikawa and Shota Ando exchanged glances, ready to speak, but were abruptly interrupted by William's brusque tone. I shall certainly inform the goddess of your merits, and I will not forget the promises made to you. After casting a warning glance at them, William continued, yet Yuka Aikawa still felt a sense of discontent. Yuka, do not disturb Lord Wildsmith's important affairs, Shota Ando interjected suddenly. It was Yuka who offended. I implore you, Lord Wildsmith, to overlook the indiscretion of this humble woman. Aikawa Yuka offered a smile and spoke. Of course, we are partners. Aren't we? William, unfazed, accepted Kane from Shota Ando and proceeded directly toward the palace. However, Kane noticed that the moment William turned around, a shadow of gloom suddenly darkened his countenance. It seems your 2 partners harbor quite a few hidden agendas, Kane remarked coolly. To deal with these wolves, one merely needs to toss them a piece of meat. However, in comparison to them, you ought to be more concerned about yourself. William replied softly. With a friend like you, I doubt anything could go awry, Kane retorted bluntly. Hush, the goddess is just ahead. William set aside his previously confrontational demeanor, his expression transforming into one of reverence. Oh my goddess, your follower brings offerings. He knelt once more on one knee. Rise, my child, a harsh, rasping voice echoed. Due to the angle, Kane could not see the visage of the so-called god of destiny, yet he acutely sensed a gaze that seemed capable of piercing through him. Put him down, my child, commanded the god of destiny. Yes, my goddess. William obediently placed Kane upon the opulently carpeted floor of the palace. As Kane shifted his gaze, the unadorned visage of the god of destiny came into view. Yet, at that moment, Kane could not help but contract his pupils in shock. For the deity before him resembled a frail, hunchbacked old woman. Her features were grotesque, utterly devoid of grace. She leaned upon a mahogany staff intricately carved with elaborate tree patterns. Descendant of Slytherin, the god of destiny's voice dripped with malice. Salazar, O Salazar, your only descendant has fallen into my grasp. Chapter 86. The truth of the witch hunt. A millennium ago, the staff struck the packed earth with a dull thud as the god of destiny circled Kane, scrutinizing him closely. It seems you are familiar with my ancestor. Kane narrowed his deep-set eyes and said, Kane, you ought to show proper respect. William frowned. She is your goddess, not mine. Though Kane lacked strength, he nonetheless raised an eyebrow. Indeed, quite similar. The god of destiny emphatically struck her staff, her eyes radiating profound hatred. Salazar, O Salazar, your only descendant has fallen into my grasp. Today marks the day of Slytherin's severance from the line. As Kane beheld the distorted face of the god of destiny, he understood for the first time the meaning of paying one's debts through offspring. However, what exactly did Salazar do to invoke such wrath from a so-called deity? Do you wish to uncover the events that transpired over a millennium ago between my ancestors and yours? The face of the goddess of fate, marred and grotesque, suddenly loomed near Kane, her murky eyes glinting with a hint of malevolence. I wish to know, Kane replied, gently fluttering his eyelashes, his tone resolute. He is a kind soul, unable to bear the thought of a villain harboring a grudge for over 1,000 years. Over a millennium ago, I was not encumbered by this unsightly visage. In my youth, I was beautiful, a radiance that none could ignore. The goddess of fate lifted her hideous head. nostalgia shimmering in her gaze as she reminisced about the past. I traversed this land, reveling in the joy of weaving the fates of others. Alas, those ungrateful wizards dared to resist my dominion over their destinies, inciting my ire. Therefore, I deceived the Pope, who was then enamored by my charm, instigating the witch hunts. Soon, under the church's formidable onslaught, the witch hunts progressed with remarkable ease. The wizards cowered, living like rats in the sewers. It was truly the finest hour of my existence. The goddess of fate suddenly leaned down once more to gaze at Kane. Regrettably, just as I believed victory was within my grasp, your ancestor appeared, accompanied by 3 equally detestable companions. They audaciously concealed those wizards and even sought to establish a school for them. I would never permit that. The tone of the goddess of fate turned icy. Thus, I offered your ancestor a choice. If he submitted to me, the entire realm of wizards, including myself, would be his. It appears my ancestor did not choose you. Kane casually articulated the conclusion that shattered the goddess's composure. You truly embody the essence of Salazar. Like him, you incite my disdain. Nevertheless, my benevolence allows you to linger a while longer. The corners of the goddess of fate's mouth twisted into a chilling grin. He, in his ignorance, dared to launch an attack upon me within my own chamber. And those 3 wretches had laid a trap, anticipating my every move. The goddess of fate ground her teeth in frustration. Due to their despicable ambush, I was forced to abandon the spindle, a symbol of my past and present, to escape. However, I sustained grievous injuries in the process, and my once astonishing beauty was irrevocably marred. Fortunately, it was the ancestor of this child who discovered me. The goddess of fate extended a hand, resembling withered bark, and compassionately caressed William's cheek. Kane observed as William's hands clenched tightly, hidden from the goddess's notice. I am grateful that my ancestor encountered him. It is indeed the fortune of the Wildersmith family. William knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty. Ah, dear child, your honesty is always refreshing. The goddess of fate cackled, her laughter as harsh as a crow's. The loyalty of the Wildsmith family deserves commendation. I assure you, your future shall be extraordinary, just like that of your illustrious ancestors. What of William's father? Kane interjected suddenly, feeling the warmth in his arms. Let us not speak of that traitor, the goddess of fate retorted sharply, her murky eyes suddenly piercing as they fixed upon William. Forgive me, my goddess. William knelt again. His head bowed low. In order to gain Slytherin's trust, I was compelled to reveal some trivial truths. He cast a cold glare at Kane, who lay on the ground. Slytherin is cunning as a fox. It is wise to tread carefully. The goddess of fate regarded the two, weighing her options before nodding. My lady, may I pose a small inquiry? Kane asked, his tone suddenly respectful. Ah, Slytherin, what is it you wish to know? The goddess sensed Kane's shift in demeanor and felt unusually pleased. She cared not for any ulterior motives he might harbor. Her heart was consumed by the thrill of revenge. Salazar, oh Salazar, behold, your only heir has also submitted to me. What is your relationship with the master behind the owl court? Kane inquired eagerly. That old wretch. I wish not to mention him. The goddess of fate replied with palpable disdain. Strange, are you not of the same faction? Kane prodded, testing her. Slytherin scion. It seems you have previously encountered the great bloodline, the goddess remarked cryptically. Let me guess, it is that spineless one from the Greengrass family. Are their women not entirely extinguished? As far as I know, the bloodline of the Greengrass family has not been severed, Kane responded, feigning sympathy for the goddess of fate. Humph, sooner or later, that traitor Greengrass will be utterly obliterated by my blood curse, the goddess declared with conviction. So it was she who cast the blood curse upon the Greengrass family. Kane mused inwardly. Perhaps they allied with the master behind the owl court? Kane deftly steered the conversation back to that figure. Impossible. The Greengrass family betrayed the entire lineage. Even if the master of the owl court has changed over the centuries, he would never accept the despicable Greengrass, the goddess of fate asserted firmly. Yet, she remained silent on many other matters, leaving Kane feeling a profound sense of regret. He also sought to comprehend the intricate power dynamics among the so-called spirit descendants. Enough, imp, do not squander any more time. My being craves your fortuity. The deity of fate, upon the mention of the master of the owl court by Kane, experienced a sudden shift in mood. Patience has worn thin. What if I refuse? Kane recalled what Bai Hui had previously stated. Only with the individual's consent can fortune be appropriated by another. Slytherin's imp, I am the deity of fate. To offer your fortune to me is your utmost honor. Regardless of your agreement, once you are slain, the fortune shall inevitably return to me. The deity of fate raised the crimson-hued staff, casting a cold gaze upon Kane. Slytherin's imp, now, embrace death. Chapter 87. Both parties satisfied. Kane lay upon the exquisite carpet, watching as the deity of fate lifted the mahogany staff. William, my child, present forth the spindle of the past. The deity's rasping voice echoed once more. My lord, the spindle of fate resides within his ring. William knelt yet again, beseeching forgiveness. It was at the moment Kane discerned William's impure motives that he retracted the silvery box containing the spindle of fate back into the ring. What are you waiting for, my child? The deity of fate loomed over William, squinting through murky eyes. My lord, Slytherins are inherently cunning. While I am merely an ordinary muggle, my lord. William's head bowed low, his voice laden with remorse. William, are you blaming me for not granting you that despicable power? The deity's tone turned frigid. I have proclaimed that the spirit descendants are the greatest beings in this realm. Those trivial magical tricks are hardly worth lamenting. My lord. William lifted his head, attempting to argue, but was abruptly interrupted. Now, present the ring of the Slytherin imp. The deity commanded. Yes, my lord. William lowered his head once more, resigned, and approached Kane. Kane, my friend, you do not wish to see me come to harm, do you? William spoke with a forced resolve. William, my friend, do you truly allow your faith in the goddess to be overshadowed by the terror of the unknown? A perplexed expression crossed Kane's gloomy yet handsome visage. As he sensed the deity of fate's suddenly tangible gaze behind him, William froze momentarily. He then extended a trembling hand toward Kane's right hand, where the ring adorned his finger. A smile unexpectedly graced Kane's lips. Upon merely grazing the ring, William's fingertips were met with an excruciating pain. In the next moment, he was drenched in sweat, clutching his right arm, which had begun to emit wisps of smoke. William lay on the ground in agony, as if his right arm had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid, rapidly carbonizing and dissolving. My God! William strained to lift his head in a plea for help. Yet, no matter how he begged, the goddess of fate merely gazed upon him with cold indifference. Soon, his entire right arm was reduced to mere ashes, revealing the stark whiteness of bone from his shoulder joint. William, my child, bring me his ring. The goddess of fate commanded, disregarding his plight. No, William cried, pressing his wound and gritting his teeth in a low growl. What did you say? How dare you? The goddess of fate glared fiercely at him. I said no. You old crone. Veins throbbed on William's forehead, and the physical pain unleashed the pent-up emotions within him. He looked at the grotesque woman before him with utter revulsion. You, the goddess of fate raised her mahogany staff and struck it upon the ground. The sharp sound of bones snapping echoed instantly. The remaining 3 limbs of William contorted at unnatural angles, and his eyes bulged in pain. This is the fate of disobedient children, the goddess remarked, observing William's twisted form with an emotionless tone. Slytherin's little imp, you wouldn't wish to end up like him, would you? Now, surrender the spindle of fate. The goddess of fate suddenly turned her head sharply, pointing her mahogany staff at Kane. Noble goddess, I shall certainly comply with your wishes, Kane replied, a flicker of darkness flashing in his eyes. However, in my current state, I am unable to move. How could I possibly present the spindle of fate to the esteemed goddess? Slytherin's little imp, you are far more pragmatic than your ancestors. The goddess's anger, previously provoked by the insolent insect, was somewhat assuaged by Kane's humble demeanor. She pointed her mahogany staff at him, and in the next moment, Kane stood up effortlessly. In truth, apart from that fleeting moment of weakness, he had long since recovered. After all, he was one who had ventured into the underworld. He dusted off the non-existent dirt from his clothes, lowered his eyelids, and looked at the goddess of fate with eager anticipation. Noble goddess, I have a small request. I wish to glimpse my future through the spindle of fate. William, writhing in pain on the ground, suddenly paused. Then, a manic smile crept upon his lips. There were certain things he had not disclosed to the goddess of fate regarding Kane. You have never seen the spindle of fate that represents the past? A hint of skepticism flickered in the goddess's eyes. That is a relic left by my ancestors. I dare not open it casually, Kane replied with feigned innocence. Indeed, the goddess of fate observed Kane, who remained unscathed, and began to trust his words. Because the power of the spindle is not something an ordinary person can endure. For mortals to uncover their past or glimpse their future, they must wager their very lives. Slytherin's little imp, first hand over the fateful spindle representing the past to me, declared the goddess of fate. I possess a few items in my ring. I kindly ask for a moment of your patience, esteemed goddess, Kane replied, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Slytherin's little imp, the benevolent goddess of fate grants your humble request, she readily agreed. Kane turned his back to the goddess of fate, a smirk of triumph dancing on his lips. This goddess of fate harbors considerable apprehension toward Salazar. She even hesitates to directly seize the ring. Otherwise, how could he afford to delay? Found it, Kane exclaimed with glee. Quickly, hand it to me. The goddess of fate, no longer composed, anxiously touched her wrinkled cheek and said, what of the spindle of the future? Kane instinctively took a few steps back, shyly inquiring. Ha ha, Slytherin's little imp. Here it is. The goddess of fate extended her right hand, and a spindle materialized within it, glimmering with fragmented light. Without hesitation, she thrust the spindle into Kane's hands. Slytherin's little imp, your demise is imminent. Once the little imp meets his end, she would acquire not only the spindle but also the fortune that nourishes her body, truly a double boon. Quick, give me the box. She had already sensed the presence of the spindle representing the past. As Kane accepted the spindle of the future, he readily handed over the silver box to the Goddess of Fate. Both parties were satisfied with the exchange. The Goddess of Fate eagerly opened the silver box, retrieving the spindle of the past. Without a second thought, she discarded the silver box, entirely oblivious to the rounded seed nestled in its corner. Cunning Slytherin imp, what have you done to my spindle? The Goddess of Fate, lost in the joy of reclaiming the spindle, watched in horror as it turned to ash in her hands, leading her to a state of utter despair. And why are you still unharmed? Oh, I shall kill you. I dare anyone to stop me. With a commanding proclamation, Kane's gaze fell upon a corner of a black cloak billowing in the wind. Chapter 88. Farewell. With a soft cry from a phoenix, Grindelwald made a striking entrance, draped in a black cloak. Kane instinctively overlooked the flamboyantly dressed Dumbledore standing nearby. Kane, are you all right? Grindelwald hurriedly approached, his pale eyes scrutinizing Kane closely. Professor, I am unscathed, Kane replied, subtly releasing a breath of relief. Confronting the so-called deity alone, Kane could not escape the weight of pressure. He instinctively positioned himself beside his mentor. It is you who seeks to slay my disciple, Grindelwald remarked coldly, casting a menacing glance at the grotesque woman. Cunning little Slytherin, return my spindle forthwith, or face death. The Goddess of Fate shrieked in a fit of rage. But this was given to me by your own hand. Why should I return it? Kane provocatively waved the spindle, relishing the moment. My disciple speaks the truth. Since it resides in Kane's possession, it rightfully belongs to him. If you desire it, demonstrate some strength, Grindelwald asserted, fiercely protective. Madam, how may I address you? Seeing the woman on the verge of explosion, Dumbledore hastily diverted the conversation. I am the Goddess of Fate. You wretched wizards dare to mock me. You shall all perish. At that moment, the Goddess of Fate could not heed any further words. She hurled her staff aside. Her gnarled fingers danced, unleashing glowing threads that spiraled from her hand. Die? As her words fell, the luminous threads surged toward the trio. Grindelwald, long eager to engage, no longer hesitated. Blue flames erupted, centering around him and Kane, rapidly engulfing the entire palace. Dumbledore followed closely behind. A soft cry of the phoenix heralded a rise of crimson flames, which clashed with the azure inferno, cleaving the palace in twain. The glowing threads, upon touching the blue flames, were consumed by the ascending azure dragon. In contrast to Grindelwald's domain, the luminous threads effortlessly infiltrated Dumbledore's realm, transforming into sustenance for the red flames. Kane felt a flicker of understanding. Grindelwald's domain was one of supremacy, devouring all, whereas Dumbledore's realm embraced assimilation and rebirth through fire. Casting a brief glance, Kane withdrew his gaze from Dumbledore. Indeed, he preferred Grindelwald's style. Under the clash of three formidable energies, the colossal palace, made of rammed earth, began to crumble. Exquisite carvings and adornments gradually melted away in the merciless flames. Witnessing the destruction of her abode, the Goddess of Fate was consumed by fury. Her murky eyes abruptly turned white, her feet lifted from the ground, and she ascended into the air. In the next moment, time appeared to reverse around her. Her bark-like skin tightened, and her grotesque features reassembled, transforming her into a stunning young maiden. Now, all of you shall perish. A multitude of glowing threads, at least double in number, entwined around the flames engulfing the entire palace. Gale, she must have paid a steep price to regain her youth. She could not endure this situation for long. As Dumbledore waved his wand, he spoke, then let go of all reservations and crush her in one fell swoop. Grindelwald, uttering the most ruthless words, elegantly wielded his wand as if conducting a symphony. Futile, you wretched ants. The realm of the divine is eternally beyond your reach, the Goddess of Fate proclaimed. Her voice resonating powerfully, she brandished her glowing threads, deflecting the spells cast by Grindelwald and Dumbledore one by one. Simultaneously, numerous strands traversed the blazing flames, entwining towards Grindelwald and Dumbledore. This is bad. Ultimately, the luminous threads ensnared both Grindelwald and Dumbledore. The flames, which had occupied their respective halves of the sky, abruptly ceased. I cannot move. Grindelwald attempted to shift his body, but found it utterly impossible. Dumbledore faced the same predicament. Strangely, the radiant threads did not touch Kane, rendering him the sole individual on the scene unrestrained. Master, Kane exclaimed, attempting to tear the threads from Grindelwald. I advise against any rash movements, for they may perish. The Goddess of Fate said, tossing her hair and revealing a spindle in her hand. How is that possible? Kane's pupils constricted as he realized that the source of the glowing threads was the spindle held by the Goddess of Fate. Yet, wasn't the spindle representing the present supposed to have been seized by Salazar and the others? Cunning little Slytherin, huh? No matter how sly you are, you could never fathom this. When the spindles of the past and future converge, the spindle of the present will automatically appear before me. Can you guess what will happen if I sever the threads binding them? Allow me to enlighten you. When the threads representing the present are cut, they will instantly lose their lives, with no future remaining. The goddess of fate looked down upon Kane with a sense of triumph. Now, I offer you a chance for redemption. Return to me the spindle representing the future, and I shall spare your life. Kane, do not heed his words. These cursed remnants should have vanished long ago. We cannot allow them to continue wreaking havoc. Do not mind us. Let Fox take you away. Promise me you will fulfill our shared wish. As for the saints, those old fools have followed me for half a century. Their minds contain nothing but loyalty to me. You take care of them. Grindelwald remained unfazed by the goddess of fate's threats, solely focused on urging Kane to flee. Kane, Gale is correct. We must not permit these remnants, who ought to have been consigned to the annals of history, to stir trouble. Relay a message for me. Let Professor McGonagall become the next headmaster of Hogwarts. Furthermore, Kane, should Hogwarts face dire peril in the future, I hope you will come to its aid once more. Dumbledore gazed at Kane with earnest anticipation, witnessing the resolute demeanor of his mentor and Dumbledore. Kane felt a blend of emotion, both touched and sorrowful. How could they disregard my presence? This is unforgivable. The deity of fate quivered, brandishing the spindle that represented the present. The luminous thread plunged directly into the flesh of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, blood oozing and splattering upon the already ravaged floor. Fox, take Kane away, Dumbledore commanded. With a mournful cry, Fox wept, tears streaming down his visage. In an instant, Fox appeared above Kane, his talons gripping him tightly. Fox, take Kane away, echoed Dumbledore's low roar, as Fox's sharp claws settled upon Kane's shoulder. Wait, Fox, Kane interjected hastily. Kane, do not be headstrong, Dumbledore admonished gravely. Headstrong? The Slytherins are never headstrong, Kane replied, subtly concealing his left hand behind his back, curling his pinky finger. Little Slytherin, where do you truly hail from? The eyes of the deity of fate were as piercing as an eagle-ass. No one could escape the control of the spindle of fate, unless they were utterly alien to this realm beneath the stars. I have always belonged here, Kane replied, his eyes narrowing as he feigned profundity. O deity of fate, even a third-year wizard like me eludes your grasp. I question whether you are indeed a god, or merely a hollow pretender. Of course I am a god. Were it not for Salazar and their interference, I would not have been reduced to this state. The deity of fate seethed, the thread of the spindle tightening further. Yet, neither Grindelwald nor Dumbledore uttered a word, their expressions remaining inscrutable. A millennium ago, why did you still need to rely on the seduction of a mere mortal to exact revenge upon wizards? Does a god truly require the allure of a mortal? Oh, forgive my youth. Perhaps my experiences are limited. Kane feigned confusion. Coughing discreetly, Dumbledore struggled to suppress his amusement. The aroma was simply overwhelming. It reminded him of a certain potion-brewing Severus Snape, who was known for his venomous concoctions. You wretched wizards, what do you comprehend? The deity of fate was genuinely incensed, yet something dreadful seemed to cross its mind, causing its form to tremble slightly. Little Slytherin, I care not what schemes you are concocting. Today, you shall meet your end here. The deity of fate descended from the air. Is that so? I perceive it to be quite the contrary. Today marks the day of my divine reckoning. Kane abruptly withdrew the spindle of fate, a symbol of the future, from the ring. Quickly, return it to me. The goddess of fate reached out, intent on seizing it. What? No more pretense? Is it that a deity such as ourselves has resorted to thievery? Kane retreated a couple of steps, his sharply defined lips uttering words devoid of mercy. Given that the spindles of the past and future intertwine, the spindle of the present shall manifest automatically. Now, when both the past and future simultaneously vanish, what do you suppose will transpire? In the face of the goddess of fate's horrified gaze, Kane gently squeezed the spindle representing the future, which instantaneously turned to ash. Some of the ashes, carried by the wind, even landed upon the goddess's visage. A heart-wrenching cry erupted. The spindle symbolizing the present in the goddess's possession vanished without a trace. The silken threads binding Grindelwald and Dumbledore also dissipated. At that moment, the goddess's face swiftly became marred with wrinkles, her once straight back now hunched. She appeared far more aged than when Kane had first encountered her. It seems my conjecture was correct. With the spindle gone, your power will indeed wane, Kane remarked coolly. Now let us settle the accounts. Grindelwald gently rotated his wrist, his pale eyes coldly fixed upon the goddess of fate, as if pronouncing her impending doom. A sharp cry rang out as the phoenix soared, its call brimming with determination. Grindelwald and Dumbledore unleashed their full might. The grand palace crumbled with a thunderous roar. The swirling sands were scattered in an instant by their combined force. Perish! The blue dragon and the red phoenix lunged fiercely at the goddess of fate. Damnable sorcerers! The goddess's murky eyes seemed ready to weep blood. She raised her hands to conjure a massive barrier of light, summoning all her strength to withstand the relentless onslaught from Grindelwald and Dumbledore. The clash of blue and red struck the colossal barrier, bursting forth like dazzling fireworks in the night sky. Kane observed the spectacle in silence. Soon, he too would ascend to their heights. How beautiful! A whisper emerged from beneath Kane's feet. Quite resilient. Kane remarked mockingly as he glanced at William, who was struggling to rise from the rubble. I can smell the scent of freedom, William said, extending his bloodied hand, laboriously brushing the dust from his hair. Freedom? Such a tantalizing concept. A fleeting sorrow flickered in Kane's eyes. The crackling sound drew Kane's gaze back to the battlefield. The immense barrier upheld by the goddess of fate began to fracture like a spider's web. Beware, that old woman may attempt to flee, William managed to utter, straining against the odds. Perhaps you should focus on yourself, Kane remarked, waving his wand, instantly realigning William's contorted limbs. As a crucial witness, William could not perish just yet. Kane then proceeded towards the battlefield. William stared blankly at Kane's retreating figure, eventually allowing a faint smile of relief to grace his lips. Kane directed his wand towards the vast expanse of the desert, summoning 2 colossal desert dragons that soared forth, crashing into the shimmering barrier. The impact of Kane's assault seemed to be the proverbial last straw, shattering the grand veil of the goddess of fate into countless tiny fragments that dispersed into the surroundings. The goddess of fate, struck by the force, was violently thrown to the ground, creating a massive crater in the desert. Seizing the moment, Kane and his companions swiftly moved to the edge of the pit. The goddess of fate lay at the bottom, violently expelling deep blue blood. She glared at Kane and his allies with a fierce intensity, as if to engrave their visages into her memory. In the next instant, the goddess transformed into a wisp of smoke, attempting to flee. Azkaban. A colossal prison of Azkaban promptly descended upon the goddess of fate, suppressing her. She crashed against the cold walls in a frenzy, realizing escape was futile. Once again, she reverted to her frail, decrepit form, screaming in madness. Her cries attracted the native inhabitants of Azkaban, and a multitude of dementors enveloped her. The sight was too harrowing for Kane to bear. Cough, cough. Dumbledore, too, found it unbearable to witness. He pondered why Fudge had requested his cooperation in the rigorous investigation of the missing dementors. It turned out the culprit was none other than Kane. What could he do? He could only turn away, feigning ignorance. Gellert, perhaps we are indeed growing old, Dumbledore mused. Although Kane's domain was not yet fully formed, its power was already formidable. In just 3 years, he had ascended to the level of a high wizard, leaving even the young Riddle feeling inadequate in comparison. What do you intend to do? He is my disciple, Grindelwald said, eyeing Dumbledore warily. Even in the closest of partnerships, accounts must be settled. In nurturing dark wizards, are you certain you can outmatch me? Dumbledore quipped, playfully blinking. He had dropped the facade, laying his cards on the table. Name one Dark Lord with no ties to me, Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 90. The dust settles continued in the boundless desert. 3 figures stood, each displaying distinct expressions. Al and I received your message and rushed over immediately. Grindelwald recounted the journey he and Dumbledore had undertaken. Dumbledore felt a twinge of gratitude for having insisted on carrying Foxfeather with him back then. The matters at hand have concluded here, yet the outside world is likely in disarray. Kane thought of how Ifamoni appeared when he departed, unable to suppress a frown as he spoke. I have summoned the International Wizarding Federation, and a considerable number of wizards are en route to America. However, we must also hasten our exit, Dumbledore remarked with equal gravity. This turmoil was instigated by you, and it is now your responsibility to bring it to a close, Kane said, observing the sun-kissed William. Indeed, it is high time for all of this to cease. Following a near brush with death, William seemed to have relinquished all burdens. There are 2 Easterners outside. I encountered them with Alaric and took the liberty of binding them, Grindelwald added nonchalantly. Let us take them along, we shall depart. Kane grasped William, and the group instantly disapparated. Upon arriving at Ifamoni, Kane was struck by the severity of the situation, far graver than he had anticipated. Ifamoni had transformed into a battleground not only for the transformed beings, but also for its students and faculty. The rebels and a contingent of the Ministry of Magic were in a standoff, with both sides appearing quite beleaguered. Nonetheless, Kane felt a measure of relief upon noticing Principal Fontana and several professors positioned between the factions, striving to mediate. It seemed that Principal Fontana had heeded his words before departure. Cease at once, Dumbledore bellowed. In an instant, all eyes turned to Kane and his companions. Dumbledore, Kane. Who is this? Principal Fontana rushed toward them as if he had spotted a beacon of hope. This is the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts from Hogwarts. Dumbledore gestured towards Grindelwald, who had once more assumed the guise of Professor Black. Kane, you have brought Wildersmith. Principal Fontana exclaimed, eyes aglow with surprise. Principal Fontana, what are the transformed beings? Kane inquired. The transformed beings have been cordoned off by a joint effort of the Ministry and the rebels. However, conflict soon erupted. Principal Fontana sighed. I believe we require a clandestine meeting, Dumbledore proposed. Principal Dumbledore, I fear this matter must be addressed by you, Principal Fontana replied with a wry smile, fully aware that he lacked Dumbledore's imposing presence. Understood, Dumbledore nodded. Gentlemen, I assure you, in my capacity as the Chief Wizard of the International Wizarding Federation, I shall remain impartial. Dumbledore stepped between the opposing parties. However, I believe we need a private conference. Each side should appoint 2 representatives to attend. Those in favor, raise your hands. Dumbledore's reputation as the foremost white wizard was not unfounded. With his assurance in place, the representatives of the American Ministry of Magic and the rebels exchanged glances for a moment before simultaneously nodding in agreement. The American Ministry was represented by Minister Williams and Deputy Minister Garcia, while the rebels were represented by Jacob Stone and Lucas Bellucci. Gentlemen, until we emerge, I implore you to refrain from any hasty actions to avoid irreparable consequences. Dumbledore addressed the 2 opposing groups. Mr. Dumbledore, please follow me. Principal Fontana guided everyone into a spacious chamber. Kane, why don't you elucidate the matter to them? Dumbledore suggested, turning to Kane, who did not hesitate to comply. May I inquire if you are all familiar with the remnants? Kane posed the question first. Apart from Lucas, who gazed at Kane in confusion, the others appeared to ponder the inquiry. Kane felt reassured by their reactions. The situation unfolds as follows. Kane recounted the narrative of the remnants manipulating events behind the scenes, aiming to subvert the American magical community. If anyone doubts this, we could administer Veritaserum to Mr. Wilder-Smith. Mr. Slytherin, I have no doubt in your credibility. However, the ministry must adhere to protocol. Mr. Wilder-Smith must be temporarily detained by the ministry, along with those 2 Easterners who illegally crossed into America. Deputy Minister Garcia stated with solemnity. Mr. Dumbledore? Minister Garcia, I wholeheartedly support your decision. Dumbledore nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, should Kane's assertions prove true, what course of action does Minister Williams intend to take regarding the rebels? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no desire to meddle in your nation's internal affairs. However, considering the precarious status of the American wizarding community, I must ensure the stability of the entire magical realm, Dumbledore explained, observing a change in Garcia's demeanor. Mr. Dumbledore, let us prioritize Minister Garcia's counsel in this matter, Minister Williams remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, somewhat awkwardly. During his tenure, the incident involving the rebels abducting prominent nobles had tarnished his position as minister. He thought it prudent to relinquish this matter to his successor. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Minister Garcia, as did Kane and the others. If it is confirmed that the remnants are indeed behind this, I shall earnestly advocate for the resumption of negotiations between the ministry and the rebels, Garcia declared with gravity. As the leader of the rebels, I assure you, our sole aim is to strive for peace, Jacob Stone expressed with a hint of fervor. May peace soon be restored to the American wizarding community, Dumbledore remarked earnestly upon witnessing the scene. After reaching a preliminary consensus, the group exited the conference room. Kane, will you return with us? Dumbledore inquired. Headmaster Dumbledore, Kane has only just arrived at Ilvermorny. There is no need to rush back, Headmaster Fontana interjected hastily. After all, he is counting on transforming into a significant stakeholder at Ilvermorny during the negotiations between the Ministry of Magic and the rebels. Kane cannot leave just yet. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Slytherin has made substantial contributions to the peace of the American magical community. At this pivotal moment, as we approach genuine tranquility, I hope that Mr. Slytherin can serve as a witness. Minister Garcia echoed Fontana's sentiments. It was evident that they were on the same wavelength. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Black, I have friends here at Ilvermorny, and I would like to ensure their safety before returning to Hogwarts, Kane offered as an excuse. Very well, Kane, I respect your decision. However, remember that regardless of what transpires, Hogwarts will always be your home, Dumbledore said, casting a meaningful glance at Headmaster Fontana. Ilvermorny is merely a transient stop for Kane. Thus, Kane chose to remain for the time being, while Dumbledore and Grindelwald returned to Hogwarts. Chapter 91. The Inevitable Path to the Archmage upon returning to Ilvermorny. Kane resumed his tranquil academic life, at least on the surface. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from beside Kane's desk, causing him to furrow his brow. Oh, my apologies, Kane. It was unintentional, Sarah quickly explained. What is this? Kane exclaimed, his astonishment at the towering stack of books before Sarah overshadowing his displeasure. It's nothing. I've simply come to a realization, Sarah remarked as she pulled out a chair and sat down. This world is perilous. I believe I should at least possess some self-defense capabilities to safeguard my life. Oh, Kane raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is this the legendary concept of breaking down before rebuilding? Sarah's newfound awareness suggested she was not entirely devoid of wisdom. I just wonder how my father is faring, she added, her spirits visibly dampened. Fear not, Sarah, Mr. Stewart is quite safe, Terence declared, emerging seemingly from nowhere with conviction. Really? Sarah asked uncertainly, gazing at Terence. Indeed. I learned from my uncle that negotiations between the rebels and the ministry are set to resume, Terence said, casting a smug glance at Kane. Kane pursed his lips, bemused by Terence's flamboyant demeanor, for he had already been privy to the news of the negotiations' revival. Principal Fontana and Lucas were the first to convey the news to Kane. Kane, have you heard? Sarah exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I am completely immersed in the ocean of books, oblivious to the clamor of the outside world, Kane replied, his expression impassive, before clutching his book and departing. Indeed, Sarah and Terence were exceedingly loud. Upon returning to his dormitory, Kane quietly retrieved the resurrection grass seeds. Ever since absorbing the energy of the god of fate, the seeds had fallen into a dormant state. However, Kane noticed that the resurrection grass seeds were beginning to sprout. Gazing at the hint of green on the seeds, Kane fell into deep contemplation. That day, after imprisoning the god of fate in Azkaban, the native Dementors had graciously entertained her. Subsequently, Kane cast the resurrection grass seeds upon the god of fate. Upon seeing the seeds, terror filled her murky eyes. How do you possess the seeds of the wish tree? Who are you? She screamed, frantically attempting to rid herself of the resurrection grass seeds. Yet, like a magnet, the seeds clung obstinately to the god of fate. Her body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, until she resembled a spindle of fate, utterly drained by the seeds. Distinctively, as the form of the god of fate collapsed, vibrant orbs of light attempted to scatter but were thwarted by Azkaban's barriers. Kane observed the colors of those orbs and surmised they represented the fortunes she had absorbed over the years from others. He then released Azkaban's hold, allowing those fortunes to disperse freely. Besides the colorful orbs, the god of fate left behind a diamond-shaped, transparent crystal. At first glance, Kane found himself utterly captivated by it. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the crystal. The moment he made contact, he beheld a river of liquid gold flowing endlessly, without beginning or end, a relentless torrent. The river of destiny, Kane murmured, grasping the crystal in realization. Could this be what is referred to as divinity? Moreover, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the essence of the diamond-shaped crystal. System, Kane softly called out to the long-dormant entity. Host, the system promptly responded. I once inquired about the classification of wizard levels. You previously informed me that to attain the level of Archmage, vast magical power and creative breakthroughs are indispensable. What then constitutes a creative breakthrough? Host, you must have your own conjectures regarding this. The system retorted with a question. A domain symbolizes a realm uniquely one's own. Within this domain, I am the sole sovereign. What about the Grand Mage? Could it be that he has completely mastered a particular law? And the divine essence is merely the manifestation of that law. The more Kane pondered, the more he felt this to be true. Indeed, host, in a certain sense, the Grand Mage is akin to a deity. The system confirmed Kane's hypothesis. As expected, Kane tightened his grip on the diamond crystal, feeling an unusual surge of excitement as he spoke. However, host, mastering a law that suits you is quite a formidable challenge. Are you prepared for it? The system inquired. At present, I am still far from taking that step into the realm of Grand Mage. Nonetheless, I have been diligently preparing myself. One day in the future, I shall undoubtedly reach the pinnacle, Kane said, unable to suppress his gaze towards the sky, his heart swelling with fervor. Yet, system, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss with you, Kane remarked, filled with suspicion. What seems to be the matter? If it had a physical form, the system would have been sweating profusely at that moment. Has Kane recalled something? Your rigid demeanor is something I find quite unsettling, Kane replied. Surprisingly, the system maintained its serious composure throughout, leaving him rather astonished. I was merely sleeping when you called me. Naturally, it is quite disconcerting. The system sighed, asserting itself with a hint of bravado. I hope that is the case, Kane replied cryptically. It certainly is, the system insisted, struggling to maintain its stance. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, the system swiftly vanished. It felt a twinge of guilt, almost sneaky in its demeanor. Kane remarked, speechless. A few days later, Principal Fontana. Kane knocked on the door of the principal's office. Kane, I have good news. Principal Fontana exclaimed excitedly. It seems that the initial discussions between the Ministry of Magic and the rebels have yielded a favorable outcome. Kane immediately understood and responded, ha ha ha, indeed. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Principal Fontana's face. The Ministry of Magic has promised not to hold the rebels accountable. Students previously incarcerated due to the conflict will also be released from the Ministry's prison. Furthermore, the Ministry has committed to increasing the number of civilians selected for the highest institution. And, of course, there is another piece of news that you might find particularly interesting. After detailing the preliminary agreements reached by both parties, Principal Fontana shifted the conversation. Please, Principal Fontana, spare us the suspense, Kane said with a wry smile. Already having guessed what was to come, Mr. Stewart has voluntarily transferred his shares in HPFanfiction to you, Kane. After registering with the Ministry of Magic, you will become the largest shareholder of HPFanfiction, Principal Fontana remarked with a sense of nostalgia. As the principal shareholder, what policies will you implement at HPFanfiction? After the incident involving the defeat of the remnants of the Kane conspiracy, Principal Fontana has come to recognize that Kane's intellect and capabilities far exceed his age. Now, with Kane poised to become the largest shareholder of HPFanfiction, Principal Fontana must give greater weight to Kane's opinions. My first decree is that any wizard, regardless of background, shall be permitted to attend HPFanfiction. Kane, meeting Principal Fontana's expectant gaze, responded without hesitation. Chapter 92. Exile. As December unfolded, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Christmas was fast approaching. Draco, when will my brother return? Little Tangyuan pouted, expressing her discontent. He promised he would be back soon, yet 2 months have passed, and he remains absent. Call me Brother Draco, Draco tiredly reminded her. No matter how he coaxed, little Silonius stubbornly refused to address him as such. Brother Draco was his final concession. All right. Brother Draco, when can my brother come back? Silonius relented. The others, including Theodore, who were seated nearby working on their assignments, turned their gazes toward Draco. It should be soon, Draco asserted confidently. Blaze could not help but snicker. The others wore expressions of disbelief. Is that it? Who doesn't know that? All nonsense. Draco, you're truly unreliable, little Tangyuan frowned. Indeed, Draco, you're just bullying Tangyuan. Pansy stepped forward to champion the cause. Me bully him? Draco pointed at himself, then at Silonius, finding the absurdity of the situation amusing. When there are matters, I'm Brother Draco. When there are none, I'm just Draco, right? Well, I shall await Kane's return to seek justice. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Little Tangyuan ignored Draco's aggrieved expression, resting her chin in her hands and murmuring. Her demeanor tugged at the hearts of many a Slytherin witch. And what of Kane, the object of little Tangyuan's affections? He could sum it up in a single word: busy. Ever since completing the handover with the willingly compliant old steward at the American Ministry of Magic, he has become the intermediary between Jacob Stone and the new minister of the American Ministry of Magic, Benjamin Garcia. The reshuffling of power within the American magical community is not an endeavor that can be completed in a day or two. As the new minister, Garcia inherently represents the interests of capital. On certain matters, he can no longer afford to be lenient simply due to his sympathy for the rebels. Led by the formidable Jacob Stone, the emerging forces are unwilling to relinquish the hard-won opportunities before them. Both parties stand resolute on several issues, unwilling to yield even the slightest ground. To prevent them from descending into further conflict, a mediator is essential. In this context, Kane, as a British national, naturally embodies neutrality. Moreover, Kane holds the position of the largest shareholder in HPFanfiction, thus carrying considerable weight in the proceedings. Consequently, Kane and Principal Fontana become the joint candidates for mediation. Thus begins the arduous tug-of-war. Ultimately, with hands clasped between Garcia and Stone, a consensus is finally reached based on preliminary agreement. Kane, spring has arrived, Fontana exclaimed, patting Kane on the shoulder with unrestrained delight. He could foresee the impending rebirth of this once decrepit, beautiful nation. However, a question arises. What does Minister Garcia intend to do with the captured individuals from the East? Kane inquired. The East's attempts to expose the magical community to the Muggles constitute a grave offense. Furthermore, their interference in the internal affairs of the beautiful nation's magical realm is unacceptable. Imprisonment is inevitable. Additionally, I shall hold the East government accountable in the name of the Ministry of Magic, Garcia asserted solemnly. The magical community of the beautiful nation is poised for a significant power cleansing, necessitating considerable funding. Since the East has voluntarily offered itself, he does not intend to miss this opportunity to capitalize on it. Jacob Stone nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent. After all, those from the East were never aligned with him, and he saw no reason to offend the Ministry of Magic on their behalf. It was unlikely that anyone else would object, as the East's affairs bore no relevance to them. And what of William Wildersmith? Kane hesitated before posing the question. As for that matter, the ministry has yet to determine how to proceed with him, Garcia replied after a brief pause. Regarding the remnants, the ministry does not plan to make any public disclosures. Otherwise, public panic would be unavoidable. Hence, William Wildersmith will undoubtedly be convicted as the primary culprit. Upon learning that Wildersmith was the mastermind behind these events, the grandees surprisingly banded together in an attempt to exonerate him. Garcia, unaware, furrowed his thick brows. They are afraid. Principal Fontana broke the silence, observing the situation. In this reshuffling of power within the beautiful nation, the only true victims are the grand nobles. Now that the ministry has informed them that all of this is the result of Wildersmith's machinations, it is hardly surprising that they are skeptical. They fear that Wildersmith is merely the beginning, and that one among them may be the next to find themselves imprisoned. The grandees also require reassurance, Stone insightfully added. It is imperative that we maintain calm. What shall we do if those noble families decide to flee? One must understand that these illustrious aristocrats control a staggering 90% of the wealth in our beloved nation. Indeed, Minister Garcia nodded in agreement. To ensure the stability of the magical realm in our country, the opinions of these great nobles must be taken into account. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, momentarily ensnared in a dilemma. I have a suggestion, Kane said coolly. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Kane, what wise counsel do you propose? Minister Garcia inquired with keen interest. Perhaps the attendees are unaware that William Wildersmith is, in fact, a Muggle. What? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the gathering. No wonder he has refrained from attending the Ifarmony. Principal Fontana exclaimed, thumping his thigh in sudden realization. Thus, my proposal is to exile him to the Muggle realm. Never to return to the magical world, Kane continued. This would serve not only to punish Wilder-Smith, but also provide a satisfactory resolution for the nobles. A solution that achieves the best of both worlds. Minister Garcia regarded Kane with a penetrating gaze and remarked, this Slytherin is quite ruthless, striking at the heart. So be it. Minister Garcia declared with finality. Not long after, in the Muggle realm, on the streets of Massachusetts. Excuse me, beautiful lady. Do you happen to know where I might find employment? You must be joking. The red-haired woman, engrossed in her magazine, was about to respond with impatience when she lifted her gaze and her expression transformed. Before her stood a tall and well-proportioned man, his smooth golden locks cascading down, and his rare crimson eyes adding an intriguing allure. Simply by standing there, he embodied the essence of a refined gentleman. The only flaw was that this man was missing an arm. Indeed, this was William, the exile to the Muggle realm. Oh, are you new here? The red-haired woman unconsciously softened her tone. Yes, it is my first day. I must find a job quickly, William replied with a wry smile. Well then, let me take you to the labor union. What is your name? The red-haired woman felt a surge of compassion. William Slytherin. William hesitated for a moment before smiling. Mr. Slytherin, I am. The red-haired woman nearly lost herself in the allure of William's charismatic smile. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but she sensed that this Mr. Slytherin seemed to have shed a heavy burden, visibly lighter and more at ease. Chapter 93, Conditions and the Journey Home. On the eve of Christmas, the wind was particularly fierce, and Kane's medium-length black hair was occasionally kissed by the chill against his smooth forehead. This rendered his inherently aloof aura even more distant. Let's leave it at this. Lucas, Kane said to Lucas beside him. Kane, are you truly not considering remaining at Ifarmony? Lucas inquired, unwilling to give up. No. As splendid as Ifarmony is, Hogwarts is my true home. A fleeting softness flickered in Kane's gaze at the mere mention of Hogwarts. Very well. I shall graduate next year. I must visit Hogwarts then, Lucas replied with a hint of a smile. You are welcome, Kane nodded slightly. Yet, I wonder if that vindictive little fellow, Cyronimus, will extend me a warm welcome. Lucas spoke with a touch of bitterness. If little Tanguan does not forgive you, then it is what you deserve, Kane raised an eyebrow. So, you'll just protect him? Lucas said, half amused, half exasperated. Slytherin never holds grudges. Kane replied, his expression unwavering. He was not lying. He typically avenged grievances on the spot. Perhaps, Lucas remarked meaningfully. However, I do not regret my choices from months ago. His thoughts drifted back to a few months prior. Let us collaborate, Mr. Bellucci. Upon learning that he had a brother in the hands of Bellucci, Kane made his choice. Oh, how shall we collaborate? Seeing his plans falling into place, Bellucci eagerly inquired. Patience, Mr. Bellucci. Before we reach an agreement, I must first understand how you intend to overthrow the great noble's dominion. Kane articulated each word with precision. Can I trust you, Mr. Slytherin? Lucas hesitated to ask. He could not easily entrust the lives of his comrades to someone he had just met. It appears collaboration is unnecessary, Kane scoffed, turning to leave. Mr. Slytherin, I apologize for my earlier remarks, Lucas quickly interjected. Compared to those great nobles, our strength is simply too feeble. Those Easterners and the Wildsmiths are merely allies in name. We are fundamentally at odds. In light of this, why not dismantle and rebuild? Let us break the statute of secrecy. Lucas's eyes shone with determination. When all wizards share a common enemy, those great nobles will surely provide us refuge. Naive. Kane scoffed at the notion. Moreover, the implications of breaking the statute of secrecy are beyond your control. Even if the wizarding world were exposed to muggles, how can you ensure those great nobles won't sacrifice you as pawns? Kane finally grasped how astutely Headmaster Fontana had assessed Jacob Stone. Jacob Stone may excel as a professor, yet he falls short of being a competent leader, as evidenced by his rather naive plan. What do you propose we do? Lucas felt a flicker of anger. Matters concerning wizards should be resolved internally. Breaching the secrecy law is utterly inadvisable. Since you have made your decision, why not capture those prominent nobles all at once? Then, use them as leverage to negotiate peacefully with the Ministry of Magic. This would be the most expedient path to achieving your goals at minimal cost, Kane reasoned. However, we cannot possibly ascertain the whereabouts of those nobles, Lucas replied, troubled. You need not concern yourself with that. I will handle it, Kane responded directly. When the time comes, I will arrange for assistance to delay the Ministry of Magic. Lucas cast a deep glance at Kane, his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. What? Don't tell me you're at a loss for how to manipulate those nobles? Observing the complexity in Lucas's gaze, Kane frowned. Surely, it cannot be that dire. No, we are well aware of those nobles. Once they realize they have lost their lofty status, they will retreat without scruples to preserve their lives. Lucas shook his head. What I wish to know is, what are the conditions under which Mr. Slytherin is aiding us? Firstly, the secrecy law must remain intact. Secondly, I intend to take Silonius with me. Thirdly, let us discuss that after your success, Kane replied with measured calmness. Very well, it is settled. Lucas was not one to linger indecisively. Having made his choice, he readily entrusted Silonius to Kane. As the recollection subsided, Lucas gazed at the shimmering surface of the water and posed a question that had long lingered in his heart. What was the third condition you mentioned earlier? Can we disclose it now? The third matter? Kane brushed his wind-tousled hair aside. It pertains to York Street. I promised them that if they could curb the chaos in York Street, they would be able to live in peace. So it was them, Lucas pondered thoughtfully. He had been curious about the source of Kane's influence over the Ministry of Magic. Now it all made sense. I understand. We will negotiate with the Ministry on this matter, Lucas nodded. You should first make contact with Green. I will inform her in advance, Kane added. Concerning the situation in York Street, he felt it inappropriate to address it directly with the Ministry. However, Lucas and his associates currently enjoyed a favorable rapport with the Ministry, thus alleviating such concerns. Very well, Lucas, that shall suffice for now. I must take my leave, Kane said with a gentle smile. Until next year, in England. Lucas waved his hand and said, Little Tangyuan, hurry and pack your things. We must return. Draco reminded him. The Christmas holiday was fast approaching, and they were to take the Hogwarts Express back. Oh, little Tangyuan's spirits were somewhat dampened. Why hasn't my brother returned yet? Do not be disheartened, Draco said, ruffling his hair when little Tangyuan was not paying attention. Draco. Little Tangyuan's expression darkened. All right, I admit my fault. Draco, noticing little Tangyuan's frosty demeanor, paused momentarily. Feeling an inexplicable sense of familiar pressure. What was this sensation? Shall we spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor this year? Draco attempted to change the subject. No, I have my own home, little Tangyuan decisively declined. Perhaps you will see Kane when you disembark. Draco reassured him. Really? Little Tangyuan's eyes sparkled momentarily. Of course. Although Draco felt somewhat trapped, he spoke before he could think. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Little Tangyuan urged Draco eagerly. Kane, you must appear. Draco murmured in a pleading manner. Otherwise, if little Tangyuan is unhappy, those Slytherin witches will surely tear him apart. After a lengthy journey, little Tangyuan and the others finally arrived at their destination. Snowflakes began to fall gracefully from the sky, creating a picturesque scene. Brother. In the crowded throng, little Tangyuan instantly spotted the most conspicuous figure. Little Tangyuan, slow down. The graceful youth slowly turned around, the hem of his black robes sweeping elegantly through the snow. Chapter 94, An unforgettable day for little Tangyuan. At the Riddle residence. Elder brother, I have returned with my brother. Upon arriving home, little Tangyuan beamed at Riddle, who was seated on the sofa. Oh, however, all he received in return was a rather emotionless "Oh, elder brother?" Confusion filled little Tangyuan's almond-shaped eyes. Had he inadvertently upset his elder brother? Dora, Kane softly called upon seeing this scene. Young Master Kane, Dora skillfully bowed. Please take Sir Geronimus to rest and prepare some food. Kane gently patted little Tangyuan's head, offering reassurance. After more than 2 months of recuperation, little Tangyuan's body had begun to develop. Nevertheless, compared to his peers, he still appeared quite diminutive. Brother? Little Tangyuan hesitated. Go on. Kane gave little Tangyuan a comforting look. Oh, very well. Little Tangyuan obediently ascended the stairs. Norman. After the departure of the little Tangyuan, Kane turned his gaze towards Riddle. Humph. Riddle emitted a cryptic sound, clearly unwilling to engage with Kane. In that urgent situation, aside from the Phoenix, I could hardly think of any other means to arrive promptly. Kane explained with a rueful smile. Observing Riddle's indifference, Kane was acutely aware that Riddle was still harboring resentment for not being informed first. We need to have a conversation, Kane said patiently. We must discuss this thoroughly. Finally, Riddle set aside the newspaper he had been holding. He raised his eyes to Kane, his expression unmistakably displeased. Meanwhile, Dora, the little Tangyuan called in a hushed tone. Little master, Dora is here. With a soft rustle, Dora appeared before the little Tangyuan, bowing respectfully. Lower your voice. The little Tangyuan quickly admonished. He had caught a glimpse of his 2 brothers' displeased demeanor through the door crack and felt an overwhelming sense of concern. Yes, little master, Dora replied, her voice dropping to an almost inaudible whisper, as if she were a thief. Do you have any way to eavesdrop on the conversation between my elder brother and brother? The little Tangyuan inquired. Little master. I cannot dare to overhear the words between the master and young Master Kane. Dora's voice trembled with fear. Incompetent. The little Tangyuan cast an expressionless glance at Dora. Though he had little hope for her abilities from the start, the realization that his plans were futile still ignited a flicker of anger within him. You may go, he said, eyeing the trembling Dora. Thank you, little master, Dora exclaimed, as if liberated, and swiftly vanished. What could my elder brother and brother be discussing? In the study. The conversation between Kane and Riddle was not as grave as the little Tangyuan had feared. Kane recounted the events that had transpired during his time in America. Setting aside their initial awkwardness, Kane and Riddle focused on the broader implications for the wizarding world, as they uncovered more and more remnants of the past. An intense curiosity and ambition ignited in their eyes. The two soon delved into discussions regarding the eradication of the immigrants. By the way, tomorrow is not only Christmas, but also the little Tanyuan's birthday. Shall we surprise him? After addressing the matter at hand, Kane suggested. No wonder Cyronimus has been messaging me incessantly the past few days. Subtly hinting at the birthdays of others he has encountered, Riddle realized. Let us pretend we are unaware that tomorrow is his birthday and tease the lad a bit. Riddle added. Absolutely, Kane readily agreed. The two unscrupulous adults exchanged a knowing smile, leaving poor Xiao Tangyuan completely in the dark. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Tangyuan's spirits soared upon seeing the Christmas tree adorned with colorful ribbons in the living room. Come and have breakfast, Kane beckoned to Xiao Tangyuan. Good morning. Two older brothers, Xiao Tangyuan greeted before obediently taking his seat. He gazed at the Christmas tree, hesitating to speak. What's the matter? Is breakfast not to your taste? Riddle wiped his mouth and inquired first. Not particularly. Xiao Tangyuan absently poked at the golden fried egg on his plate. What is it then? Kane exchanged a knowing glance with Riddle and continued to ask. Do you brothers know what day it is today? Xiao Tangyuan hesitantly ventured. Of course, it's Christmas, Kane replied, noticing the sparkle in Xiao Tangyuan's eyes. But besides Christmas, what else? Xiao Tangyuan unconsciously bit his lower lip. There shouldn't be anything else, right? Norman, what do you think? Kane feigned confusion. Nothing at all. Riddle pondered for a moment before decisively concluding. Oh, then there is nothing at all. Xiao Tangyuan visibly drooped in disappointment. Kane and Riddle exchanged glances, barely containing their amusement. Dora, after returning to his room, Xiao Tangyuan, still hopeful, called for Dora. Young master. Dora responded promptly. Dora, did the brothers ask you to prepare any gifts? Xiao Tangyuan inquired eagerly. Yes, Dora replied. What is it? Tell me. Xiao Tangyuan's excitement surged instantly. It's gifts that the master and young master Kane are sending to their friends, Dora stated truthfully. What about mine? Young master. I did not receive any instructions from the master or young master Kane, Dora said, preparing to punish herself. No need for that, Dora. Xiao Tangyuan waved his hand impatiently, resembling a withered eggplant. He reached into a vase and plucked a blue rose, beginning to cruelly pluck its petals. My brothers know my birthday. My brothers do not know my birthday. As he counted down to the last petal, Xiao Tangyuan felt utterly deflated. My brothers do not know my birthday. He buried his head into the soft pillow. As Xiao Tangyuan grappled with his emotions, time swiftly passed to the evening. Young master, please come down and take a look. The master and young master Kane are not home, and I am so frightened, Dora's anxious voice called from downstairs. Upon hearing the words, little Tangyuan promptly drew forth his purple cedar wand, cautiously descending the stairs. Unlike any other occasion, the ground floor was engulfed in darkness. The sound of soft footsteps echoed, accompanied by heavy breaths. Just as little Tangyuan was about to wield his wand, the room suddenly illuminated. Countless ribbons cascaded from above, blanketing the entire space. Happy birthday. Amidst the lights, Kane presented a grand cake dancing the Latin rhythm, arriving before little Tangyuan. Brother, big brother. Little Tangyuan was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he felt a warmth in his eyes. His brothers remembered that today was his birthday. Happy birthday. Riddle placed a jeweled golden crown upon little Tangyuan's head. Although he was uncertain about the reason for wearing a golden crown, Kane mentioned that everyone else had one, prompting Riddle to shrug in bewilderment, yet with respect. These gifts are prepared for you by Norman and me, a collection from your 1st to 12th birthdays. Kane gestured toward the heap of presents beneath the Christmas tree. Indeed. Little Tangyuan nodded vigorously. Today was the happiest day of his life. Master, you summoned me. What is your wish? Just as the three were basking in joy, an unexpected guest intruded. It was a flustered Malfoy. Lucius, I did not summon you. Riddle cast a cold glance at Lucius. But the mark on my arm is burning. Lucius widened his eyes, suddenly realizing something. It is him. A glint of insight flashed in Riddle's eyes as he murmured. Chapter 95. The Magical Werewolf Game in the Living Room of the Gunter Residence. The warmth brought by Christmas and little Tangyuan's birthday was shattered by the unexpected arrival of Lucius. The atmosphere in the hall became tense. Little Tangyuan, you should return, Riddle said, looking at him. All right, little Tangyuan replied, frowning as he left. He had never felt such disdain for his own weakness. His brothers clearly regarded him as just a child, concealing everything from him. Once little Tangyuan departed, Kane and Riddle took their seats on opposite ends of the sofa. Speak, Riddle said, casting a glance at the sweating Lucius. Master, I was just celebrating Christmas with my family when I suddenly felt a burning sensation in my arm. I initially thought it was due to you, Lucius recounted, still shaken. Let me see the mark on your arm, Riddle replied, slightly raising his chin. Yes, master. Lucius responded without hesitation, swiftly revealing his left arm. A black serpent emerged from the skull, swiftly slithering along his arm. It seems that person intends to return. Kane cast a glance before speaking. I have waited long enough for him. Riddle felt a long-lost excitement and anticipation ignite within him. I estimate that the individual has most likely found Nagini. Otherwise, he would not have summoned the Death Eaters in such a state of vulnerability, Kane speculated. Since he has summoned you, go forth, Lucius. Remember our plan. Riddle offered a fleeting glance at the uneasy Lucius. And when he inquires about me and Kane, you know what to say, correct? Master, Lucius will not disappoint you. Lucius immediately knelt on the ground. Come here, child. I shall assist you in concealing those unwarranted memories. Riddle instructed in a calm manner. Master, Lucius's body involuntarily trembled. Riddle's expression remained impassive, his tone slightly rising. Yes, master. Lucius discreetly glanced at Kane. Upon realizing that Kane had no intention of speaking on his behalf, he obediently shifted to kneel before Riddle. Good boy, you will not feel any pain. Riddle raised his wand, and Lucius's gaze instantaneously became vacant. Riddle's voice, deep and magnetic, echoed like a demonic whisper. All right, Malfoy. Before long. Riddle withdrew his wand and remarked enigmatically, being a double agent is a challenging endeavor. You should learn more from Snape. Master, Malfoy is forever loyal to you. Lucius, stricken with fear, pressed his once proud head firmly against the cold floor. Perhaps, Riddle replied with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, Lucius dared not raise his head. Go now. Do not keep him waiting. Riddle waved his hand. Yes, master. Lucius hurriedly covered his arm and departed. Kane, never fully trust Malfoy. Riddle thought of the revelations he had gleaned from Lucius's mind, a frown crossing his face. Rest assured, he is he, and Narcissa is Narcissa. I draw a clear distinction. Kane declared without hesitation. He had never forgotten Lucius's covetousness for the wealth he possessed during his childhood. Master. A voice unfamiliar to Kane resonated. Young Crouch. My most devoted adherent. A flicker of a smile graced Riddle's face as he surveyed the elite and capable man before him. Master. I just sensed a disturbance in the mark. Is it that impostor posing as you? Young Crouch knelt before Riddle upon entering, eager to kiss the hem of his robe. Young Crouch, you bring me comfort. Riddle subtly obstructed the somewhat aberrant behavior of young Crouch and gently patted his shoulder. Master, that Malfoy believes I summoned him. Riddle appeared somewhat disheartened as he shook his head. Malfoy is merely a fair-weather friend, young Crouch remarked through clenched teeth. Master, allow me to expose that impostor. Young Crouch volunteered eagerly. No. Not only must you refrain from exposing him, but you must also assist him, Riddle commanded. Yes, master. Though young Crouch felt a twinge of confusion, he unhesitatingly chose to obey, for it was the master's word. Only a select few were privy to the truth that the individual in question was a fraud. Your task is to keep a close watch on Malfoy and his companions. You are the only one I trust completely, Riddle murmured softly. Master, I shall not disappoint you. A fierce determination glimmered in young Crouch's eyes. Similarly, Riddle safeguarded young Crouch's memories, albeit with a notable absence of resistance on young Crouch's part, unlike Lucius. Young Crouch, Pansy and Zabini have yet to approach me. Keep an eye on them. Should you detect any anomalies, find an opportunity to make them disappear. As they parted, Riddle leaned in close to young Crouch's ear to impart his instructions. Yes, master. Young Crouch trembled with excitement. What exactly did you say to them? Kane inquired after young Crouch left, brimming with ambition. When Riddle decided to meet with several core Death Eaters, he had not participated. I told them that during the incident in Godric's Hollow, I fell victim to an ancient magic laid by that old B, Dumbledore. A portion of my soul was stripped away by the curse. That severed part has now merged with unspeakable entities lurking in the shadows. That impostor intends to take my place, Riddle stated without a flicker of emotion. No wonder young Crouch referred to that individual as an impostor, Kane remarked, raising an eyebrow involuntarily. What about Old Knot? He hasn't shown up either. Old Knot is unlike Malfoy. He would never betray me, Riddle asserted confidently. Indeed. As if to validate Riddle's words, several figures later arrived at the Gunter estate. Master, Old Knot spoke first. That impostor is currently hiding in the former Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton. He is as feeble as an infant. Master, that impostor is accompanied by Nagini. Young Crouch promptly added. Master, that impostor has instructed us to seek an opportunity to capture Harry Potter. Lucius also chimed in, unwilling to be left behind. That impostor summoned the three of you? Riddle's face betrayed no emotion. He casually inquired. Yes, master, Lucius responded. You shall do as he commands. Unless there is something of utmost importance, refrain from appearing here for the time being, Riddle instructed coolly. Yes, master, the three of them echoed in unison. Chapter 96. The Awakening of Regulus. After the trio departed, Riddle and Kane did not leave immediately. Indeed, it was not long before young Crouch returned. Master, Crouch said respectfully, his eyes brimming with eagerness and ambition. The master had retained him. He was evidently the one most trusted by their lord. Kane, give it to him. Riddle gestured to Kane. Young master. Young Crouch gazed at Kane with vibrant anticipation, and this display garnered a look of satisfaction from Riddle. Find an opportunity to bury it discreetly. Enter it beneath the gravestone of old Tom Riddle. Kane produced a skeletal hand from the ring. Shrinking it to the size of his palm, and floated it towards young Crouch. Initially, he had unearthed old Tom's remains to thwart Voldemort's resurrection. Yet now, plans had changed. Not to mention, Riddle needed to leverage Voldemort's final act to present a new identity before the entire wizarding world. The lurking Owl Court was also a source of unease. Having a Voldemort to divert their attention was beneficial. Yes, young master. A glimmer of light flickered in young Crouch's eyes, though he refrained from asking further. Go forth, young Crouch. With merely a look of appreciation, Riddle instilled a profound sense of responsibility in young Crouch. Yes, master, young Crouch bowed respectfully. He resolved to entomb old Tom's remains that very night. The master and young master were watching him, though Voldemort had summoned the Death Eaters. His true resurrection was still a considerable time away. After young Crouch's figure vanished, Kane remarked, his current condition is far from ideal. Concealment is essential. However, the one most concerned about Voldemort's resurgence is not us. Riddle scoffed. Compared to him, Old B is the one truly restless. Since the main soul has already sensed the disappearance of the Horcrux fragments, he will certainly send Old Knot and others to investigate, Kane asserted. Lucius has lost the diary. Voldemort will undoubtedly punish him severely. It is merely a matter of time. Eventually, Lucius will lose the main soul's trust. That cannot happen. Old Knot is overly straightforward in certain aspects. He may jeopardize our plans. Let us not forget, the main soul has immense faith in another double agent, Snape. Thus, the fickle Malfoy still could not fall from grace, Riddle remarked. Hence, this artifact shall prove its worth. Kane lifted the Slytherin locket box in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had retained the locket box merely as a precaution. Little did he anticipate its imminent necessity. The night grew late. It was time to rest. Having addressed the matter at hand, Riddle patted Kane's shoulder. Understood, Kane replied, rising promptly. However, instead of returning to his own chamber, he ascended to the second floor. Riddle smiled knowingly and strode gracefully toward the study. Knock, little dumpling, are you asleep? Kane rapped on the door. I am, came a feeble voice from within. Little dumpling, open the door. Kane chose not to retreat. Creak, brother, what is it? Little dumpling lowered her head, avoiding Kane's gaze. Are you angry? Kane observed, amusement flickering as he noted the swirl of hair atop Silonius's head. Let me guess. Are you upset that we left you behind? Kane feigned contemplation. Brother, I'm also a Gunter, little dumpling pouted. Then, brother promises little dumpling that once you are able to defeat Draco, I shall divulge all secrets to you. Kane poked her chubby cheek. Brother's word is his bond. Little dumpling's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course, Kane nodded. Then, let us seek out Draco tomorrow. Little dumpling appeared eager. You decide, Kane replied noncommittally. Well then, brother, good night. Little dumpling swiftly embraced Kane before dashing into her room. Seizing the moment, he resolved to thoroughly recall the spells he had learned in the restricted section. Tomorrow, he would surely vanquish Draco. Yet, as the old adage goes, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. The following morning, Kane's communicator flickered wildly, determined to rouse him from slumber. Who on earth could it be? Kane scowled, irritation setting in. If this was yet another inexplicable arrangement of a fiancé or the like, he would indeed be driven to violence. Irritably, he activated the communicator, and a barrage of messages from Harry flooded in. Kane frowned, sifting through an array of superfluous exclamations until he distilled one critical sentence. Sirius's brother, Regulus Black, has awakened. Instantly, Kane was wide awake. During his previous search with Sirius for Regulus's remains, he had discerned that Regulus's condition differed markedly from that of other shades. Later, Kane, in a state of exhilaration brought on by the resurrection herb seeds, easily deduced that Regulus was being safeguarded by a magical force. This energy was akin to the one he had encountered when he first acquired the Black family heirloom ring. Brother, where are you headed? Little Dramione, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gazed curiously at Kane as he prepared to leave. I am going to the Black ancestral home. Would you care to accompany me? Kane paused to inquire. Yes, little Dramione replied without hesitation. He had heard from Draco that his brother's mother hailed from the Black family, and he yearned to see the place where his brother once resided. Hold my hand, Kane instructed little Dramione. Let us go. In the next moment, Kane and little Dramione vanished in a swirl of apparition. Master, and a distinguished young master, creature announced as Kane stepped into the Black estate. Kane, Harry, seated in the drawing room, sprang to his feet. What brings you to the Black ancestral home? Kane asked, somewhat astonished. And is your health restored? With the fates no longer present, their fortunes should have returned to their rightful owners, Harry replied cheerfully, performing a joyous spin. The Godfather brought me back for Christmas. I am quite well now and no longer plagued by misfortune. Is Headmaster Dumbledore truly so accommodating? Kane inquired skeptically. He recalled that during Harry's first visit to the Black estate, Dumbledore had been far away in the polar regions and unable to intervene. Yet this time, Dumbledore had permitted Sirius to bring Harry back directly. It seemed peculiar. He remembered that Dumbledore had been adamant about keeping Harry with that Muggle family until he reached adulthood. Indeed, I did not foresee this either. Harry scratched his head in contemplation. Unbeknownst to Kane, Dumbledore's willingness stemmed largely from Kane's presence. A young man on the cusp of becoming a powerful wizard, Kane was deemed capable of ensuring Harry's safety, thus allowing Dumbledore to grant permission without hesitation. Thankfully, Kane remained oblivious to Dumbledore's reasoning. Had he known, he would have surely expressed his discontent. Whoever wishes to take on the role of caretaker may do so. Just know that I will not. I heard that it was Mr. Slytherin who saved me. A pale, emaciated youth suddenly interjected, rising from his seat by the window. He regarded Kane with a mixture of wariness and curiosity, as he was aware that, aside from the Dark Lord, the Slytherin bloodline had been thought to be extinct. Your awakening is partially connected to me. However, it is something you carry with you that you ought to be more grateful for. Kane cast a glance at Regulus and spoke slowly. Something? Regulus suddenly recalled something. He pulled out a pendant from around his neck, now tarnished with rust. It was a keepsake from his mother, Walburga, which he had worn for as long as he could remember. Forgive my impertinence, but as far as I know, the legacy of Slytherin should have been severed, Regulus said, supporting his faltering body. Real, you've just awakened. Perhaps you should rest, Sirius urged, casting frantic glances at his foolish brother. That is merely your ignorance. Little Tuan Yuan could no longer tolerate Regulus's rudeness and spoke bluntly. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he understood that it was his brother who had saved this man. Yet this man dared to be disrespectful to his brother. Kane glanced at Regulus with an impassive expression and pulled little Tuan Yuan to sit on the sofa in a central position. Regulus, since you are aware of your impertinence, why not be a bit more considerate? Kane remarked with veiled sarcasm. I was unaware of when the eternally pure blacks transformed into a den of lions. Kane. Regulus has just awakened. There are many things he does not yet comprehend. He did not mean it intentionally, Sirius quickly explained upon noticing Kane's displeased demeanor. He too was somewhat bewildered. How could Real be more disoriented than him, who truly belonged to Gryffindor? However, Sirius was oblivious to the fact that Regulus had already experienced death. To put it plainly, Regulus now possessed a certain clarity, viewing life and death with indifference. Indeed, Kane. Harry chimed in, prompted by Sirius's frantic gestures. Real. Just as the atmosphere became tense, an excited female voice broke through. A prominent green light suddenly illuminated the fireplace, and Narcissa was the first to emerge. Her gaze immediately fixed upon Regulus. Real, I can hardly believe it. Narcissa trembled as she cautiously touched the pale young man's cheek. Narcissa, it has been a long time, Regulus replied, his throat feeling as though filled with cotton. As he embraced Narcissa tightly. Kane, what is happening? Draco, who emerged from the fireplace moments later, looked perplexed at the sight of the siblings reuniting. He had been about to have breakfast when Kreacher suddenly burst in, proclaiming that Regulus had awakened. His mother had been so astonished that she dropped the fork she was holding onto the plate, and then hurriedly pulled him along to the black ancestral home. It was my brother who saved him, Silonius said with a hint of pride. However, he felt uneasy. Little Tuan Yuan was still preoccupied with Regulus's earlier demeanor. Then I shall ignore him as well, Draco murmured. Upon hearing Regulus's disdainful attitude towards Kane, he suddenly lost all affection for the so-called uncle. In truth, Regulus was not being malicious. How did you come to be here? Harry interjected abruptly. Draco was startled by the sudden voice. Is it possible that I have been here all along? Harry replied somewhat exasperatedly. Draco had not behaved this way in the past. But now, he was utterly indifferent towards him. When had this transformation occurred? Wait, how did you end up at the black ancestral home? Draco inquired, frowning. Sirius brought me here for Christmas, Harry replied candidly. Doesn't your godfather have a place to stay? I recall that the black estate now belongs to Kane. Draco could scarcely fathom the notion of the black home being occupied by Gryffindor. Haha, Harry chuckled, feeling both embarrassed and a bit sheepish as he scratched his head. I will have a word with Sirius. Kane narrowed his eyes slightly, hands clasped together. To be frank, he did not appreciate his possessions being appropriated by others. The only reason he had permitted Sirius and his companions to stay was out of respect for Aunt Narcissa and the fact that Regulus was still unconscious. Kane. I truly do not know what to say. Narcissa, her eyes reddened from their earlier sibling reminiscences, stepped forward and embraced Kane. Thank you, Kane. Aunt Narcissa. There is no need for thanks among family. Kane gently patted Narcissa's back, speaking earnestly. Indeed, mother, we are family, Draco added with a smile. And let us not forget little Dumpling. Dumpling, I will indeed express my gratitude. But my surname is Gaunt. Only my elder brother and sibling are truly my family. As for Draco, he reluctantly agreed to provide protection to him when necessary, merely out of respect for his brother. Mr. Slytherin, I apologize for my earlier offense, Regulus said. His gaze complex as he regarded Kane. Upon hearing Kane refer to Narcissa as aunt, he finally grasped the situation. Kane was the child of his mad sister Bella and the Dark Lord. Real? Narcissa inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. It's nothing, aunt. Merely Regulus's curiosity about my identity, Kane replied, his gaze lingering on Regulus for a moment before continuing. Real. Narcissa frowned deeply at Regulus. Although Kane's lineage was known to those who should be aware, it could not be openly discussed. After all, the child's father was someone whose name could not even be uttered. Sister Narcissa, I truly realize my mistakes, Regulus remarked with a bitter smile. You have slumbered for over a decade. It is time to gradually fill the voids of those years. Narcissa sighed, a mixture of helplessness and sorrow in her voice. What you say is indeed true, sister. I should venture out to behold the beauty of the world. Regulus's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The moment he learned of the Dark Lord's demise, he felt his sacrifices were worthwhile. Having faced death once, he now yearned to live for himself. I plan to move to the house left by Uncle Alfred with Sirius. I recall the natural splendor there, he continued. With Sirius, you say? Narcissa's momentary relief was quickly overshadowed by a frown. Narcissa, this is Regulus's choice. You have no right to interfere, Sirius interjected, sensing Narcissa's discontent. Sirius, leave. Kane shot a cold glance at him. If you wish to depart, then let us go. Regulus, Sirius replied, unwilling to engage with Kane. As he took Regulus and Harry with him. Sirius has remained unchanged over the years. Narcissa trembled with anger. Yet, she found solace in the thought that Regulus would surely counsel him wisely. Aunt Narcissa, observing Kane's ire, was filled with a sense of pleading. After all, she was mindful of the Black family's lineage. She hoped Sirius would show some improvement. Kane spoke ambiguously. If Sirius cannot learn to progress on his own, I shall ensure he understands the essence of passive growth. Chapter 98. The end of third year. The Christmas holiday swiftly passed. Following the harrowing events at Ilvermorny, Hogwarts returned to a state of serene normalcy, save for the ever-changing gem scorekeeper. As for the reason, it was likely apparent to all. Indeed, Snape and Sirius were locked in a fierce rivalry, each employing every conceivable tactic to exploit the other's house's shortcomings, resulting in an incessant deduction of points. The consequence of this rivalry was that both Slytherin and Gryffindor scorekeepers turned black, with no more points left to deduct. Only Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff reveled in delight, particularly Ravenclaw, whose scores far surpassed those of Hufflepuff. If this momentum continued, Ravenclaw stood a chance to lift the House Cup, which had eluded them for a decade. Thus, Ravenclaw exerted every effort to widen the gap between themselves and Hufflepuff. Slug, you are truly repulsive. Sirius's voice thundered through the corridor. How dare you deduct points from Gryffindor on the grounds of Harry's disheveled appearance? The students of Hogwarts, accustomed to this spectacle, regarded it with a sense of calm indifference. They stood silently in their places, observing the daily spectacle that unfolded between Snape and Sirius. Fools, do you know the distinction between a wizard and a troll? It lies in their attire. I am attempting to avert the dismal fate that could befall Mr. Potter, should he transform into a troll. Snape, with a flick of his black wizard's robe, faced Sirius with unyielding defiance. What are you laughing at? Sirius, exasperated, cast a sharp glance at the nearby Slytherin students. Disrespecting a professor warrants a deduction of 10 points for each of you. Having penalized Slytherin, Sirius felt an immediate surge of satisfaction. You Gryffindors, idling about. Each of you shall lose 20 points. With a scowl, Snape readily chose to unleash collateral damage. You, Sirius drew his wand. What? Resorting to violence when you cannot argue? Indeed. Gryffindors are a band of mindless brutes. Snape shot a sidelong glance at Sirius, sneering. He did not even draw his wand, for he knew Sirius would not dare. Were it not for Dumbledore, I would have. Sirius clenched his teeth in frustration. Dumbledore had made it abundantly clear that should Sirius engage in another altercation with Snape, he would no longer serve as the defense against the dark arts professor. Huh. Snape disdainfully regarded Sirius, striding away like a triumphant general, leaving Sirius, the defeated, to vent his frustrations against the columns of the corridor. Is this how it always is? Kane, who had observed the entire exchange from a distance, looked at Draco with incredulity. Indeed, Draco replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. This year's House Cup seems rather bleak. Immature. Kane paused for a moment before offering a candid assessment. By the way, the Quidditch match is approaching. How are your preparations coming along? Recently, due to Sirius purchasing the latest firebolt from the Nimbus Company for Harry, the Gryffindor Quidditch members have become notably more confident. Flint has conducted several assessments during Gryffindor's training sessions. Given Gryffindor's current condition, we have devised new strategies, Draco replied hesitantly. However, the speed of the firebolt is exceedingly daunting. I do not possess complete confidence. He too desired a firebolt, but alas, Lucius would not permit it. What if you had a firebolt of your own? Kane raised an eyebrow. Then, of course, it would be a grand slaughter. Draco immediately lifted his chin. Very well, the firebolt I am purchasing for you will arrive tomorrow. Anticipate your moment of glory. Kane patted Draco, who stood a fraction shorter than him. What? Kane, did you say you bought me a firebolt? Draco's voice soared in astonishment. Foolish Draco, little Tangyuan remarked, a hint of bitterness in her tone. Brother had long intended to purchase it for you. Really? Do you also desire it? Kane inquired, somewhat perplexed. No, not in the slightest. Little Tangyuan shook her head resolutely. How infuriating. If only it had been him growing up alongside brother. Thank you, Kane, Draco exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he embraced Kane tightly. I shall inform Flint at once. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Draco had already dashed away. Slytherin's elegance pales in comparison to a rocket crossbow, little Tangyuan quipped slyly. Casting a secretive glance at Draco. I am aware of your fondness for the adventures of Haru. I have procured a limited edition from 87, which you shall have tomorrow, Kane said with a chuckle, seeking to console her. With a brother now in the picture, he felt it his duty to maintain balance and fairness. Thank you, brother. Little Tung Yuan's face flushed with joy. I knew it. You truly do favor me. The Quidditch match commenced shortly thereafter, culminating in a rather dramatic outcome. With the rocket crossbow in hand, Draco engaged in a fierce confrontation with Harry, resulting in both being carried off the field, having inflicted mutual injuries. Ultimately, Gryffindor triumphed by a narrow margin of 10 points over Slytherin. Following this, Draco remained despondent for several days. Fortunately, the impending final examinations soon provided a distraction, allowing him to refocus his energies on his studies. He vowed to excel academically, determined to surpass Harry Potter, whom he deemed a slacker. Kane observed Draco's transformation of frustration into motivation for learning with quiet approval. Mark my words, I shall not be defeated by you this time, Hermione declared confidently to Kane on the day the finals began. Perhaps, Kane shrugged nonchalantly. Absolutely, Hermione replied, her spirit buoyant as she entered the examination hall. In a departure from the original tale, Hermione had returned her time turner to Professor McGonagall early, having realized the importance of pacing herself during her intense study sessions. After the examinations concluded, the Great Hall at Hogwarts was adorned with Ravenclaw decorations, and the Ravenclaws had commenced their celebrations in earnest. Their house was currently in first place, with Hufflepuff following in second. Gryffindor, having won the Quidditch match, occupied the third position. What a disgrace. Gemma glared resentfully at Sirius, who was grinning foolishly from the staff table. This was to be her final year at the school, and the grand achievement she had expected had eluded her. She could hardly swallow her indignation. Rest assured, the Academy Cup shall undoubtedly belong to Slytherin, Kane remarked with a nonchalant air. Children, Dumbledore commenced his customary summary. Mr. Slytherin has discovered the diadem of Ravenclaw and graciously presented it to Ravenclaw House. Professor Flitwick and I have jointly decided to award Slytherin an additional 500 points. Hence, I must make some alterations to the decorations here. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore transformed the entire hall into a shimmering sea of silver and green. Cheers erupted from both Slytherin and Ravenclaw, each faction thoroughly pleased with the outcome. The diadem of Ravenclaw? Gemma exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Kane. He merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. The diadem was a legacy bequeathed to Ravenclaw House by Rowena, and Kane merely facilitated its return. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Kane's third year came to a close. Volume 4, Fourth Year, Chapter 1. Conspiracy in the night on a summer night. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The usually boisterous cicadas had fallen silent, awaiting the impending storm. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the night, only to vanish in an instant. Thunder rumbled ominously. At midnight, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning, and the pouring rain fell in torrents. Kane pushed open the window, quietly reveling in the downpour outside. Unlike most, he held a particular affinity for such extreme weather, rife with destruction and rebirth, for it instilled a profound sense of tranquility within him. At that moment, Kane was unlike his usual self. His long white hair flowed to his waist, and his ruby-red eyes sparkled. His exposed skin was adorned with a dense array of silver scales. Upon closing his eyes, he could feel the surging magic coursing through his veins. Moreover, he gazed at the dark Azkaban in his hand, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. After a year of relentless effort, he had finally completed the creation of his domain. In that moment of realization, he profoundly understood the chasm that existed between high and mid-tier wizards, as if they belonged to entirely different realms of existence. Summer rains arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Before long, the torrential downpour ceased, and the dark clouds were scattered by fierce winds. However, in the next instant, Kane's pupils involuntarily constricted. At the very moment the clouds dispersed, he was certain he saw a faint red mist swirling around the moon. This instantly reminded him of Professor Babbling's mention of the blood moon during his first year. According to legend, when the blood moon graced the sky, the hidden treasures of vampires would emerge, concealing the source of life that could grant immortality. Yet, Professor Babbling had stated that the blood moon would not appear for another decade. How much time had truly passed? As Kane endeavored to observe more keenly, he was met solely with the luminous moonlight. The crimson mist, akin to an illusion, had completely vanished without a trace. The trees yearned for stillness, yet the wind persisted. Intriguing. A low chuckle escaped Kane's lips. He no longer pondered the matter of the blood moon, for he trusted that should any developments arise, Professor Babbling would promptly inform him. After all, Babbling required allies more than he did. We must apprehend him but we lack the opportunity to act. We have awaited this moment for millennia. This is our final chance. Yet that man. No need to concern ourselves. Others shall handle him. Moonlight streamed through the window into an abandoned room, elongating shadows cast by figures within. Their discourse was shrouded by the night, and within their frigid chests, a nefarious plot festered. The following morning, after breakfast, Dora respectfully presented the day's prophet. Little Star Peter has defected. Upon opening the newspaper, Kane was immediately greeted by the frantically flashing headline. That fellow is losing his composure, Riddle remarked with a cold smile. Creature, Kane summoned. Master, came the prompt reply, accompanied by the crackling sound as the white-haired creature appeared. Where are Sirius and Regulus now? Kane inquired. That prodigal has lured Master Regulus into the Muggle world. Master Regulus mentioned to Creature that they currently reside at number 4, Privet Drive. Creature recounted dutifully. Kane was taken aback, but upon reflection, it was indeed something Sirius would do, become neighbors with Harry Potter over a trivial disagreement. It seems Dumbledore is still wary of his little prince encountering trouble, opting to conceal him in the Muggle realm, Riddle remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Kane found himself both amused and exasperated. They all knew that Harry lived a life akin to that of a house elf in the Muggle world. The moment Riddle's little prince emerged, the atmosphere became decidedly sardonic. Creature, I do not care what Regulus and the others may tell you. However, you are forbidden from revealing anything regarding this place or the Black ancestral home to them. Do you understand? Kane stated coolly. Yes, Master. Creature will not dare, Creature replied, fearfully pressing his large nose against the cold floor. Go, Kane said nonchalantly. With a crack, Creature vanished. If it proves unwieldy, simply replace it, Riddle remarked indifferently. He is the Black family's house elf. Even in death, he would not betray the Blacks. Kane replied with calm assurance. Whether it be Sirius or Regulus, neither can truly represent the illustrious Black family. Only Kane embodies its legacy and hope. Thus, Creature shall never betray him. His commands merely reflect the habitual suspicion of one in power. Cyronimus, I intend to visit Diagon Alley shortly. Will you accompany me? Kane remarked, wiping his mouth. Brother, I shall go. Young Tang Yuan eagerly nodded. Dora, Riddle suddenly called. Master, Dora is here. Dora appeared in the living room with keen eyes, awaiting her master's instructions. Fetch more galleons for Master Cyronimus, Riddle commanded. Soon, Dora entered with a finely crafted bag, respectfully presenting it to Tang Yuan. Norman, thank you. Tang Yuan replied, somewhat awkwardly. Kane found the scene amusing. He had once promised Tang Yuan that if he triumphed over Draco, he would reveal the truth. By the end of this term, Tang Yuan was already a formidable match for Draco. Thus, Kane fulfilled his promise. However, upon learning that his elder brother had suddenly become a surrogate father, Tang Yuan was momentarily at a loss. Even now, he still felt a touch of awkwardness. Go on. Have fun, Riddle affectionately patted Tang Yuan's head. Let us go, Kane encouraged, noticing Tang Yuan's flushed cheeks. At Diagon Alley, in the magical menagerie, Bob looked several years older since their last meeting. Bob, you've worked hard, Kane remarked, observing the thinning hair atop Bob's head, feeling a rare pang of conscience. Every summer heralds the launch of new products from the magical menagerie. This summer, the version 40 of the Small Talker is unveiled. Compared to version 20, the new iteration now features a camera function. The news sent journalists into a frenzy. The Wizarding World, too, was abuzz. Moreover, this summer, Kane adopted a bundling sales strategy, resulting in a remarkable influx of customers at the magical menagerie. Thankfully, Gemma had graduated. Bob cast a resentful glance at the unscrupulous capitalists. Kane, glancing into the throng, spotted two familiar figures busily engaged. Cassandra, dressed in a striking red ensemble, exuded competence and allure, while Gemma, clad in elegant black, presented an air of cool professionalism. The synergy between them was commendable. Kane nodded in satisfaction. Just as he and Tang Yuan were exploring, a cacophony of disdainful murmurs erupted around them. Chapter 2. The bloodline of Asamite in the bustling Diagon Alley. A sudden wave of revulsion echoed through the air. Quick, step back. It reeks. As figures cloaked in dark robes emerged, the surrounding wizards instinctively covered their noses, their expressions marred by disgust as they involuntarily retreated. Brother? Who are they? Little Tang Yuan caught a whiff of the foul stench, a nauseating amalgamation of blood and decay. They must be blood slaves, Kane remarked, his brow furrowed. Since when did blood slaves brazenly appear on wizard territory? Blood slaves? Cyronimus inquired, puzzled, as Kane elucidated. Blood slaves are the servants and sustenance bred by the vampire clan. The cloaked figures seemed to have overheard Kane's words. The one on the far left abruptly lifted its veil, revealing a set of glistening fangs dripping with saliva. Impudent, Kane admonished sharply, with a snap of his fingers. Flames erupted around the blood slave. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, and the wizards on the street grew restless. Some chose to distance themselves from this scene of conflict, while others remained, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The remaining blood slaves, akin to creatures sensing a plague, swiftly retreated from their fiery companion. Indeed, They were the servants of vampires. As the flames consumed the blood slave, its true nature was laid bare before the wizards, inciting a murmur among the crowd. Remember, little Dramione, these beings fear fire, Kane stated coldly, casting a glance at the other blood slaves. I understand, brother, little Dramione replied, her eyes gleaming with a hint of eagerness. Merlin's socks. A familiar face appeared, Tonks. Upon seeing the burning blood slave, she felt a twinge of misfortune. Yet, just as she moved to intervene, it was too late. With a resounding crack, the charred blood slave disintegrated into ash, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Who did this? Tonks scanned the surroundings, her gaze locking onto Kane's. Please, let it not be, she silently prayed. It was I, Kane's calm voice resonated. Tonks's desperate hope shattered into oblivion. I wonder when these creatures gained the audacity to roam openly in wizard territory, Kane remarked, casting a cool glance at Tonks. Of course. It is because we abide by the law. A bat suddenly appeared beside Tonks. Miss Tonks, does the Ministry of Magic intend to disregard the lives of the bloodline citizens immediately after signing a contract with us? The slender figure with gray hair and gray eyes articulated each word with precision. Such a performance, Bob quietly remarked. As the man spoke as if he were reciting a poem, his tone peculiar. Mr. Assamate, it is your people who first disregard the rules, Tonks asserted earnestly. Oh, Assamate adjusted his black trilby hat and strode directly towards Kane. Observing this, Tonks anxiously stamped her foot and hurried to follow Assamate. Anseth Assamate, may I inquire how you prefer to be addressed? Assamate performed a very ancient gesture of respect towards Kane. Kane Slytherin, Kane replied nonchalantly, revealing no sign of disturbance. Oh, so it is Mr. Slytherin. Assamate responded as if singing an aria, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. However, a distinguished Slytherin seems to be unaware of refined etiquette. Etiquette? Kane's lips curled into a faint smile as he ambled forward a couple of steps. You are hardly worthy. I care not for whatever agreement you have reached with the ministry. Now leave my territory, Kane declared with unyielding firmness. When dealing with these vampires, any trace of retreat or compromise was impermissible. Kane had always believed that vampires were far more cunning than werewolves. Tonks attempted to interject, yet retreated under Kane's frigid gaze. With Kane's proclamation, the wizards of Diagon Alley regarded the vampires with indifference. To them, vampires were merely a malignancy threatening the security of the British wizarding community. Truly, the reputation of Slytherin was well-deserved. Assamate felt a shiver at the scrutiny directed towards him. As for them, Assamate looked upon his blood slaves with a beast-like gaze filled with ice. Master, the blood slaves sensed their owner's displeasure and knelt, fervently pleading for Assamate's mercy. You wretched beings dare to offend Mr. Slytherin's sensibilities? What use do I have for you? Assamate suddenly appeared among the blood slaves, revealing his fangs. With a final blood slave drained, Assamate sighed contentedly. Mr. Slytherin, are you satisfied? Assamate wiped the blood from his lips and spoke slowly. Filthy. Now get out of my Diagon Alley, Kane remarked with impatience, offering no commentary on Assamate's display. Meanwhile, the werewolf security within the Muggle-worthy excuse committee remained vigilant. Their eyes fixed on Assamate. Upon Kane's command, they would spring forth, ready to sever the neck of the great bat. As Assamite regarded Kane with a disdainful gaze akin to discarding refuse, and the lurking werewolves eyed him hungrily, his countenance darkened ominously. The foul stench that accompanied the werewolves was truly repugnant. Yet, recalling the purpose of his journey, he suppressed his revulsion, vanishing into thin air with the blood-depleted thralls. Once Diagon Alley returned to normalcy, Tonks looked at Kane with exasperation. What on earth is happening? Kane furrowed his brow and inquired. The clan of hunters has reached an accord with Fudge. They shall assist the Ministry of Magic in hunting the rogue vampires that threaten England's safety, while the ministry permits them to reside deep within the forest. Without hesitation, Tonks disclosed Fudge as betrayal. After all, she had already been fully accepted. However, they were quite unfortunate. They had just signed the agreement when you stumbled upon them, Tonks muttered. Foolish. Kane was incredulous at Fudge's reckless invitation to danger. Was it not so? Fudge had covertly contacted them. The ministry's colleagues were utterly astounded. Tonks remarked in a hushed tone. At her words, Kane felt a surge of caution within. He was nearly certain that Assamite had ulterior motives concerning babbling. Yet, he pondered, did they have any other intentions? Following the unfortunate encounter in Diagon Alley, Kane returned to the Gunter Manor early with little Dramione. Master, Creature suddenly appeared at Gunter Manor, addressing Kane with his purpose. Headmaster Dumbledore has come to visit. Dumbledore? Kane exchanged a glance with Riddle, momentarily perplexed by the other's intentions. I shall make a trip to the Black Residence, Kane declared as he rose. He was eager to discern what Dumbledore sought. Chapter 3, The Purpose at the Black Residence. Creature, please invite Headmaster Dumbledore in, Kane instructed calmly. The Black Residence had been fortified with numerous secrecy charms. Following Sirius and their departure, Kane enhanced the protective measures surrounding the estate. Thus, without Kane's consent, others could not uncover its location, not even Sirius or Regulus. Yes, Master, Creature replied with a respectful bow. Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Fudge. To Kane's surprise, the visitors included not only Dumbledore, but also Fudge. However, since Creature had not mentioned Fudge earlier, it seemed they were visiting separately, merely coinciding at this moment. Kane, Mr. Slytherin, they greeted him in turn. Please, have a seat, Kane gestured to them. After Cleach served the refreshments, he discreetly retreated to the kitchen. What brings you two esteemed visitors here today? Kane inquired, addressing Professor Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. It is indeed a matter of significance, Mr. Slytherin, Fudge replied, clearing his throat. He exchanged a knowing glance with Dumbledore before continuing. Do you recall our previous discussion during Sirius's hearing, when I mentioned some promising news? Fudge intentionally paused for effect. Oh, it appears that this good news is about to materialize, Kane remarked, gently caressing the porcelain cup in his hands, having already surmised the nature of Fudge's announcement. Dumbledore, Fudge said, beaming at the elderly wizard, just as he was about to feign modesty. Oh, Fudge, it is best that you announce this yourself, Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his white beard. Very well, Fudge acquiesced. Through the collaborative efforts of the British Ministry of Magic, the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and the Department of Magical Sports, we have unanimously decided to reinstate the renowned Triwizard Tournament. The Triwizard Tournament? Kane queried, confirming his earlier speculation. Yet, he pondered the true purpose of Fudge and Dumbledore's visit. Indeed, the Triwizard Tournament was established over 7 centuries ago and has traditionally been hosted in rotation by Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Hogwarts is fortunate to be selected as the inaugural host for the tournament's revival, Fudge exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. That is indeed something to anticipate. Kane replied with a polite smile. However, both the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Sports believe that the Triwizard Tournament, as an excellent platform to evaluate a school's overall educational standards, should encourage broader participation from various institutions, such as Ilvermorny, the prestigious school in America. Fudge finally revealed his true intent. Kane's eyes flickered at the mention of Ilvermorny, which had recently emerged from its shackles, now rejuvenated. Participating in such a widely observed event in the wizarding world would indeed be a positive opportunity for them. He had no reason to decline. Competing alongside esteemed European institutions was undoubtedly advantageous. However, despite being the principal stakeholder in Ilvermorny, he felt it necessary to consult with Headmaster Fontana first. Of course, I believe Headmaster Fontana will be inclined to agree, he added diplomatically. Minister Fudge, witnessing Kane's response, was momentarily overjoyed, inadvertently revealing some critical information. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. If Ilvermorny were to agree to partake in this grand occasion, I am certain the American Ministry of Magic would not hesitate to provide substantial sponsorship. Dumbledore feigned a befuddled demeanor, unexpectedly revealing certain truths. Oh, my memory, he remarked, pretending to be embarrassed. Kane instantly comprehended, suspecting that Fudge and Garcia had conferred beforehand, awaiting his declaration. Those engaged in politics possess such sordid minds, Kane silently critiqued. Oh, Kane, in recognition of your exceptional contributions to quelling the turmoil within the American Ministry of Magic, Minister Garcia has personally nominated you for a first-class Order of Merlin. You shall become the youngest recipient of this esteemed honor in history. Fudge chuckled, swiftly diverting the conversation. It is my privilege, Kane replied with measured politeness, though his interest in the Order of Merlin was rather tepid. After all, before long, Minister Fudge would singularly diminish the prestige of the award. You are exceedingly modest, Fudge remarked, gazing at Kane with admiration. To speak candidly, he too coveted the Order of Merlin. Yet none of his oblivious subordinates seemed to acknowledge his monumental contributions to the British magical community. Otherwise, possessing a first-class Order of Merlin would be a trivial matter. Kane. Haha, there is yet another matter. Fudge glanced at Dumbledore, subtly urging him to depart. Dumbledore turned away, avoiding Fudge's gaze, and curiously examined the exquisite carpet beneath them. Fudge felt a pang of irritation. Kane, I have heard of the events that transpired in Diagon Alley yesterday. Mr. Soulmates has entrusted me to convey his apologies once more. Fudge spoke with some unease. There was no helping it. With so many wizards present in Diagon Alley, the news spread rapidly. The flood of protest letters from wizards nearly overwhelmed the ministry. He could not remain idle and hastened to Kane. With Kane's affirmation, those aristocrats would surely refrain from voicing further opposition. As for the common folk, provided that Soulmates and his ilk did not stir trouble, the entire situation would gradually settle. Thus, in addition to discussing the Triwizard Tournament today, he also sought to persuade Kane to relent regarding the matter of the bloodlines. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore ceased his examination of the carpet and turned his gaze toward Kane. Minister Fudge, I wonder if you have heard an ancient proverb from the East. Those not of my kin will have different hearts. I understand your desire to ensure the safety of the magical community, yet vampires are notoriously cunning, and we must remain vigilant, Kane stated calmly. Ha, indeed, Fudge replied, pulling out a handkerchief to dab his brow. The ministry will keep a close watch on their movements, he added, though inwardly he was cursing. Were it not for that incident, he would have never consented to those vampires. Observing Kane's reluctance to relent, Fudge could only make a hasty exit. He needed to contemplate alternative methods to quell public opinion. Dumbledore? Noticing Dumbledore still comfortably seated on the sofa, Kane inquired. Professor McGonagall has vanished, Dumbledore stated gravely. What? Kane furrowed his brow. She left behind a single message. She has gone to find his father, Dumbledore sighed. Chapter 4. A series of visitors barely had Dumbledore and Fudge departed when Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, promptly arrived for a visit. Mr. Slytherin, Bagman greeted Kane with enthusiastic warmth, his expression bordering on obsequiousness. Is there any issue with the live broadcast of the Quidditch World Cup? Kane glanced at Bagman, voicing his concern. This was prompted by the collaboration between the Wizarding World and the Ministry of Magic, which had secured exclusive broadcasting rights for the Quidditch World Cup. Naturally, there is no such thing as a free lunch. 20% of the profits from the broadcast were to be allocated to the ministry. Though it was merely a fraction, the ministry staff were nonetheless quite satisfied. After all, within the entire wizarding community, the magical realm under the auspices of the borough was unparalleled. Additionally, due to this globally significant sporting event, an overwhelming number of businesses sought to advertise through the magical realm. Even without lifting a finger, Kane stood to gain a fortune beyond measure. Oh, no, there are no issues with the broadcast. Mr. Yaxley has personally overseen everything, ensuring that all is in order. Wizards from around the world will collectively witness the grandeur of the Quidditch World Cup, thanks to the benevolence of Mr. Slytherin, Bagman insisted, repeatedly gesturing with admiration towards Kane. The successful execution of the Quidditch World Cup was equally attributable to the Department of Sports. Kane modestly offered a compliment, masking any impatience he felt. However, inwardly, he could not help but scoff. Thank goodness Bob was not present. Otherwise, upon hearing Bagman's commendation, he would undoubtedly have caused a scene. Oh, Mr. Slytherin, Bagman exclaimed with a hint of excitement, feeling as though he had encountered a true luminary. Although the Department of Sports was an indispensable part of the ministry, outside of significant sporting events, they often remained relatively obscure within the ministry's operations. The fact that Mr. Slytherin recognized their contributions was enough to elate Bagman. Following his initial excitement, Bagman proceeded to lavish praise upon Kane from every conceivable angle, to the point where Kane began to feel somewhat exasperated. Mr. Bagman, I have some matters to discuss with Bob. If you have nothing further, Kane intended to dismiss him. Mr. Slytherin, there is one more matter, and I wonder if it piques your interest? Lugman, noticing Slytherin's intent to depart, hastily expressed his thoughts. Oh, Kane raised an eyebrow inquisitively. According to reliable sources, Bulgaria is set to triumph in this World Cup. Their seeker, Victor Krum, is a prodigy, having faced virtually no defeat since his debut. Lugman extolled Krum's virtues. Kane cast a subtle glance at Lugman, yet that mere flicker of attention made Lugman feel as if he had been laid bare. His concealed intentions were instantaneously exposed. What I propose is to establish a betting pool. Regaining his composure, Lugman reiterated his initial plan. With Mr. Slytherin's participation, he was confident he could entice more individuals to part with their gold. Mr. Lugman, you know I have little interest in monetary affairs. The happiest moments in my life have been those spent living on 10 gold galleons a month, Kane stated earnestly. His sincere demeanor almost convinced Lugman. Mr. Slytherin, Lugman persisted, though he simultaneously pondered if even the grand aristocracy faced scarcity. Mr. Lugman, I am weary. Kane rose decisively and strode away without hesitation. He felt no need for excessive courtesy towards someone like Lugman. However, it must be noted that Kane was not entirely disinterested in the prospect of betting. It is well known that gambling is an intrinsic human trait. The wealth amassed from wagering on a world-class event like the Quidditch World Cup would certainly entice even a tycoon like Kane. He had already dispatched Gemma to establish betting odds at an underground casino, inflating the odds for the Irish team. As he was aware that the ultimate victor would be the underdog Irish team, this granted him ample opportunity for maneuvering. He believed that by the conclusion of the Quidditch World Cup, his personal fortune would ascend to unprecedented heights. Master, Creature materialized with a crack in the small library of the Black residence. After bidding farewell to Lugman, Kane did not immediately return to the Gunter estate. After a brief conversation with Walburga, he remained in the quaint library of the Black household, perusing tomes on dark magic. He recalled the eve before his entrance to Hogwarts, when, lacking guidance, he had no choice but to neglect these volumes. Now, he was capable of treating the intricate texts on dark magic as supplementary reading. The house elf from the Malfoy family delivered a message from Master Scorpius. Master Scorpius requests your presence at the Malfoy residence, should you have the time, Creature said respectfully. Understood. Kane unhurriedly placed the book on the table and rose with ease. Brother, you have arrived. As Kane emerged from the fireplace, Cyronimus promptly approached him. Aunt Narcissa, Lucius. Kane was somewhat taken aback to see the Malfoy couple together. Kane, your timing is impeccable. We were just discussing our plans for the Quidditch World Cup. Aunt Narcissa remarked eagerly. Kane, will you and little Tangyuan be departing with us from Blue Bay Mountain? Draco inquired excitedly. What do you think, little Tangyuan? Kane asked, seeking her opinion. Well, as long as I'm with my brother, he can decide. Little Tangyuan replied with indifference, her lack of enthusiasm for the Quidditch World Cup evident. Unlike Draco's fervor. However, having her brother by her side made all the difference. Understood, Kane nodded knowingly. It was quite typical for the Slytherin household to show little interest in such a sport, often deemed barbaric. Aunt Narcissa, little Tangyuan, and I shall not accompany you. We will meet at Dartmoor Stadium instead, Kane said thoughtfully. Given that Riddle would also be attending, the Malfoy family would undoubtedly feel uneasy. Very well. Though it's fortunate our seats are all together, Draco lamented. That Bagman fellow, while lacking in character, does have a keen eye. Lucius suddenly cast a furtive glance at Kane. Since he had taken on the role of a double agent, he had been tormented internally. Extending goodwill towards Kane had been a carefully considered decision, as Kane truly regarded his wife and son as family. With Bagman busy gathering bets, it would be wise for the Malfoys to steer clear of murky waters. Kane cast a cool glance at Lucius. For a moment, Lucius felt a chill run down his spine. He had originally planned to entrust a considerable sum of the Malfoy family's wealth to Bagman for investment during the match. However, it seemed fortunate he had yet to transfer the funds. Otherwise, he would likely lose a significant portion of his money. Kane, do you think if I encounter Krum, he would agree to give me an autograph? Draco, oblivious to the silent exchange between his father and Kane, was lost in the fantasy of soon meeting his idol. If he signs for me, do you think he would agree to take a picture together? Draco chattered excitedly. Chapter 5. Dartmoor at 7:40, they arrived at their destination. Coming from White Weasel Mountain. As a mechanical voice resonated, Harry managed to pry Ron off him, who had been clinging like an octopus. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scene shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a desolate swamp. Good morning, Basil, Mr. Weasley stepped forward. The wizard, appearing fatigued and somber, greeted them. Hello, Arthur. The wizard known as Basil, holding a thick roll of parchment and a quill, greeted Mr. Weasley with a lackluster demeanor. Being on duty is truly a trial, isn't it? Mr. Weasley sympathetically patted Basil on the shoulder. Some fellows are quite fortunate. We have been stationed here all night. Let me see, where's the Weasley encampment? As Basil spoke, he unfurled the heavy parchment. You will walk in this direction. The first encampment ahead is yours. By the way, the site manager there is none other than Mr. Roberts. As for Mr. Diggory, Basil glanced up at Mr. Diggory before once more immersing himself in the parchment. You are at the second encampment, and the site manager is Mr. Payne. Thank you, my friend. I shall lead the children over now. Just as Mr. Weasley intended to express his gratitude, the quick-witted Basil pulled him aside. 8 o'clock sharp, from the Forbidden Forest. It turned out that newcomers had arrived. As the sun ascended, its rays illuminated Dartmoor Stadium. 2 adults and a child basked in the sunlight, emerging from the mist before the crowd. The trio's distinctive aura instantly hushed the surrounding clamor. Mr. Slytherin, Mr. Gunter. Basil pushed past Mr. Weasley, hastily approaching the three. Who are you? Kane remarked, subtly furrowing his brow at the odd attire of a man clad in a tweed suit and thigh-high rubber boots. This man's taste is utterly abysmal. In contrast, Kane and his companions donned matching bespoke black suits, their wrists discreetly adorned with emerald cufflinks bearing the Slytherin crest. The only distinctions among them lay in their ties. Riddle wore a patterned blue tie. Kane sported a green one, while little Tuan Yuan's was a charming bow tie. I am Mike Basil, the head of site registration. Basil introduced himself. The encampment of Mr. Slytherin is situated right in the center. He glanced back at another companion. Basil, since we are headed through the central encampment, why don't we walk together? Mr. Weasley suggested. It was only then that Kane noticed Mr. Weasley and his group. After some pleasantries were exchanged, Basil, with a hint of displeasure, cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Weasley before responding, very well. As they made their way to the encampment, the adults engaged in casual conversation. Although Riddle maintained a stoic expression, the atmosphere remained cordial due to their previous visit to the Weasley household. Kane and his companions, however, felt no such reservations and quickly warmed to one another. Kane, you truly resemble male models that have emerged from the realm of magic. Ron remarked in a lowered voice as he leaned closer to Kane. Harry, standing nearby, nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, brother, you have stolen the limelight. Cedric added with a teasing tone. My sincerest apologies. Some individuals are simply destined to be the center of attention, Kane replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of frivolity. However, he cast a glance at Mr. Diggory, the ostentatious character from the original tale, who surprisingly had not seized the opportunity to flaunt Cedric before them. As they engaged in light conversation, time flew by. After approximately 20 minutes traversing the desolate marshlands, a door appeared before them, followed by a quaint stone cottage. In the next moment, they were greeted by a stunning revelation. Behind the stone house lay hundreds of peculiar tents, ascending along a gentle slope, the expanse stretching into a shadowy forest. Boss, our campsite is right beside that grove. If you have some leisure time, do come and visit us. The Weasley twins pointed towards the forest's edge. Kane nodded slightly, acknowledging their words. Our campsite has also arrived. Do not forget to seek me out. Cedric indicated the location of the Diggory residence. Mr. Slytherin and Cedric are among the rare exemplary students of Hogwarts. I am certain you will find much to converse about. Mr. Diggory said with a smile. Father. Cedric's face flushed instantly. Kane, we shall take our leave now. See you shortly. Cedric hurriedly urged his boastful father away, scarcely allowing Kane the opportunity to speak. Let us part ways here. Then, Kane observed the Malfoy tent from a distance and remarked. Until later. The group exchanged farewells. Let us first explore our own tent, Riddle suggested, glancing at the few white peacocks in front of the Malfoy dwelling. As the trio began to depart, Draco happened to lift the flap of the Malfoy tent. Mother, Kane and his friends have arrived. Draco called into the tent. Mr. Gunter, Aunt Narcissa greeted with elegant formality. Kane, little dumpling, her reserved demeanor transformed into a gentle smile upon seeing Kane. Mr. Gunter also emerged, though he appeared somewhat uneasy. Kane and Riddle exchanged a brief, knowing glance. You and Draco should go explore the tent. I shall have a word with Lucius, Riddle said, patting little dumpling's head and gesturing towards Kane. Come along, Aunt. Kane gently led the slightly anxious Narcissa away. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Kane gently reassured Aunt Narcissa as they walked side by side. Narcissa silently patted Kane's hand, feeling a warmth in her heart. Wow. Upon lifting the flap of the Slytherin tent, Draco could not contain his astonishment. In stark contrast to the opulence of the Malfoy family, the Slytherin tent epitomized the essence of understated luxury. It resembled a miniature palace. Mr. Kane, Master Geronimus. Mrs. Malfoy. Master Malfoy. Dora promptly appeared before everyone, speaking with utmost respect. Her prominent, bulging eyes sparkled with pride and delight. The young masters had chosen Dora over the older creature, evidently making her the favored house elf among them. Little dumpling, you shall reside in this room. Kane indicated the innermost chamber. What about my brother? Little dumpling inquired. I will stay right next to you, Kane replied. And me? What about me? Draco chimed in eagerly. There are plenty of rooms nearby. Choose one that you fancy. Kane suggested after a moment of thought. Then this one will do. Draco decisively pointed to the room adjacent to Kane's. Chapter 6. Reunion with old friends. As Narcissa observed the children's exuberance, she did not voice any objections to Draco staying. Tonight promised to be tumultuous, and it was perhaps best for Draco to remain here. Aunt Narcissa, Kane said, glancing at her with concern as she appeared lost in thought. It's all right, Kane. There are many stalls outside. Why don't you all go explore? Narcissa said, her smile returning. All right, Kane replied, noting Draco's excitement, which did not dampen his spirits. Little dumpling, though silent, brightened at the prospect of going out. Aunt Narcissa, I will take care of everything. Kane reassured her once more. I am aware. Go on. Narcissa gently urged the children outside. She certainly did not doubt Kane's capabilities. However, there were some matters she must confront herself. After gathering her thoughts, Narcissa lifted the flap of the Malfoy tent. Toot toot. Draco donned a hat emblazoned with the Bulgarian Team S insignia and was currently blowing a small horn, creating a cheerful toot. Meanwhile, Kane and Little Dumpling stood empty-handed, feeling somewhat excluded. Little Dumpling, this is a spyglass. It will turn on its own to alert you if any nefarious individuals approach. Isn't it fascinating? Draco brother bought it for you. Despite being rebuffed multiple times along the way, Draco remained undeterred. No. Little Tangyuan turned her head away and unhesitatingly declined. Such trivial matters are utterly unremarkable. I cannot fathom why Draco would be fond of them. Kane, it's Pansy and the others. Aren't you uninterested in Quidditch? Draco remarked, casting a surprised glance at Pansy. I have no interest in the Quidditch World Cup, but I am intrigued by those who participate in it, Pansy retorted, shooting Draco an annoyed look. Since she discovered the hidden connection between Draco and Astoria, her hopes of marrying into the Malfoy family had perished. Consequently, she no longer indulged Draco as she once did. Theodore, Blaise, and Pansy, why don't you all stay with me tonight? It has been ages since we gathered, Kane suggested, glancing at each of them. Huh. Didn't we just? Pansy hesitated, ready to voice her thoughts. No problem, both Theodore and Blaise replied simultaneously. All right then, Pansy agreed decisively upon seeing her two friends acquiesce. Blaise, you traitor. You actually support the Irish team, Draco exclaimed, his voice rising involuntarily as he noticed the house elf pin embroidered on Blaise's clothing. So what? Not everyone is a fan of Crumb, Blaise nonchalantly replied, casting a subtle glance at Pansy. Oh, those pesky little trolls. Just as Draco and Blaise exchanged barbs regarding their favored Quidditch teams, two children on child-sized broomsticks suddenly darted past Pansy, startling her. Ha ha. The mischievous laughter of the two children echoed as they reveled in her fright. The parents of those kids seem oblivious, Pansy said, stamping her foot in exasperation. Wizards from all 5 continents have convened, and those from the Ministry of Magic must be utterly overwhelmed, Theodore observed objectively. Kane, big brother. Amid their casual conversation, a stunning pair of sisters made their way directly toward Kane. Fleur, Gabrielle, what brings you here? I knew you would be here. So I begged Mom and Dad to bring us, Fleur declared, tossing her hair with flair, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Big brother, have you missed Gabrielle? Gabrielle eagerly jumped into Kane's embrace. Of course, I have missed you, Gabrielle, Kane replied with a smile, gazing at the charming girl who was playfully seeking his attention. Gabrielle had grown considerably since 2 years ago. Her baby fat had faded, revealing more defined features. You little minx, the moment you see him, you forget about me. Fleur feigned annoyance with a huff. Sister, don't be angry, Gabrielle earnestly replied, tugging at Fleur's hand in an attempt to appease her. Humph. Farong deliberately sought to tease Gabrielle. Brother Kane, could you please help me coax my sister? Gabrielle implored with her big, innocent eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? You little rascal? Farong hastily covered Gabrielle's mouth. Her cheeks flushed crimson. When had she ever been so compliant to Kane? Even though Kane had grown into a tall, handsome figure with a noble demeanor and deep, captivating eyes, Farong resolutely insisted on her own opinions. Sister, your face is so red. Just as Farong became lost in her own thoughts, Gabrielle slyly pried open Farong's hand and candidly uttered a truth. I. Farong stammered, her face nearly ablaze. Brother, I'm feeling a bit tired. Little Tang Yuan unexpectedly tugged at Kane's sleeve, speaking pitifully. Kane, who is this? Upon hearing someone speak, Farong let out a sigh of relief. Oh, this is my younger brother, Silonius, Kane said, gently pushing little Tang Yuan forward. You have a brother? When did that happen? Farong curiously scrutinized Silonius. He has been living in America until recently when we were finally reunited, Kane replied vaguely. This is my sister, Gabrielle. You both should be of similar age. Farong enthusiastically introduced her sister to little Tang Yuan. Kane felt a sense of foreboding. The disparity between appearances and age was a sensitive topic for little Tang Yuan. Sure enough, upon hearing this, little Tang Yuan's expression darkened immediately. Hello, brother Silonius, she greeted. Her demeanor frosty. Hello, Silonius responded somewhat perfunctorily. These sisters were truly bothersome. Why did they have to vie for his brother's attention? Since little Tang Yuan is tired. Let us return, Draco said. Kane raised his voice, and Draco suddenly jolted awake. You. Kane glanced again at the similarly dazed Blaze, as if to say, what is there to misunderstand? Clearly, these two were enchanted by Farong. However, Theodore remained steadfast, his gaze still icy. Pansy glared at Farong in annoyance, as if regarding a formidable rival. Mr. Slytherin, I finally found you. Just as the group was about to return to the Slytherin tent, Bagman came rushing over, panting heavily. Minister Fudge, he. Chapter 7, A Reckoning, ended. Ludo Bagman was clad in a long Quidditch robe, emblazoned with wide black and yellow stripes. And a vividly painted giant hornet adorned his chest. Coupled with his increasingly sagging belly, Kane felt as though his eyes were being assaulted as Bagman approached him. He should truly suggest to Aunt Narcissa and Mrs. Zabini the idea of co-founding a fashion magazine. It would undoubtedly be a resounding success. After Bagman caught his breath, he inquired, Mr. Slytherin, Minister Fudge has asked me to request your presence to meet with several ministers from other countries. Bagman swallowed hard before responding. Oh. In a fleeting moment, Kane's eyes sparkled with resolve. Little Tang Yuan? Kane turned to little Tang Yuan, asking. I'll go with my brother, little Tang Yuan replied without hesitation. Very well, Kane nodded slightly. Draco, you and the others may explore elsewhere for now. Fleur, Gabrielle, I shall seek you upon my return, Kane addressed the group. And they dispersed without further ado. Let us proceed, Kane said to Bagman. Mr. Slytherin, this way, please, Bagman courteously gestured. Along the way, numerous wizards greeted Bagman casually. However, upon seeing Kane, nearly all the wizards regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and profound respect. Most had only glimpsed Kane's figure in newspapers or through the Wizarding World. Yet, as tales of Kane's legendary exploits spread, it became evident that the long-quiet Slytherin family had produced another remarkable individual. Kane faced the various gazes with poise. When approached by those brave enough to greet him, he was gracious in his responses. Nonetheless, little Tang Yuan felt a bit uneasy and instinctively edged closer to Kane. Cyronimus, you are a descendant of Slytherin. There exists no name more noble than that of Slytherin. Stand tall and embrace their admiration, Kane declared with an air of superiority. The Wizarding World, despite its attempts to embellish itself, could not obscure the harsh truth of survival of the fittest. Thus, little Tang Yuan must learn to assert himself. Indeed, little Tang Yuan nodded earnestly, observing his brother's commanding demeanor, and instinctively mimicked his brother's aloofness while surveying the passing wizards. Hi, Kane. Just as Kane was en route with Bagman to meet Fudge, the twins spotted him instantly. Hello, Mr. Bagman. Crumb. The twins rushed over, excitedly engaging in their secret signals with Bagman. Ha. Bagman cast an awkward glance at Kane, responding perfunctorily to the twins. Oh, children, We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Bagman sought to extricate himself swiftly from these unexpected visitors. What matters? Has Kane invested a substantial sum with you? George snapped his fingers, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Upon hearing this, Kane involuntarily raised an eyebrow. Surely, you all haven't invested your money with Bagman, have you? Indeed. Each of us has contributed funds to Mr. Bagman, except for Hermione. Mr. Bagman assured us that Crumb's broom could capture the golden snitch. Ron, glancing furtively around as if he were a thief, leaned closer to Kane and whispered, "How much did you invest?" Kane cast a sidelong glance at the restless Bagman. "My father contributed 1 galleon, while Harry and I each put in 10 galleons, Ron recounted, counting on his fingers. Fred and I invested 200 galleons. George declared with grandiosity. Ron gazed enviously at his twin brothers. Ever since Kane rented a shop to George and Fred, his brothers had never been short of money. When would such good fortune come his way? With a silent plea, Ron repeatedly glanced at Kane. "Kane, you didn't invest as well, did you?" Hermione inquired, observing Kane's peculiar expression with a tinge of concern. She always felt that Mr. Bagman was unreliable. However, the boys, intoxicated by their monetary ambitions, paid no heed to her warnings. "I did not. Mr. Bagman approached me regarding other matters," Kane replied with a meaningful tone. "What?" George stared at Bagman. Uncertainty etched on his face. "Children, Minister Fudge is still waiting. We really cannot delay any longer," Bagman exclaimed, raising his voice. "Best of luck to you," Kane shrugged. "Fred, let us hurry and find Dad." From a distance, Kane could still hear George's anxious voice. "Brother, they are truly foolish," Little Dumpling said disdainfully. Kane patted Little Dumpling's small head, choosing silence. He would not impose his friends upon Little Dumpling simply because they were friends. After traversing through the woods, a colossal stadium emerged before Kane. It could accommodate 100,000 wizards. Bagman proudly gestured towards the arena. 100,000 wizards? Is there truly such a multitude in the wizarding world? Little Dumpling exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment at the staggering figure. "Ha, Mr. Gunter, you are unaware. Wizards from all 5 continents have gathered here, including those from the mysterious East and the distant lands of Africa." Bagman, shaking off his earlier awkwardness, spoke animatedly about the grandeur of this Quidditch World Cup. The Ministry of Magic dispatched 500 staff members for this event. Every inch of this place has been bewitched with muggle-repelling charms. Merlin bless those poor colleagues, for they are indeed overwhelmed with work. Bagman chattered on incessantly. "Minister Fudge awaits us in the upper box. Please follow me." "Greetings, Emily." Bagman exchanged pleasantries with the witch at the stadium entrance. "You see, Mr. Slytherin, Minister Fudge has been waiting for quite some time." Without waiting for Bagman to finish, the witch graciously stepped aside. "Ha, Emily, splendid work." Bagman, momentarily taken aback, awkwardly patted his round belly and offered a sheepish smile. "Hello, Kane." Just as Kane arrived at the box, Minister Fudge approached with a gathering of high-ranking officials from the magical realm, each showcasing a diverse array of skin tones. "Allow me to introduce. This is the pride of the British magical community, Mr. Slytherin, Kane." Representatives from France, America, and the East, without awaiting Fudge's introduction, initiated conversation with Kane, their words imbued with warmth and familiarity. Kane, accompanied by Tang Yuan, engaged in light-hearted banter with the group. "Kane, this is the minister from Bulgaria." Fudge indicated towards a middle-aged man with dark skin. "However, he does not comprehend English," Fudge remarked quietly. "Greetings, Mr. Slytherin." The Bulgarian minister, initially casting a smug glance at Fudge, then spoke in impeccable English. Fudge's face flushed crimson. How audacious of this group from Bulgaria to mock him. Kane observed Fudge's expression, reminiscent of a performer executing a Sichuan face-changing act, and an involuntary smile graced his well-defined lips. Chapter 8. The World Cup Opening Ceremony. As the saying goes, those in politics must possess a certain audacity. Fudge quickly regained his composure, nonchalantly introducing Kane to the ministers from other countries. Kane soon grasped the purpose of Fudge's visit. It appeared these ministers, witnessing Europe's gradual embrace of modernization, were eager to catch up. It is essential to acknowledge that the speed of communication can sometimes determine the outcome of war. They were eager to meet Kane and discuss matters regarding the small communication devices and the promotion of the magical world. Kane, of course, would not decline such a mutually beneficial opportunity. He engaged in lively conversation with the ministers, rendering Fudge a mere backdrop. As night fell, a multitude of wizards flocked to the stadium in jubilant groups. Every few steps, vendors utilizing apparition descended from above, pushing carts brimming with an assortment of peculiar trinkets. There were glowing, colorful badges, green representing the Irish team, red for the Bulgarian team. These badges could even audibly chant the names of Quidditch players. Additionally, there were movable statues of famous players, various animated models from the Nimbus series, panoramic telescopes, and much more. The entire stadium was infused with an atmosphere of joy and excitement. As time ticked by, the opening ceremony drew ever closer. The atmosphere became palpably tense. "Ladies and gentlemen, we extend a warm welcome to you." As the time struck, Ludovic Bagman's resonant voice reverberated through the air. The tremendous cheers from the audience instantly ignited what promised to be an electrifying evening. After the initial uproar subsided, Bagman continued, "Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup final." Countless flags waved and whistles echoed, interspersed with the chaotic strains of national anthems, creating a festive cacophony. "Look, there's Kane," Harry exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he pointed towards the official section with his panoramic telescope. Kane stood out like a beacon beside Fudge, his strikingly handsome features contrasting sharply with Fudge's face, reminiscent of aged cheese. The gasps and fervent glances from the witches surrounding them spoke volumes. "I envy the boss so much," George remarked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Oh, George, give it up," Hermione replied, casting him an odd look and shaking her head. Although George possessed a certain sunny charm, he paled in comparison to Kane. "What are you talking about, Hermione?" George feigned surprise, gesturing towards the enormous advertisement that dominated the wall of the burrow. Hermione's face flushed crimson in response. "All right, children, pay close attention to Bagman's speech," Mr. Weasley interjected, noticing Hermione's embarrassment and shooting a glare at the mischievous George. "Now, I trust you can hardly contain your excitement. This year's Quidditch World Cup will be exclusively broadcast to the Wizarding World," Bagman announced, swiftly transitioning to the next segment. "First, let us welcome the mascot of the Bulgarian national team." With that, the Bulgarian contingent erupted in a fervent cheer as the mascot made its entrance. King couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Bulgaria was indeed making a grand statement, having brought in hundreds of Vila to perform an exuberant dance right on the field. Many wizards found themselves entranced, losing their composure. Kane noticed Draco clutching the railing tightly, his head thrust forward. Fortunately, Lucius intervened with his serpent staff, preventing Draco from further embarrassing himself. "You old rascal, you certainly know how to have fun," Fudge remarked, veiling his sarcasm in jest. Since discovering that the Bulgarian Minister for Magic was feigning ignorance of English to witness his folly, he seized every opportunity to deliver a subtle jab. "It truly is a splendid show," the Bulgarian minister retorted, unperturbed. Watching their verbal sparring, Kane found it more captivating than the opening ceremony itself. At this moment, I pulled little Tanguan a bit further away to shield us from the verbal skirmish between the two elderly gentlemen. "Now, let us extend a warm welcome to the mascot of the Irish national team." Observing the enraged wizards due to the departure of the charming witch, Bagman hastily remarked. In the next instant, a colossal orb, reminiscent of a grand comet, soared into the stadium, brilliantly adorned in hues of gold and green. It resembled a dazzling fireworks display. Little Tanguan, captivated by the orb's ever-shifting forms that crafted various intricate patterns, expressed his curiosity. "Ah, young lad, you possess a discerning eye. Just wait. There is even more splendid spectacle to come." The minister of the Irish Ministry of Magic provocatively glared at his Bulgarian counterpart and declared, "Indeed." As a magnificent and luminous shamrock materialized in the sky, countless golden raindrops cascaded down with a delightful patter, incessantly showering the wizards below. "Gold coins," exclaimed little Tanguan, reaching out to catch the falling rain, only to find that he was cradling a handful of coins. His interest waned instantly. These are merely conjured by magic. They will vanish with the passage of time," the Bulgarian minister retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the Irish minister as if he were a miser. The diminutive gnomes looked rather amusing. "Brother, can I keep one?" Little Tanguan inquired, eyeing the gnomes clad in red waistcoats, sporting tiny mustaches, and holding golden or green lanterns. His curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Kane immediately directed his gaze toward the minister of the Irish Ministry of Magic. "Ahem, it is strictly prohibited to export Irish gnomes," the Irish minister replied, covering his lips with his hand as he coughed lightly. "Oh," little Tanguan said, somewhat disappointed. "However, to demonstrate the friendship between our two nations, I am willing to present your country with two." In the name of the Ministry of Magic, the Irish minister proclaimed with feigned solemnity, under Kane's playful scrutiny. The other ministers exchanged disdainful glances at this act of flattery. "Mr. Gunter, the forest fairies are melodious and graceful, requiring no effort to charm, making them ideal companions for a young wizard such as yourself," the minister of the French Ministry of Magic, Campbell, added promptly. The American Minister of Magic, Garcia, shot him a fierce glare and then proceeded to recommend the forest sprites from America to little Tanguan. The other ministers exchanged knowing looks, unwilling to be outdone. After all, what if Mr. Slytherin, in a fit of joy, decided to bestow a grand offer upon his old rival? The stage buzzed with excitement. Listening to the commotion behind him, Bagman couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. None of these magical ministers were reliable. The Quidditch World Cup rested squarely on his shoulders. Thus, Bagman's sense of collective honor surged, and his voice boomed even louder than before. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a rousing welcome to the Quidditch team from Bulgaria." Chapter 9. The dark mark. As the stadium erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, the national Quidditch teams of Bulgaria, and Ireland made their grand entrances. From the outset, the Irish team seized the initiative, scoring the first goal. Within 10 minutes, they swiftly netted 2 more, bringing the score to an impressive 3,000. The green section of the crowd surged in waves of jubilant celebration, while the red section waved their flags, attempting to rally Bulgaria into action. For a considerable duration, both teams engaged in a fierce defensive battle, resulting in a stalemate where neither side could score. In the stands, Kane departed from the box occupied by Bagman and his companions, strolling towards the Slytherin box. Inside, Riddle leisurely sipped his tea, finding the brutish sport rather dull. Upon noticing Kane and his companion, Riddle instinctively straightened, his gaze drifting to the cacophony outside. Indeed, it was rather uninspiring. Kane and his companion nodded in agreement. However, the Quidditch match was far from over. Kane's eyes turned to the field, and he spoke in a measured tone. Despite some setbacks, the Irish team maintained a significant lead over Bulgaria, the score quietly rising to 1-7-0-1-0. Shortly thereafter, Bulgaria's seeker, Crumb, and Ireland's seeker simultaneously locked their sights on a golden glimmer in the air. Both Crumb and Lynch accelerated in unison, their hair standing on end. Kane observed their faces slightly contorting from the sheer speed. Tens of thousands of wizards collectively held their breath, the vast stadium falling into a profound silence. The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen in that moment. Who would seize the golden snitch? Even the uninterested companion could not resist inquiring. Crumb, Crumb. The crowd erupted like boiling water, the wizards in the red section leaping to their feet in ecstatic cheers. Yet, the next moment, an even more fervent cheer surged forth. The Irish team had triumphed. Kane glanced at the scoreboard. Although Crumb had captured the golden snitch, the Irish team still led Bulgaria by 10 points. Finally, it was over. Kane's companion stretched her stiff neck, her tone relaxing slightly. "What is the situation over there?" Kane asked, surveying the departing wizards with casual curiosity. "It's as we anticipated," Riddle replied flatly. "Let us have a cup of hot cocoa later, and make sure to rest early," Kane suggested. Riddle gently patted Xiaotanjuan's hair and inquired, "You aren't hiding anything from me, are you?" Xiaotanjuan glanced at the two with a hint of displeasure and replied, "Rest assured, even if you wish to remain oblivious, you cannot escape this time." Kane playfully delivered a light smack to the scheming Cyronimus. "Ouch!" Xiaotanjuan cradled his head, casting a reproachful look at Kane. "Your acting is somewhat exaggerated. Next time, refine your details." Kane raised an eyebrow, amusement lacing his tone as he said, "Let us proceed." Riddle beckoned the two brothers to follow him outside. "I suddenly regret wanting to raise a pixie," Xiaotanjuan remarked, observing the tiny creatures flitting above, waving their lanterns and cackling with glee. A distinct expression of disdain crossed his face. In addition to the raucous pixies, the coarse singing resonating through the air also drew a frown from Riddle. "Kane, come join us." At the source of the raucous song, a tipsy Sirius waved drunkenly at Kane. "Kane, he's had too much to drink. You need not pay him any mind," Lupin interjected, noticing the dark expressions on both Kane and Xiaotanjuan's faces. "What about Harry?" Kane queried, eyeing the two inebriated figures with curiosity. "Sirius mentioned that Harry has grown up and ought to have his own life," Lupin replied, his tone laden with meaning. "Very well." Kane nodded slightly before turning to continue toward the camp. "Regulus, I am truly delighted that you are still alive." Sirius's exuberant shout echoed from a distance, reaching Kane's ears. The trio navigated through the bustling crowd and safely arrived at the Slytherin tent. "Kane." Draco's handsome face brightened with a smile upon seeing Kane. "Come inside." Kane gestured lightly to those gathered by the tent entrance. They obediently followed him in and settled quietly on the sofa, remaining still until Riddle entered the room, at which point they exhaled in relief. In Riddle's presence, they always felt a pressure that stifled even the slightest breath. "Aside from these few, you are free to choose your accommodations," Kane suggested, discreetly acknowledging their unspoken thoughts while pointing to the already occupied rooms. "I shall take the room upstairs," Pansy declared, unabashedly selecting her favorite chamber. The other two swiftly found their preferred lodgings as well. "Rest early," Kane advised. As night deepened, the camp remained alive with the chatter of wizards. Kane sat by the window, leisurely perusing a hefty tome by the moonlight. "Brother, are you asleep?" The voice of little Tangyuan echoed from outside the door. "What is it, little Tangyuan?" As Kane opened the door, he beheld Cyronimus, clutching a pillow. "Can't sleep in a new place?" Kane inquired, noticing little Tangyuan's silence. Little Tangyuan nodded shyly. "Come in." Kane stepped aside, allowing little Tangyuan to approach his bed. "Would you like some earplugs?" Kane leaned down to observe little Tangyuan on the bed. "No, this is fine. Good night, brother." "Good night, little Tangyuan." With a flick of his hand, Kane enveloped little Tangyuan's position in complete darkness. He then quietly returned to his desk, resuming his reading. Lying there, little Tangyuan gazed at Kane and gradually succumbed to slumber. At the stroke of midnight, the joyous singing had ceased, replaced by faint, haunting cries emanating from outside. Kane waved his wand gently, ensuring that little Tangyuan, who had begun to stir, could continue to dream sweetly. It's still early. Kane closed his book and glanced out the window. A massive dark mark loomed in the sky, casting an eerie green hue across the heavens. Chapter 10. Barricades and Self-Defense. What is that sound? Draco was abruptly jolted awake from his dreams. He discerned panicked voices whispering nearby. Oh no, mother! Draco threw off the blanket and rushed towards the door, suddenly recalling his mother's unusual emotions from earlier that day. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but the unrestful night instantly stirred his concerns. Upon reaching the living room, he found Theodore and the others emerging as well. Pansy's face bore an indelible trace of fear. What on earth is happening? Pansy asked anxiously. Look at the sky. Draco's face turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. It's the dark mark. Blaze seemed to struggle to speak. His throat constricted as he managed to utter a few words. It's all right, think of Kane. Theodore was the first to regain composure, immediately considering Kane's purpose in bringing them to the Slytherin tent. Mr. Slytherin, please come out of your tent. Just as the group felt the weight of unease, a serious voice resonated from outside the tent. Is it Crouch? Draco exchanged a glance with Theodore, both recognizing the identity of the visitor. What does he want? A wave of anxiety washed over Theodore. Mr. Slytherin, if you do not come out soon, I will enter. The voice outside grew increasingly urgent. What do we do? Pansy was nearly unsteady with panic. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed through the room. Kane, with a disgruntled expression and bleary-eyed little Tangyuan in tow, appeared before the assembly. Riddle emerged almost simultaneously, both of their faces reflecting displeasure. The others quickly gathered around Kane, awaiting his command. Mr. Crouch of Slytherin's voice resonated ominously. Crouch, what are you attempting to do? Kane, outside the tent, had overheard Mr. Weasley's voice. Weasley, you must comprehend the gravity of this situation. Crouch's tone dripped with coldness. Oh, why not let Mr. Crouch elaborate on the severity of the matter that necessitates your midnight intrusion into my tent? Kane responded, a veneer of polite amusement gracing his features. However, those familiar with Kane recognized the genuine anger simmering beneath. Mr. Slytherin, someone has conjured the dark mark into the sky, Crouch declared, casting a glance past Kane towards the individuals behind him, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. What? Are you insinuating that I am implicated, Mr. Crouch? Kane enunciated each word with precision. Then by all means, present your evidence. Kane, Crouch does not mean it in that manner, Weasley interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating tension. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Crouch is perfectly capable of voicing his own opinions without your intercession, Kane retorted bluntly. My children are awaiting rescue. I must take my leave. Weasley cast a helpless glance at the standoff before vanishing with a disapprobation. Despite the presence of Sirius and others, he remained uneasy about the safety of the children. As for Crouch, he believed he had done all he could. If Mr. Crouch cannot elucidate the matter clearly, then kindly take your leave. I will seek justice from Minister Fudge. Kane shot a cold glance at Crouch. One of the ministry employees standing behind Crouch was about to intervene, but was startled by the madness reflected in Crouch's eyes. Mr. Slytherin, I implore you to surrender those individuals to me. With them, I am confident this act of terror will be swiftly quelled, Crouch insisted, pointing at Theodore and the others. Oh, you imply that this act of terror is connected to them? That is indeed a grave accusation. Kane instinctively reached for his wand in his pocket. Mr. Slytherin, we are all aware that given the current circumstances, Crouch has no intention of feigning ignorance. He was nearly certain that this act of terror was orchestrated by the parents of those individuals standing behind Kane. Once he subdued this rebellion, the enmity with Slytherin would be of little consequence, especially since he felt his own time was limited. Make your move. Crouch signaled to the individuals behind him. Yet the individuals behind him hesitated, hesitant to advance. A dismissive scoff escaped Kane's lips. In the next moment, the wands of Crouch and his companions were sent flying. Subsequently, a mass of barbed thorns knocked the group down outside the tent. Kane, what shall we do next? Theodore inquired, his tone grave. Next, Kane remarked, drawing his wand and pointing it toward the sky, where a colossal emblem of Hogwarts materialized. First, we must gather the power that belongs to Hogwarts. Perhaps considering the presence of Kane and his companions, the Death Eaters refrained from encroaching upon the center of the camp. Thus, they seized the opportunity to consolidate their strength. The emblem's influence was palpable, visible to the naked eye. Before long, several figures of apparition arrived. Kane, it is indeed you, Cedric exclaimed. Among the first wave of wizards to reach the spot. What is the situation now? Kane queried. The dark-clad figures are mercilessly slaughtering muggles. Cedric gravely recounted the horrific scene he had witnessed. The sound of crackling spells echoed as Hogwarts students and parents rallied under Kane's banner. Even numerous wizards from other nations converged here. Fellow students, esteemed parents, our brethren are being ravaged by a terrifying assault. While the inept Ministry of Magic only aims their wands at the innocent among us, we must rely on our own strength. Kane's voice rang out, directly escalating the situation. Now, tell me, are you willing to join me in rescuing our brethren ensnared in peril? Kane's impassioned words stirred every wizard present. Their bright and fervent gazes fixed upon him. "We are willing. We are willing." The Weasley twins and others cried out, arms raised, echoing the sentiment of the crowd. "Excellent. Now heed my directives. All wizards below 6th year shall remain here. Parents, form teams of 5. Strive to protect yourselves while rescuing our innocent compatriots." Without hesitation, Kane issued his commands. "Now follow me." Kane exchanged a glance with Riddle, an unspoken understanding passing between them. He confidently led the parent wizards to confront the malevolent sorcerers responsible for this calamity. He merely hoped that Lucius and his ilk would recognize the limits and refrain from falling into his grasp in full view of all. "It's unfair. Why does the boss get to go?" The twins muttered discontentedly as they watched the orderly procession of wizards vanish one after another. Chapter 11. A forceful sweep. As Kane made his way to the location indicated by Cedric, he witnessed countless wizards hastily operating, all seeking to escape the scene of this terrifying attack. Kane's mood was somewhat somber, not due to the perpetrators of the terror attacks, but rather because of the plight of the wizards. It is essential to understand that there were tens of thousands of wizards present, while the number of those who instigated the terror was no more than 100. Yet, the immediate reaction of the wizards in the face of adversity was to flee rather than to grasp their wands and bravely resist. They resembled a herd of domesticated lambs. Perhaps this is precisely what the Owl Court wished to witness. From a distance, Kane could hear bursts of maniacal laughter, momentarily rendering him disoriented. It is no jest. When he was but an infant in swaddling clothes, the sound of such madness had nearly become his lullaby. He beheld an infant being suspended upside down by a cloaked figure pointing a wand at him. The child, gripped by terror, cried out with a voice hoarse from despair. The mother, attempting to rescue her child, had her arm broken by the cloaked figure's wand. She collapsed helplessly to the ground, weeping, beside her husband, who had already been tormented to death. Heavens! A lady who had accompanied Kane covered her face in sympathy. "Take action," Kane decisively commanded, launching into action. The cloaked figure who tormented the innocent mother was soon contorted by Kane in a similar manner, collapsing to the ground like a wretched toad. Simultaneously, beams of light from numerous wands converged upon the cloaked figure. Under Kane's formidable onslaught, the wands of the cloaked figures were swiftly disarmed. A few of them, sensing imminent danger, attempted to disapparate to escape. "Think you can flee?" Kane's wand flicked, and those attempting to vanish seemed to collide with an impenetrable wall, being forcefully expelled from their escape. "Mr. Warrenwood, please keep guard over them," Kane said gently, pointing at the cloaked figures, bloodied by thorns. "I, Mr. Slytherin, assure you with my life that none shall escape." The middle-aged man named by Kane was momentarily taken aback, then a wave of inexplicable pride surged within him. Mr. Slytherin had entrusted this matter to him. Mr. Slytherin believed in him. He was willing to serve Mr. Slytherin with unwavering loyalty. Under the adoring gaze of Warrenwood, Kane swiftly proceeded to the next location. With Kane's overwhelming force, the cloaked figures were quickly vanquished. "Take them with us. We shall depart," Kane remarked coldly, casting a glance at the bound figures resembling dumplings. Indeed, the wizards accompanying Kane eagerly responded to his call. Who hasn't harbored a dream of becoming a hero? Especially the wizards hailing from Gryffindor. "Brother, you're back." Upon seeing Kane, little Tanguan rushed forward to greet him. Kane suppressed the chill that enveloped him and nodded slightly at the little dumpling. "Kane, the injured wizards have been properly attended to." Cedric emerged from beneath the Slytherin tent, stating the obvious. After Kane's departure, Riddle had decisively transformed the Slytherin tent into a makeshift medical station, allowing many wounded wizards to receive timely treatment. "That is reassuring," Kane remarked after exchanging a glance with Riddle. Following Kane's actions today, the surname Slytherin would be irrevocably separated from the Death Eaters. This was the essence of Kane's mission. Henceforth, regardless of the turmoil instigated by the Dark Lord, the name Slytherin would never again bear disgrace. After a prolonged wait, the figures of Fudge and others hurriedly approached. "Thank Merlin, you are all unharmed." Fudge's face, resembling a dry cheese, was drenched in sweat, yet he neglected to wipe it away. However, this superficial display failed to elicit any sympathy from the wizards present, who regarded Fudge with cold disdain, their hearts brimming with disappointment towards the Ministry of Magic. "Kane." Fudge's heart sank as he quickly shifted his gaze to Kane. "Minister Fudge, your timing is quite fortuitous," Kane replied, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Fudge for an instant. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, quite fortuitous. The dark wizards have been apprehended, and only now does the minister make his appearance," Sirius scoffed derisively. This elicited laughter from the assembled wizards, causing Fudge's face to first flush red, then turn purple, and ultimately pale to a sickly green. Out of the corner of his eye, Kane noticed a glimmer of light emanating from a nearby thicket. The Ministry of Magic had been striving to quell the chaos. Fudge's lips trembled for a long while before he finally managed to utter a feeble explanation. But what was the truth of the matter? At the moment chaos erupted, Fudge had fled the scene without issuing any commands. He had cowered in the ministry's headquarters, desperately attempting to convince himself that the enormous dark mark in the sky was merely a prank. Oh, Sirius continued his mockery, showing no fear of Fudge. Minister Fudge, I require the Ministry of Magic to provide us with an explanation. Kane stepped forward, looking down at Fudge. Simultaneously, the wizards behind Kane silently scrutinized Fudge. Fudge was filled with both shock and rage. He was astonished that Kane could rally so many wizards, and infuriated that Kane showed him no respect whatsoever. He had always considered Dumbledore his political adversary, yet now he found himself contending with another Slytherin. What troubled him even more was that Slytherin was certainly no follower of Dumbledore's rigid principles. What on earth was happening? Oh dear. Just as the atmosphere became thick with tension, Lucius and several pure-blood aristocrats made their entrance. Mother! Draco suddenly dashed into Aunt Narcissa's embrace. Lucius's eyes twitched imperceptibly. You little rascal, did you not notice your father is here as well? Lucius. Fudge, momentarily taken aback, then regarded him as a beacon of hope. Mr. Gunter, Mr. Slytherin. Lucius disregarded Fudge's effusive greeting and preemptively engaged in conversation with Kane. Lucius, my old friend, you must assist me. Fudge, undeterred by Lucius's neglect, pulled him aside for a hushed exchange. Upon hearing Fudge's request for him to persuade Kane to let matters rest, Lucius wore a look of discomfort. The Minister of Finance at the Ministry is about to retire. Fudge presented a bargaining chip that Lucius could not refuse. Very well, I shall give it a try. After a moment's hesitation, Lucius reluctantly acquiesced. Mr. Gunter, Mr. Slytherin, I wish to speak with you both privately. Lucius invited them into the Malfoy family's tent. Once the prying eyes of outsiders were shielded, Lucius promptly knelt. Fudge promised me the position of Minister of Finance. Lucius candidly recounted his conversation with Fudge. This time, Fudge was surprisingly generous. Riddle scoffed, remarking, all this was anticipated by both the master and the young master. Lucius responded with increasing reverence. Chapter 12, Peaceful Control of the Ministry inside the Malfoy tent. Everything had unfolded as foreseen by the master and the young master. Lucius spoke with heightened respect. Kane and Riddle exchanged glances, satisfied with the outcome before them. Yes, delineating the boundary between Slytherin and the Death Eaters was merely the first objective. Kane's second goal was to gradually attain peaceful control of the ministry. It was not that he lacked the capability to violently dismantle the ministry, but rather that he could not afford to do so. Regardless of the corruption among the ministry officials, in the hearts of British wizards, the ministry remained the most recognized authority. Kane aimed to ensure that there was only one voice within Britain. The ministry must be in command. Should he resort to violence, British wizards would once again perceive Kane as a terrorist akin to the Dark Lord, a notion he could not allow. From the outset, Kane and Riddle understood that the Master intended for the Death Eaters to launch an attack that night, rekindling the memories of fear among the people. He realized then that this was a prime opportunity to usurp power from Fudge, for the inept officials at the ministry would play no role in quelling this unrest. When he publicly demanded an explanation from Fudge, Fudge is compelled to ally himself with a faction of aristocrats led by Lucius. The position of Minister of Finance is merely a prelude. The aristocrats are deeply entrenched within the Ministry of Magic, their presence felt in numerous roles throughout its hierarchy. A significant portion of these powerful nobles are bound to Kane by the chariot of mutual interests. By merely eliminating those who do not share his ideology, Kane can effortlessly seize control of the ministry. Moreover, he is confident that this process will not consume much time. At that juncture, Fudge's position, whether he remains or abdicates, will be of little consequence. Let us not keep our minister waiting, Kane remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In the end, after soliciting the opinions of the attending wizards, Kane expressed his willingness to grant the ministry a chance for redemption. However, he stipulated that Fudge must impose severe punishment on Crouch. Fudge eagerly acquiesced, wishing for Crouch to be as far removed as possible. The following day, the Dark Mark re-emerged. The Hogwarts army valiantly rescued their compatriots. Kane Slytherin, a beacon of light in the night. Major newspapers and media outlets reported on the horrific attack from the previous night. The Daily Prophet even featured a photograph of Kane standing beneath the massive Hogwarts crest, surrounded by numerous wizards, juxtaposed with images of Fudge and others fleeing in disarray. In an instant, the reputation of Slytherin surged like a tidal wave. Conversely, although Fudge managed to reassure some wizards, many others were left disillusioned by his incompetence. They furiously sent numerous angry letters to the ministry. In the words of Bob, who happened to be at the ministry at the time, my head is buzzing all day long. Meanwhile, at the dining table of the Gaunt family, Lucius had performed admirably in the previous affair. Coupled with the fact that you entrusted the Slytherin locket to him, the Dark Lord was exceedingly pleased. Lucius had regained his trust. After sipping a cup of red tea, Riddle remarked, this was to be expected. After all, he does not have many options now. Kane, wiping his mouth, replied without surprise. Little Toad remained quietly attentive, listening to Kane and Riddle's conversation without interjecting. Reports from young Crouch indicated that the Dark Lord intended for him to seize the opportunity to infiltrate Hogwarts in place of Alastair Moody. Aiming to get closer to Harry Potter, Riddle continued, "Well, I must assist them in hastening their pace." Kane raised an eyebrow, expressing his desire not to wait until the Triwizard Tournament's final match for the Dark Lord's resurrection. That would be far too slow. Furthermore, with his presence, it was uncertain whether Harry Potter would even become a champion. I have also received a response from Beau's Batons. Headmistress Fontana will personally lead the delegation to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, Kane stated, unsurprised. Headmistress Fontana is not one to adhere to antiquated traditions. Therefore, regarding matters that showcase the influence of Ifamani, he would certainly not decline. Will Bellucci attend? Little Tanguan suddenly inquired. His feelings towards Bellucci were quite complex. He both despised Bellucci for using him to coerce his brother and felt gratitude for having been saved. He should indeed come, Kane reassured, patting Little Tanguan on the shoulder. All of that is in the past. You now have both Norman and me. Yes, it's all behind us. Little Tanguan nodded solemnly. Master, a letter from the Ministry of Magic has arrived. With a crack, Creature, the house elf of the Black Estate, appeared respectfully before Kane. That old rascal Fudge certainly acts swiftly when it comes to eliminating political adversaries. After perusing the contents of the letter, Kane couldn't help but chuckle softly. Brother, has old Crouch been ousted from the ministry? Little Tanguan asked, harboring a rather unfavorable opinion of Crouch. It was even more severe than that. Fudge seized upon Crouch's blunder, relegating him to the position of an Auror. Fudge remarked that since Crouch relished personally apprehending criminals, there could be no role more fitting for him than that of an Auror. Haha. Kane found this genuinely amusing. Although Fudge may lack competence, he possesses an extraordinary talent for the art of politics. A true master of psychological warfare. By the way, Creature, summon Bob. Kane instructed the silent Creature standing nearby. Yes, Master. Soon, Bob rushed to the Black Estate in a flurry. Have we managed to collect all the debts from the betting? Kane asked directly without any preamble. Rest assured, boss, we have collected everything, Bob replied without a hint of hesitation. Excellent. How goes the battle? Kane inquired with some anticipation. The combined profits from the betting, the live broadcasts, and the advertisement placements have projected an income that has surpassed 200,000 galleons. At the mention of this figure, Bob's heart raced uncontrollably. Indeed. What a lucrative venture. Although Kane had anticipated this, he couldn't help but marvel upon hearing the actual number. To put it in perspective, the monthly salary of a ministry employee is often merely a few dozen galleons. This income rivals the total liquid assets of 5 English Lestranges. Allocate 10,000 galleons from this sum as a donation in the name of Slytherin to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Additionally, set aside another 10,000 galleons as your bonus. Kane stated decisively. The reason for donating to St. Mungo's was to capitalize on the momentum and enhance the goodwill among the residents of the magical community. Furthermore, Bob and his team had indeed worked hard during this period. With the Triwizard Tournament live broadcasts approaching, they would still face relentless exertion. Thank you, boss. Bob's previously expressionless face finally showed a hint of relief. By the way, how is the construction of the live broadcast facilities for the Triwizard Tournament progressing? Kane inquired after a moment of contemplation. Bob replied, those unscrupulous capitalists. Can't they allow us a moment's respite? Chapter 13. The new semester. On the day of the new term, the sky was veiled in a thick fog. Torrential raindrops incessantly poured onto the asphalt roads, splashing up water that irritated the passing pedestrians. What dreadful weather! Draco muttered in annoyance as he made his way directly to the Slytherin box. Upon his arrival, he discovered that many of his friends had already gathered there. Astoria was the first to spot Draco and hurriedly offered him a handkerchief. Wipe your face, your hair is soaking wet. Thank you, Astoria. Draco, gazing at Astoria's gentle demeanor, felt his ears burn with embarrassment. Astoria, after all, was not a mere child. Daphne shot Draco a disapproving glance, promptly pulling Astoria back to her side. Kane observed the scene with great interest, feeling confident in the legacy of the Malfoy family. Ahem. I trust you've all heard the news. Embarrassed, Draco attempted to shift the topic. If you're referring to the Triwizard Tournament, we are all well aware. Pansy remarked with a hint of irritation directed at Draco. Daphne and I have already ordered several exquisite dresses from the elegant wizarding boutique. Prepare to be dazzled, Pansy declared, her chin held high with confidence. Kane, the future champion, had yet to speak, and Draco retorted, it's not your turn to chatter yet. Draco had never contemplated whether Kane would be chosen as Hogwarts champion. In his eyes, no one was more deserving than Kane. The others in the box gazed intently at Kane, sharing Draco's unwavering belief that he would indeed become Hogwarts champion. I shall certainly strive to be Hogwarts champion, Kane affirmed, living up to expectations. And Kane, whom do you intend to invite as your dance partner? Pansy asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Simultaneously, Kane sensed the fervent gazes of Odette and Daphne upon him without even turning around. It's far too early to discuss such matters, Kane replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Pansy. Instead of pondering the ball, I would rather devote my time to developing a new spell. Your thoughts are quite fanciful, Pansy, Draco scoffed. What does it matter to you? I'm not inviting you, Pansy shot back. There are plenty who would be eager to ask young Master Malfoy. So you need not concern yourself, Draco retorted defiantly. Oh, are you waiting for Harry Potter to invite you? Pansy asked with a meaningful glance. What nonsense are you uttering? How could I possibly dance with that Potter? Draco replied, his expression one of incredulity. Enough, Kane interjected softly, observing the two of them bickering like a pair of squabbling hens. Draco and Pansy both scoffed simultaneously, turning their heads away from one another. If one were unaware, they might think they were witnessing Professor Snape and Sirius tearing into each other again. Little Dumpling remarked unexpectedly. A burst of laughter erupted in the box. Everyone was thoroughly amused by Little Dumpling's clever quip. But that irritating Sirius, he can't possibly be teaching us this term, can he? Daphne asked, frowning. No. Dumbledore has already relieved Sirius of his teaching position, Kane replied coolly. He was almost certain that Dumbledore, that old coot, could no longer tolerate the constant bickering between Sirius and Snape. Thank Merlin, that bothersome Sirius has finally left. He looked at the Slytherins as though they were a pile of refuse. Pansy refrained from completing her thought. A look of disdain crossed the faces of those in the box. The traitor of the Black family, he is a disgrace to nobility. Draco spat vehemently. He harbored a strong dislike for Sirius, believing that Sirius enjoyed the privileges of the Black family while simultaneously deriding them. He is nothing but a hypocrite. Ignore him. Unless he intends to live a wayward life, he will eventually understand what losing the Black family means for him, Kane remarked with an indifferent expression. And what about Lupin? He is practically in cahoots with Sirius, Blaise inquired from the side. He is a werewolf. Werewolf? Draco and Pansy exclaimed in unison. You two can't possibly be learning this only now, Little Dumpling said, somewhat exasperated as he glanced at the oblivious duo. Shouldn't this be apparent to anyone with eyes? Hence, Lupin takes leave around the full moon, and that lengthy assignment from Professor Snape on how to kill werewolves. Draco and Pansy exchanged glances. It all began to connect. You two really are a pair of hidden talents, Theodore remarked calmly, offering this astute observation. Lupin has already voluntarily resigned. However, a more formidable adversary is on the way. Kane chuckled lightly as he looked at the two, who appeared utterly stunned. Alastair Moody. The name my mother uses to describe him is a mad dog, always ready to bite us, Blaise added. Blaise spoke with a certain seriousness. With Kane present, I hardly think he would dare to confront us, Pansy remarked confidently. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall soon arrive at Hogwarts. Kane glanced out the window. The majestic Hogwarts castle now within sight. The rain poured down with increasing intensity. Kane shared a carriage with little Dramione, Draco, and Theodore. The first-year wizards are in for quite a trial, Draco said with a hint of schadenfreude. Kane, peering through the carriage curtains at the drenched first years, found himself in agreement with Draco's sentiment. However, he recalled that it always seemed to rain at the beginning of the school year. Was this Merlin weeping for those unwilling young wizards? Kane's thoughts wandered aimlessly. The carriage passed through the grand entrance adorned with winged boar sculptures, gliding down the spacious driveway. Yet, due to the howling winds, the carriage swayed violently. Kane retrieved his wand and lightly tapped inside the carriage. Instantly, the vehicle became steady, smoothly carrying them into Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 14. Who will become the hero of Hogwarts? Hold on a moment. Just as they were about to enter the hall, Kane signaled for everyone to pause. The Slytherins obediently fell to the back of the line as instructed. Suddenly, disaster struck for Ron, who was at the forefront. A massive water balloon plummeted from the ceiling, drenching him thoroughly. Peeves! Ron shouted in fury. One by one, water balloons erupted, cold water splashing upon the wizards. Aside from the Slytherin students, the other three houses were caught in the deluge. Several young witches were left pale with fright. Peeves, come down here. Professor McGonagall rushed over amid the commotion. Unfortunately, she slipped on the wet floor, nearly losing her balance. Professor McGonagall, are you all right? Kane swiftly transformed the doorknob, providing her with support just in time. Oh, splendid transfiguration, Professor McGonagall remarked, adjusting her glasses once she regained her footing. The Dark Lord has arrived. At the sight of Kane, Peeves' jester hat flew off in surprise. However, Peeves paid no heed to retrieve it, fleeing as if in panic. With a wave of his wand, Kane dried the floor, restoring order. Well done, Kane. Professor McGonagall called to the students. She needed to check on the newly arrived young wizards. Unlike the disarray exhibited by other houses, Kane and his companions remained unscathed, their robes untouched by the elements. A group of Slytherins, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of their peers from other houses, strolled leisurely towards the Slytherin long table. Brother, they are truly entertaining. Young Dramione leaned towards Kane, her eyes sparkling with delight. Shoo, Kane replied with a smile, gesturing for silence. He admitted that he had indeed found amusement in the spectacle. With the school year about to commence, it was only natural for him to allow everyone to release their emotions a bit. The sorting ceremony lacked novelty. with Kane and his friends playing the role of mere spectators. They only clapped modestly when someone was assigned to Slytherin. Alastair Moody made his entrance. Much like in the original tale, while everyone else was preoccupied with filling their stomachs. However, his arrival was far from impressive, as Moody's appearance was rather dismal. Every inch of his skin bore the marks of past battles, and his mouth resembled a crooked gash. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was undoubtedly his coin-sized artificial eye, which left many young witches and wizards startled. Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor. Yes, the one we change every year. Dumbledore attempted a joke to break the silence. The truth was, the wizards did not respond in kind. Well then, let us welcome Professor Moody. Dumbledore cleared his throat, forcibly progressing the ceremony. Sparse applause followed, but it quickly faded into silence. Students whispered in hushed clusters, occasionally casting furtive glances at Moody at the staff table. Once their eyes met Moody's artificial eye, they scurried away like startled squirrels, eager to hide. At the conclusion of the feast, Dumbledore stood once more. He cleared his throat, preparing to share something of great importance. After surveying the Great Hall, he continued, "This year, the Quidditch matches will be cancelled." Kane could wager that someone indeed exclaimed this statement. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, the students reacted with fervor, much like water brought to a boil, with Gryffindor being the most vocal. In stark contrast, Slytherin displayed an unusual calmness. Snape, observing the composed demeanor of Slytherin from the staff table, cast a smug glance at the heads of the other three houses, as if to say, "See, aside from Slytherin, the rest are merely a bunch of monkeys." "Now, children, please refrain from becoming overly agitated," Dumbledore interjected, finally raising his arms to restore order. "In the coming months, we will have the distinct honor of hosting a most splendid event. You may be unaware that this event has not been held for over a century. Dumbledore is still keeping us in suspense. Headmaster, what is this event? Please do tell." At the Gryffindor table, a few conspicuous individuals buried themselves in the crowd, making a raucous scene as if trying to cover their ears. Professor McGonagall's face turned a shade of green. "How embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Well, since Mr. Jordan is so eager, I shall hasten my pace," Dumbledore said, stroking his long beard with a sympathetic demeanor. "Lee Jordan, I truly appreciate it." What further distressed him was the sight of Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze, one that could tear him to shreds. He felt as if his fate was sealed. "Brother, take care," George said sadly, covering his face with his hands. Yet, if George were to lower his hands at that moment, everyone would see the wide grin stretching from ear to ear. "Hogwarts will have the distinct honor of hosting the Triwizard Tournament." Dumbledore, observing Lee Jordan's despondent expression, cheerfully announced the answer. "Do not think I did not hear that." This statement came directly from Lee Jordan himself. The Triwizard Tournament. Even Slytherin began to stir with excitement. Though they had already caught wind of the rumors, the moment of confirmation ignited their enthusiasm. Dumbledore began to enlighten the students about the Triwizard Tournament. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive with their meticulously chosen competitors. Moreover, this year's Triwizard Tournament has an astonishing new twist. With the facilitation of Mr. Slytherin, the Ilvermorny school from across the ocean will also participate in the competition. Dumbledore gestured towards Kane. The collective gaze of everyone in the Great Hall converged upon Kane. Accustomed to such scrutiny, Kane stood up, acknowledging the crowd with polite, yet distant gestures. The ceremony to select champions is scheduled for Halloween. An impartial judge will determine which students are eligible to become champions. The chosen champions will not only bring honor to their schools, but also receive a reward of 5,000 galleons. Dumbledore unveiled this momentous news. 5,000 galleons. The students below could hardly contain themselves. This could indeed be considered a fortune. Initially, the prize for the Triwizard Tournament was set at only 1,000 galleons. But with a wave of his hand, the wealthy Cafeon increased the prize to 5,000 galleons. Who will become Hogwarts champion? Lee Jordan's penetrating voice resonated throughout the Great Hall. However, Professor McGonagall had neither the energy nor the desire to stop Lee Jordan, as she too was exceedingly curious about which student would emerge as Hogwarts champion. Though emotionally, she yearned for a champion from Gryffindor to emerge, her rational mind inadvertently gravitated towards Slytherin. Many other wizards shared her sentiment, their collective gaze encompassing nearly the entirety of the Hogwarts faculty and students. They all had a singular candidate in mind, Kane Slytherin. Chapter 15, an alternative path to becoming a champion. However, as Dumbledore's discourse shifted, the attention of the entire school returned to him. The participating schools and the Ministry of Magic unanimously agreed that only students aged 17 and above were permitted to enroll. This decree was deemed unjust. No sooner had Dumbledore's words settled than the Slytherins were the first to express their discontent. They believed Dumbledore's ruling was a deliberate ploy to impede Kane's participation, thereby denying Slytherin the honor they rightfully deserved. The conjecture that Dumbledore was unwilling to see Slytherin become champions swiftly solidified into a consensus among the Slytherin house. Snape's expression was equally grim. As a staunch Slytherin, he had long regarded the pursuit of honor as an instinctual drive, regardless of his personal rapport with Kane. In this matter, their positions aligned. Dumbledore, sensing Snape's agitation, cast a glance in his direction, silently urging him to remain calm. Snape stifled his breath, opting for a temporary retreat. I know you all yearn to bring honor to Hogwarts. Indeed, who does not dream of becoming a champion? Dumbledore mused nostalgically, rubbing the corners of his eyes. Kane, with keen perception, noticed Grindelwald cloaked in Professor Black's guise, casting a bemused glance at Dumbledore, who was deeply engrossed in his performance. The participating schools and the ministry had also jointly established an additional stipulation. After all, some among us are born extraordinary. Dumbledore's gaze inadvertently lingered on Kane for a moment. Thus, in the midst of the Slytherin's expectant stares, Dumbledore slowly opened his mouth. For those children under the age of 17, we shall impose certain trials. Should they successfully navigate these challenges, it would signify their eligibility to represent as champions. As Dumbledore's words echoed, a wave of jubilation swept through the students. After all, no one believed themselves incapable. Among them, the notable figure of Lee Jordan had already begun vocally articulating his plans for what he would do upon acquiring 5,000 galleons. Do not inquire how everyone was privy to Lee Jordan's ambitions. Simply put, he possessed a voice of gold. Professor McGonagall frequently cast glances towards a particular spot on the Gryffindor long table, though ultimately, it proved futile. Yet, it was not Gryffindor that exhibited the most enthusiasm. The Slytherins were even more exhilarated. They even cast aside their modesty, striking their cups against the table with a resounding clatter, their restless legs keeping time in an unrestrained rhythm. To them, Kane was undoubtedly the prime candidate for the Hogwarts champion. Even Snape, seated at the faculty table, shed his usual gloom, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Humph. Moody, sitting beside Snape, rotated his fake eye erratically, letting out an ambiguous grunt. Snape shot Moody a fierce glare without hesitation. Such a rabid dog, perpetually snapping at Slytherin, what a misfortune. Until the banquet concluded, the students continued to revel in animated discussions about the Triwizard Tournament. Yet another of that hulking course. In the common room, Pansy let out a resigned sigh. She was beginning to fear the peculiar creatures that appeared in care of magical creatures. What surprises might this lesson hold for us? Blaise shrugged, remarking, Potter will undoubtedly have something to say. Draco animatedly described Harry's flustered attempts to thwart him, causing Pansy to laugh uncontrollably. If it weren't for Astoria, I would truly wonder if you had feelings for that, Potter. Odette remarked nonchalantly, sitting beside Kane. Upon entering their 4th year, Kane and his companions experienced rapid growth. Odette had matured considerably, though she appeared more aloof than ever. Apart from Kane, few could elicit a warm response from her. Humph, at least you have some discernment. Pansy cast a glance at Odette, nodding in agreement. You too. Draco glowered around, relieved that Astoria was not present. Oh, I will certainly inform my poor sister. Daphne remarked playfully. Draco, a blunder. I had forgotten about Daphne, that scheming woman intent on dismantling his relationship with Astoria. Brother, they are truly juvenile, Little Dumpling slyly remarked. Focus on your homework. Kane chuckled at the troublemaker, Little Dumpling. Oh, Little Dumpling elongated her tone in disappointment. By the way, brother, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak, Kane replied, lowering his gaze slightly and nodding. I want to skip a grade. Little Dumpling stated directly. Certainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Kane agreed. You're not opposed? Little Dumpling felt a twinge of disappointment at Kane's swift acquiescence. Does he not care about me at all? I trust your judgment. You have matured, Kane said with a gentle smile. Very well, I shall go seek the headmaster now. Little Dumpling declared, rising to her feet. Let us go. We ought to attend class now. After bidding farewell to the little Tangyuan, Kane closed the thick tome and strode towards the exit. How dashing. Along the way, Kane occasionally caught sight of male and female wizards swooning at their presence. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was too noisy. Blaise, the charming playboy, seemed unfazed, casting flirtatious glances at the crowd. The excitement among those witches and wizards was palpable. Initially, Kane struggled to comprehend the situation, but a glance at his companions enlightened him. After all, the allure of Slytherin was universally acknowledged within Hogwarts. Kane and his friends were truly exceptional, which explained the infatuation of those wizards. Ugh, why does such a creature as the blast-ended Skrut even exist? Pansy wrinkled her nose and distanced herself, yet the foul stench of rotten fish lingered. So, Kane, do you fancy these little creatures? Hagrid gazed lovingly at the Skruts crawling about. Kane looked at the slimy, lobster-like beings and found it impossible to betray his conscience. Hagrid, perhaps you might consider a change of pace. This way, you could showcase the diversity of magical creatures while gaining more inspiration for your lessons. With a sincere expression, Kane regarded Hagrid, as if all of this was for his and everyone else's benefit. Is that so? Hagrid scratched his head with his large hand, somewhat befuddled. Kane's point is valid, Hagrid. Harry chimed in, noticing the commotion. Merlin, he was truly fed up with these peculiar magical creatures. Other students echoed their agreement. Seeing the enthusiastic response, Hagrid felt a warm surge of affection. How wonderful it was that the students loved his class. Should I change? Hagrid asked hesitantly. I hear there's a herd of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Kane quickly seized the moment. Professor Hagrid, could you show us the unicorns? Now everyone was abuzz with excitement. Very well, Hagrid thought for a moment and then agreed. Thank Merlin, Harry exclaimed sincerely. Oh, what are you all doing? Hagrid suddenly caught a whiff of a strange odor. Chapter 16. Blood and Keys. Amidst the enthusiastic response from the students, Hagrid finally decided to attempt a shift in his teaching approach. After all, he couldn't let down their goodwill. However, just as he contemplated bringing the newly born unicorns to the next class, a pungent whiff of gunpowder assaulted his nostrils, overpowering even the Scroot's acrid stench. You rascals! Stop it at once. Hagrid spun around abruptly. Simo Finnegan ignited the laborious firework, just moments away from stuffing it into a container brimming with explosive snails. Professor Hagrid startled Finnegan with a thunderous shout. Startled, his hand trembled, causing the firework to tumble directly into the container. Kane discreetly stepped back, swiftly erecting a barrier. Bang! 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 The magical creature protection class instantly transformed into a scene reminiscent of an explosive film set. The snails within the container erupted into fragments, scattering dirt in all directions. Ugh! 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 Upon tasting the raw snail delicacy, several students leaned against trees, retching uncontrollably. The spectacle was indeed remarkable. In the midst of the chaos, Harry found himself unexpectedly knocked down. He collided forcefully with a tree. Harry, are you all right? Hermione, suppressing her own nausea, approached and helped him up. You're bleeding. She anxiously glanced at the cut on Harry's right arm, inflicted by a branch. Harry, are you okay? Kane, stifling his disdain, stepped closer to Harry after the bothersome object had vanished. Hiss! Harry sharply inhaled, feeling a surge of blood flow more profusely than before as Kane grasped his right arm. Kane, you're being too rough, Hermione quickly interjected. All right, my apologies, Harry. Kane retracted his hand, hiding it behind his back. Finnegan, look what you've done. Hagrid roared at Finnegan upon seeing Harry injured. Hagrid, ugh, Professor ugh. I acknowledge my mistake ugh. Finnegan's face turned pale from his own bout of nausea. Having been closest to the container, and thus most affected by the explosion, a fitting consequence of his actions. Amusingly, Finnegan had inadvertently styled himself with a trendy hairdo. His hair now resembled a wild explosion of curls. Observing Finnegan's soot-blackened face, Hagrid's frustration had nowhere to go. Harry, I'll take you to the infirmary. Hagrid hoisted Harry onto his shoulder as if he were a small child. Hagrid, it's my arm that's injured. My legs are perfectly fine. Harry protested, feeling utterly embarrassed. No fuss, Harry. This way we'll get there faster. Hagrid completely disregarded Harry's squirming form on his shoulder. Thus, Harry was carried across half the campus by Hagrid, attracting the attention of countless onlookers who snickered at his plight. Harry, are you all right? A concerned Cho Chang, who happened to witness the scene, inquired. I am not Harry. Hagrid, please hurry, I beg you. Harry covered his face, frantically pounding on Hagrid's shoulder. All right then. In Hagrid's eyes, Harry's swats seemed hardly more vigorous than mere scratches. Nevertheless, the empathetic Hagrid was more than willing to accommodate Harry's wishes. Harry, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate, Hagrid reminded him specifically. The witches nearby erupted in laughter, their amusement quite pronounced, even affecting Autumn Jean. I'm exhausted, let it all end. Harry exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. For the next 2 classes, Harry was absent. Have you heard the news? Potter was carried away by Hagrid. Ha ha ha. Draco recounted with glee on their way back. You truly care about him, he remarked after Pansy's laughter subsided, only for her to turn her back on him, casting a peculiar glance his way. Enough of this banter. You two should head back, Kane interjected calmly, indicating he had someone to meet. Cloaked in a disillusionment charm, Kane quietly approached the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Young master, Moody said, closing the door behind him and bowing directly. Young Crouch. Here is the blood of Harry Potter. Kane produced a vial of frozen solution containing vibrant red blood from his pocket. Thank you, young master, young Crouch replied, astonishment flickering across his face as he reverently accepted the vial. Present it to that impostor at an appropriate time, Kane instructed coolly. Yes, young master. Young Crouch affirmed without hesitation. Young master, there is something I need to report. He hesitated slightly. Did that impostor say something about me? Kane speculated directly. You truly have a knack for deduction, young master, young Crouch praised him. The impostor instructed me to observe your preferences. What? Kane exclaimed, taken aback by young Crouch's revelation. Indeed, that was his directive, young Crouch reiterated. I understand. Do not concern yourself with him. Just fabricate a few excuses when the time comes, Kane replied, feeling a peculiar unease within. Was Voldemort truly interested in his likes? Surely. This was not a sudden change of heart in an attempt to mend their father-son relationship. Kane quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. After all, During his first year, Voldemort had intended to seize his body entirely, showing him no mercy whatsoever. After handing Harry's blood to Moody, Kane strolled leisurely toward the common room. Regrettably, today was destined to be a hectic day. Professor Aurora Sinistra, the esteemed astronomer, halted Kane midway. "Professor, you sought my presence?" Kane found himself somewhat perplexed by the professor's intentions, for aside from her lectures, her presence was remarkably scarce. "Ah, Mr. Slytherin," Professor Sinistra began, a hint of discomfort evident in her tone. "There is something I must entrust to you. Would you accompany me to my office?" "Certainly, Professor." Kane suppressed his curiosity and followed the somewhat socially anxious professor towards her office. "Here we are," Sinistra announced, stopping before a door of rich, wooden hue. Kane silently surveyed the interior of the professor's office, which was replete with celestial models. It was clear that Professor Sinistra possessed a profound affection for the vast cosmos. "This is it," she said, carefully moving aside a model of Pluto to extract a blood-red key from a recess in its base. "Professor Babbling instructed me to deliver this to you." "What is this?" Kane inquired as he took the key, immediately detecting a sweet, metallic scent reminiscent of blood. "Before she departed, Basquita instructed me that if she had not returned by the start of term, I was to hand you the key." There was a note of melancholy in Professor Sinistra's voice. "Basquita will be all right, won't she?" Chapter 17. An unexpected incident. "Kane, you must hurry. That new Moody has turned 2 years into skunks," Draco exclaimed, his complexion pale as he rushed into Kane's dormitory. "What?" Kane paused, his fingers halting in their motion over the pages. What transpired? Rising to his feet, he made his way towards the exit. "Those 2 years," mocked Moody, calling him a mad dog fixated on Slytherin, and he overheard them, Draco recounted swiftly. Kane, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily speechless. Those unfortunate 5 years were truly unfortunate to have crossed paths with Moody. Heaven above. Before Kane could reach the hallway, he was met with the shrieks of witches. It turned out that Moody was tossing 2 skunks about with his wand. "Cease this at once," Kane commanded. "Kane, Mr. Slytherin." The Slytherins present rallied behind Kane, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze upon Moody. "I said to stop," Kane exclaimed, observing Moody's disregard for his words. With a flick of his fingers, he sent Moody's wand flying away. As the 2 skunks regained their freedom, they dizzily scurried towards Kane, trembling at his feet. Poor David, poor Ingmar. Somehow, Draco felt a surge of compassion. He scooped the 2 skunks into his arms. Witnessing this scene, Kane's eyes twitched slightly. Fate is indeed an intriguing concept at times. "You dared to assault a professor?" Moody, who had been swiftly disarmed by Kane, was momentarily taken aback before his anger doubled. "Assault a professor? No. I believe this leans more towards self-defense," Kane remarked casually, casting a glance at Moody. "Hogwarts professors possess the authority to discipline students." Moody's artificial eye spun incessantly, his scarred visage darkening. "However, this does not extend to corporal punishment," Kane retorted resolutely. "Dealing with your kind requires extraordinary measures." Moody glared fiercely at Kane, gritting his teeth. "Oh," Kane replied, his expression indifferent. Behind him, numerous Slytherins raised their wands in unison, aiming directly at Moody. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. "Professor Moody, not all Slytherins are of ill repute." Observing the imminent confrontation, Harry could not help but speak up. "Kane, Harry certainly knows how to offend everyone with a single remark." "What do you mean not all Slytherins are bad?" "A Slytherin receiving a kindness card would be subjected to ridicule." "Thank you very much." Draco couldn't help but facepalm. "Very well, let me test the mettle of Slytherin." Moody picked up a wand, long neglected, and slowly aimed it at Kane. In response, the Slytherins readied their wands, poised to unleash a barrage of spells. "Stop! What are you doing?" At that crucial moment, Professor McGonagall hurried over. Upon witnessing the scene, her heart nearly faltered. "Professor McGonagall." The events unfolded as follows. Lee Jordan's loud voice vividly recounted the incident. Kane was certain that if Lee were to join a certain society, he would undoubtedly become a star in due time, for he was truly a gifted performer. "Those 2 skunks." Professor McGonagall's expression grew exceedingly grave. "Professor Moody, Hogwarts does not permit the use of transfiguration as a form of punishment for students. Professor Dumbledore surely informed you of this, did he not?" "Perhaps," Moody replied vaguely. Professor McGonagall instantly felt overwhelmed. Neither Dumbledore nor Moody could be relied upon. "However, I believe that instilling a little fear in those who disrespect professors is not unwarranted," Moody insisted. "Professor Moody." Professor McGonagall raised her voice sharply. "You may confine yourself, rather than resorting to such measures." "Very well, I shall comply." Ultimately, Moody yielded. Meanwhile, his artificial eye remained fixed intently on the 2 ferrets nestled in Draco's embrace. "Mr. Malfoy, kindly hand over those 2 ferrets," Professor McGonagall said, her tone softened. "Professor McGonagall." "I believe they are rather reluctant," Draco replied, somewhat exasperated, as he watched the creatures attempting to burrow into his armpit. "Allow me to handle this matter," Kane suggested, gesturing for Draco to set the ferrets down. With a flick of his wand, the 2 ferrets spun around and transformed into wizards. David and Ingmar exchanged pale glances, hastily retreating behind Kane. Their eyes shimmered with tears of humiliation as they cast resentful glares at Moody. I shall keep a watchful eye on you, boy. Moody's artificial eye glared fiercely at Kane. I am still the headmaster, and it is not your place to scrutinize my students. Snape, arriving late, was seething with anger. Humph. Moody scoffed dismissively, turning away without a hint of respect. Snape's sharp gaze remained fixed on Moody, as if he wished to pierce him with his glare. Professor Snape, I will report this to Dumbledore, McGonagall remarked, noting Snape's dark expression with a hint of exhaustion. Humph. Snape huffed, flicking his sleeve in disdain. Dumbledore, apart from his fondness for sweets and his penchant for mediocrity, is utterly useless. I have resolved to cease providing him with the special potion for his cavities starting today. Let that old fool suffer. You too, come with me, Snape commanded, pointing at the unfortunate pair. The rest of you, return to the common room. The two unfortunate souls and the remaining Slytherins exchanged knowing glances directed at Kane. Go on. Leave, Kane said with just 2 words, successfully disarming Snape. Since when did Snape require Kane's approval to issue commands? When the defense against the dark arts class commenced, perhaps forewarned by Dumbledore. Moody refrained from targeting Kane or any other Slytherins. Instead, he focused his attention primarily on Gryffindor. Aside from Kane, the other Slytherins breathed a sigh of relief. Amused by the comical antics of Gryffindor under the influence of the Patronus charm, Kane leisurely enjoyed the spectacle of what resembled a comedic performance, thoroughly satisfied. However, as he glanced up, his gaze inadvertently met Moody's. Kane subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The tension in Moody's previously tightly wound artificial eye relaxed instantaneously. Chapter 18. In the corridor. Kane, wait. Hermione's voice came from behind, prompting Kane to pause in his steps. What is it, Hermione? He inquired, observing her breathless state and the furtive expressions of Harry and Ron behind her. Look at this, Hermione said, producing a round badge from the large box she was holding and handing it to Kane. House Elf Rights. Draco read the inscription aloud, casting a peculiar glance at Hermione. Indeed, it stands for the Society for the Promotion of House Elf Rights, Hermione replied, shooting Draco a sidelong glance before elaborating. Draco furrowed his brow as he regarded the sneaky duo behind Hermione. What on earth are you up to? Well, Hermione, Harry faltered momentarily, appearing troubled. Let me handle this. Hermione shot a silent look at the hesitant Harry. The short-term goal of establishing this society is to ensure that house elves receive fair wages and proper working conditions. What? Did I hear you correctly? Pansy exclaimed, her eyes widening. You heard correctly. I have conducted extensive research in the library on the history of house elves becoming slaves, a plight that dates back centuries. Kane, I truly cannot believe that not a single wizard has mentioned their tragic living conditions all this time, Hermione declared with righteous indignation. You are simply delusional. House elves are meant to be subjugated by wizards. Pansy regarded Hermione as if she were a monster. Parkinson, you shall not look at Hermione that way. Ron stepped forward defiantly. Am I wrong? Pansy retorted disdainfully. Ron's face flushed as he struggled to articulate a response. In truth, he also believed Hermione's aspirations to liberate house elves were fantastical. Hermione, you mentioned that the short-term goal is to improve their working environment. What about the long-term goal? Kane inquired, his demeanor calm, unlike Draco's impulsive reactions. Encouraged by Kane's composed expression, Hermione took a deep breath and began. They should be granted the right to use magic. Thus, the long-term goal is to amend the law that prohibits house elves from wielding wands. If possible in the future, house elves could even work in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Hermione said with fervor. This left Ron speechless as the Slytherins and Gryffindors exchanged glances, momentarily united by Hermione's compelling vision. Hermione, although your intentions are noble, have you considered why house elves became the slaves of wizards? Kane gazed at Hermione, his expression somewhat subdued as he inquired, what led to the enslavement? Hermione was momentarily taken aback. She had never truly contemplated this question. I suggest you peruse the tome Wizards and the Otherworldly. It elaborates on the fusion and schism between wizards and other races, including house elves, Kane continued. Hermione, if you possess any knowledge, please share it directly, she implored, sensing the perplexed gazes of those around her, which began to sway her resolve. She was eager to uncover the truth. Very well. Centuries ago, house elves were free beings, their numbers exceeding those of wizards by a factor of 10. They were born with the ability to wield magic. Initially, their coexistence with wizards was relatively harmonious. Unfortunately, among the elves arose an ambitious leader who incited a rebellion against the wizards. Caught off guard, the wizards faced a brutal conflict, paying a heavy toll in blood to emerge victorious. The elves were nearly driven to extinction. In a desperate bid for survival, they voluntarily entered into a servitude agreement with the wizards. Thus, I contend that the current plight of house elves is a consequence of their own actions. Kane recounted the origins of house elves slowly. I apologize, I am unaware, Hermione murmured, her cheeks flushing after hearing Kane's words. What was she doing? It was no wonder there were so few house elves. My mother has always desired to own one, Ron mumbled instinctively. Harry, seated nearby, swiftly nudged Ron with his elbow, reminding him to keep quiet. Did he not see that Hermione was visibly embarrassed? Here, Hermione said, turning to thrust a large box into Ron's hands. This is your and Harry's membership fee, 2 sickles. As for your badges, do as you wish with them. I know you both have always held disdain for those badges. Her tone grew increasingly somber. I wish to be alone. Please do not seek me out. With that, Hermione covered her face and fled. The others exchanged glances. Kane. Hermione meant well. Harry bravely stepped forward to explain. I understand. Harry, Kane nodded slightly. May I have a word with you? Of course, Harry replied, albeit taken aback. I've noticed that something seems amiss with you. Is there an issue at hand? Once they were alone, Kane asked directly. Surely, you are not still troubled by the loss of your choice in partners at Hogwarts? He added with a light-hearted expression. It concerns Professor Trelawney. Harry hesitated for a moment before expressing the truth. What did she say? Kane instinctively raised an eyebrow. It would be unjust to label Trelawney as a complete charlatan, for there were rare occasions when she indeed made genuine prophecies. Nevertheless, Kane specifically requested Dumbledore to exempt him from attending her class, a request that Dumbledore, for reasons of his own, did not decline. She mentioned that she foresaw my future days would be exceedingly arduous, and she also warned that the things I worry about would arrive sooner than I expect. Given that Trelawney had previously predicted Sirius' fate in their 3rd year, he could not dismiss her so-called prophecy lightly. Even though Harry was aware of Trelawney's general unreliability, he felt reassured by Kane's demeanor. Rest assured, Harry, I have long been awaiting his arrival. A dangerous smile played upon Kane's lips. Indeed, it is you, Kane. Observing Kane's nonchalant attitude, Harry's sense of disorientation began to clear. Yes, even if Voldemort truly returned, there were still Professors Dumbledore and Kane. Harry felt a burgeoning optimism, as if the sky could fall and still find support in a towering figure. Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and Ilvermorny were soon to arrive, which was quite exhilarating. Harry's tone brimmed with excitement, utterly unaware of the brutal challenges his future would face without Kane's presence. Chapter 19. A remedy for all defiance as October approached. The weather grew increasingly colder. Yet, the chill did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the Hogwarts students. Speculations regarding the champions of Hogwarts remained the most fervent topic of discussion, without exception. Naturally, each wizard hoped that the champion would emerge from their own house. Nonetheless, when it came to candidates universally acknowledged by the faculty and students alike, Kane and Cedric were the clear frontrunners. This resulted in numerous minor skirmishes between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Fortunately, Kane and Cedric intervened in time to restrain the members of their respective houses, preventing the situation from escalating further. Although Gryffindor and Ravenclaw felt aggrieved, they found themselves unable to present any contenders who could rival the two. Thus, they largely remained in a state of amused detachment, relishing the unfolding drama between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze scanned the room. 4th year is the most crucial phase of your entire academic journey. The exams are looming. If you do not wish to become a vagabond after graduation, you must seize this opportunity to excel in your 4th year studies. Should you fail the standardized tests, you might as well return to inherit your family business. Pansy murmured softly, Mr. Thomas, speak up. McGonagall's voice rose sharply. Professor McGonagall, ISNT the exam perhaps in the 5th year? Upon witnessing Professor McGonagall's stern expression, Thomas faltered. Perhaps it was true. Yet, how many among you are incapable of even transforming a hedgehog into a cushion? Please take your seats, Mr. Thomas. I hope you are not among those I just mentioned. The scrutinizing gaze of Professor McGonagall was undeniable, even behind her thick glasses. Thomas silently sat down, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was evident that he belonged to that considerable group of individuals who could not manage the simple task of transforming a hedgehog into a cushion. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Pansy, overwhelmed by Professor McGonagall's imposing presence, lowered her head in guilt. She certainly did not wish to be scolded like Thomas. How humiliating. Now, please come up one by one to collect your exam papers. At the sound of the bell, Professor McGonagall conjured a stack of exam papers that were at least half a meter tall, with the exception of a couple of individuals. The rest could not help but groan in despair. Hermione, for pity's sake, be a decent person. Witnessing Hermione's eager expression, Ron felt as if his soul had left his body, collapsing limply onto his desk. Kane wouldn't he behave like you? Hermione glanced at the unperturbed Kane, then shot a disapproving look at Ron. You think too highly of me. Ron was utterly devoid of motivation, sinking deeper into his despondency. Will becoming a champion free me from these exams? Harry sighed deeply, unable to resist daydreaming. The thought was rather delightful. If champions were exempt from homework, it surely should be Kane. Upon hearing Potter's words, Draco immediately retorted, "You were eavesdropping on us." Ron glanced at Professor McGonagall on the podium and instantly perked up, nearly leaping out of his seat to accuse Draco. "Please, you were speaking so loudly. it would be impossible not to overhear. Draco scoffed disdainfully. "Isn't that right?" Draco turned to his Slytherin companions, but was met only with a meaningful silence. Could it be that they truly did not care what would become of Harry Potter? Huh. I knew you were eavesdropping. Ron seemed to have uncovered monumental evidence, and in his excitement, he sprang from his seat. "Mr. Weasley, I did not expect you to exhibit such enthusiasm for Transfiguration class. I have decided to reward your eagerness with an additional set of exam papers." Professor McGonagall's voice plunged Ron into despair. His face turned pale as he mechanically shuffled forward step by step. Ha ha ha. Draco could not contain his laughter. "Mr. Malfoy, you too shall join him. You have your share as well." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and stated flatly. Ron's smile widened to the point of nearly splitting his face. Kane raised his hand to lightly cough, concealing the subtle curve at the corner of his mouth. "Truly remarkable, Professor McGonagall, a master in dealing with all forms of dissent." Stuffing a thick stack of papers into his bag, the group sauntered into the foyer. Hufflepuff has certainly been industrious of late. Pansy glanced at the scoreboard, disdain evident in her voice. "They can't possibly believe that this will earn them Pansy's respect." Kane softly interjected, fully aware of Pansy's impending remarks. It was no secret that she intended to mock Hufflepuff, suggesting that no matter how fervently they scored points, they would never be deemed champions. Kane empathized with Hufflepuff's eagerness. Compared to the ever-controversial Slytherin and Gryffindor, Hufflepuff's presence was indeed minimal. Even Ravenclaw, with their plethora of eccentricities, overshadowed Hufflepuff considerably. The Triwizard Tournament had ignited Hufflepuff's fervor. With Cedric serving as the spark, they were desperate to demonstrate their strength before the other three houses. "What is going on?" Draco queried, peering at the throng ahead that seemed impenetrable. He couldn't help but rise onto his toes to glimpse over the dense crowd. However, before Draco could discern the contents of the notice board, Ron had already read it aloud. "The Triwizard Tournament. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive on Friday, October 30th at 6 p.m. Afternoon classes will end half an hour early." Ron's voice rose with excitement. "Fantastic. No more enduring Snape's sour visage," Harry exclaimed, waving his arms in exhilaration. "Wonderful. In just a week, we'll finally see Krum." Draco visibly brightened at the thought. "Students are requested to gather in front of the castle to welcome our guests." Lee Jordan continued reading. "Oh my, George, there's also the welcome feast." Fred leapt up, high-fiving George. "It's time for the Weasley twins to shine once more. Trust me, those wizards from other schools will soon become our new patrons," George declared confidently, already envisioning a cascade of galleons filling his pockets. "If you wish to avoid Professor McGonagall's ire, trust me, it's best not to get carried away," Kane calmly reminded the overzealous twins. "All right, Kane, you have a point. However, don't even dream of claiming the title of Hogwarts champion. It already belongs to the Weasley twins." George and Fred chimed in unison. "Very well, let us wait and see," Kane remarked, casting an indifferent glance at the two jesters. Chapter 20. The Welcome. Hey, Gryffindors. Remove your muddy shoes from the pristine floor. As the arrival of the Iphimania and other schools at Hogwarts draws near, Filch's surveillance over the students has intensified exponentially. He even forbids them from conversing in the corridors, perceiving such interactions as disruptive noise that disturbs the order of Hogwarts. The students are left in discontent under Filch's oppressive regime. Not only Filch, but the notice that appeared in the entrance hall has also significantly impacted the inhabitants of Hogwarts. On the way to class, Kane keenly observed that the entire castle was undergoing a thorough cleaning. Even the numerous portraits adorning the walls were not spared. Once, while passing through the second floor of the castle, Kane overheard the subjects of the portraits lamenting incessantly, questioning whether Hogwarts could still accommodate them. Otherwise, why would they seem eager to be scraped off the walls? Moreover, even the mischievous Peeves had received stern warnings. Suddenly, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped Hogwarts. Time passed in a tense yet expectant air. On this particular day, during potions class, Snape, with his elongated drawl, unleashed his acerbic wit to the fullest. He flitted about the students like a great bat, seizing every opportunity to deduct points or spew venomous remarks. Of course, Snape was discerning. He unleashed his wrath upon Gryffindor while showing leniency towards Slytherin, embodying double standards to the extreme. However, if there was one student that Snape prioritized above all, it was Harry Potter. Some may wonder, did Snape not also harbor disdain for Kane? Indeed, that had been the case previously. But as Kane's power grew, Snape became acutely aware that he could no longer exert influence over him. Thus, he adopted a stance of indifference towards Kane. Consequently, Harry bore the brunt of Snape's ire, drawing nearly all the fire upon himself. Even his teammate Ron maintained a respectful distance, adopting an attitude of misery loves company. Just as Harry was on the verge of being submerged into the cauldron under Snape's scathing remarks, a faint voice emanated from outside the door. "Mr. Creevy, if you have no valid reason to interrupt my class," Snape detached himself from the pleasure of berating Potter and, with an impassive expression, inquired. "Why yes, Professor McGonagall," Creevy stammered. instinctively trembling upon hearing Snape's warning. Professor McGonagall requires Mr. Slytherin to visit the headmaster's office. Ah, the illustrious Mr. Slytherin, Snape drawled, his vacant gaze shifting towards Kane. Since Headmaster Dumbledore has spoken, then do proceed. With a flick of his robe, Snape remarked as if entirely unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Kane rose and walked unhurriedly towards the door where Crivey stood. Mr. Potter, Severus Snape emitted a heavy, disdainful snort. You can only fit 3 holy beetles. Are you a troll? You can't even discern the simplest of numbers. I suggest you devote yourself to mastering the brewing of enhancement potions. Perhaps it might salvage your pitiful intellect. Frustrated with Kane, Snape chose to double his ire upon the insufferable offspring of the Potter family. Harry, Kane, come back quickly. He cannot bear this alone. After relaying Professor McGonagall's words, Crivey hastily took his leave, as if a terrifying beast were chasing him. Kane silently mused that when it comes to exerting pressure on students, no one surpasses Snape. Oh, Kane, you have arrived. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, Kane found Professor McGonagall present as well. Fawkes, perching beside Dumbledore, cast a glance at the uninvited guest and flapped his wings, distancing himself from Kane. Fawkes, Kane called softly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Regardless of the circumstances, they had shared life-and-death experiences, yet Fawkes inherently preferred to maintain his distance. Fawkes must be weary. Look, his eyes are closing. Observing Kane's wry smile, Professor McGonagall quickly interjected. Kane, watching Fawkes' astonished, wide-eyed expression, felt a mixture of amusement and emotion. Ahem, Kane. It is as follows. After enjoying Kane's performance, Dumbledore cleared his throat. The representatives from various schools will be arriving shortly. You are not merely a student of Hogwarts. You are also the largest stakeholder in Ilvermorny. Therefore, after discussions with Professor McGonagall, we have decided to appoint you as the student representative to warmly welcome the arriving delegates alongside the professors. I have no objections on my end. Kane readily agreed, relishing the opportunity to show those self-important peers what true excellence entails. Professor McGonagall did not mask her pride in him. Ahem. Kane, struck by her forthright praise, felt a slight warmth rise to his handsome face, for it was rare for anyone to commend him so openly. Amidst the anticipation of the entire student body and faculty, time finally pointed to Friday. The students were largely disinterested in their classes that day. Not only the students, but the staff at Hogwarts also appeared somewhat anxious. According to the schedule posted on the notice board, as soon as classes ended, the students hurried back to their common rooms, donned their cloaks, and gathered in the foyer. Slytherins were no exception. They collectively adorned their uniforms with their finest embellishments, as if preparing to attend a grand banquet. All stood in neat formation. Upon observing a group of Slytherins, Kane approached and instructed the first-year students to line up at the front, followed by the other grades in order. As soon as Kane issued his command, the Slytherins executed it with remarkable efficiency. Snape maintained a stoic expression, refraining from further comment. Weasley, straighten that hat on your head. Parvati, remove that ridiculous object from your hair. Once all the Gryffindors were present, Professor McGonagall meticulously checked each of their appearances. She cast a discreet glance at the orderly Slytherins and let out an imperceptible sigh. When would these little lions ever bring her some pride? Let us go? After all the houses had gathered, Professor McGonagall finally nodded in satisfaction. The faculty and students of Hogwarts descended the steps in an orderly fashion. Forming a line in front of the castle, Kane quietly detached himself from the Slytherin line and stood beside Professor McGonagall, a position they had previously agreed upon. Now, they awaited the arrival of the 3 schools. Chapter 21. The arrival of the Triwizard Schools. The cold wind relentlessly swept over the neatly arranged Hogwarts students. As the wait lengthened, the students began to grow restless. Their ears turned crimson from the chill, and their bodies trembled slightly in the biting breeze. The Hogwarts staff, however, stood composed, occasionally casting disapproving glares at the unruly students. Oh, I wonder how much longer they will take to arrive. The students are going to freeze, muttered Professor Flitwick. Indeed, I sincerely hope they arrive soon, Professor Sprout agreed. I am curious, though, how they will make their entrance. Professor Flitwick rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The Triwizard Tournament had not been held for nearly a century. Surely, the schools would choose a memorable way to present themselves to Hogwarts. Let us hope the representatives from each school do not resemble certain trolls, Snape remarked casually, casting a sidelong glance at a group of whispering Potters. By the way, you must prepare thoroughly. We need to fill the heads of the visiting students with the knowledge of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall chimed in, observing her colleagues engaged in lively conversation. A mere flick of my wand would suffice for those foreign little brats to learn for a year and a half, Snape replied nonchalantly as he adjusted his robes. A gust of wind swirled a few withered leaves into the ranks of the Hogwarts staff, momentarily cooling the atmosphere. Kane listened intently to the professor's banter, suppressing a chuckle. It was indeed Snape, the master of awkward silences. Ah, Minerva, I have decided to incorporate a practical component into the charms class, and I am confident that the students will thoroughly enjoy it. Professor Flitwick broke the silence, eagerly sharing his teaching plans with his colleagues. However, just as everyone was attentively listening to Professor Flitwick's insights, a peculiar change occurred in the sky. If I am not mistaken, the representatives from Beauxbatons have arrived. Dumbledore proclaimed loudly, emerging from his eavesdropping on the professor's casual conversation. Where? The students perked up at his words, eagerly craning their necks to look around. Kane, how do you suppose Beauxbatons will arrive at Hogwarts? Dumbledore inquired, directing his gaze towards Kane, who was seated beside Professor McGonagall. During the summer of my first year, I had the privilege of visiting Beauxbatons. There, I encountered a magnificent herd of Thestrals, their strength formidable and their speed astonishing. Therefore, I surmised that Beauxbatons must be arriving in a carriage drawn by Thestrals, Kane replied with an air of calm assurance. As if to validate Kane's words, a massive shadow suddenly raced across the sky, as the colossal entity swept past the forbidden forest and was illuminated by the castle's windows. A grand powder blue carriage soared toward them. The students could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is truly enormous, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, gazing at the carriage that was nearly the size of a house. The carriage came to a halt before the assembled Hogwarts faculty and students. As the door swung open, an enormous black high-heeled shoe, akin to a child's sled, extended from within the carriage. Kane found himself gazing up in awe at the woman descending from the carriage. It was unavoidable. She was extraordinarily tall, even surpassing Hagrid. However, unlike Hagrid, this lady exuded sophistication and grace in her every movement. Welcome. Dumbledore was the first to applaud, and the students soon followed suit. Dear Madame Maxime, we warmly welcome you to Hogwarts. Upon hearing these words, the woman responded with an elegant smile. Her hand, adorned with lavish opals, reached out towards Dumbledore. He graciously performed a kiss on her hand. Dumbledore, I hope all is well with you, Madame Maxime remarked. And you must be Mr. Slytherin, she continued, her gaze immediately landing on Kane after her pleasantries with Dumbledore. Madame Maxime, it is a pleasure to meet you. Kane stepped forward with poise, also performing a kiss on her hand, without the need to bend down. I was preoccupied with some pressing matters during your last visit to Beauxbatons, which caused me to neglect you, Madame Maxime said, a hint of appropriate remorse gracing her expression. You are too kind, Madame Maxime. Madame Maxime graciously attended to me, Kane remarked promptly. That's splendid, Fleur. Madame Maxime waved to a girl behind her. A girl clad in a flowing blue silk robe, adorned with a headscarf, approached Madame Maxime with a light step. Fleur lifted her headscarf, allowing a cascade of silvery hair to tumble down. A hushed stir arose among the male wizards of Hogwarts. Hello, Kane. Fleur embraced Kane warmly before shyly retreating to Madame Maxime's side. The female witches of Hogwarts cast a collective glare at Fleur. Have Karkaroff and Fontana arrived? Madame Maxime inquired, a smile playing on her lips as she observed Kane and Fleur's reunion. Beauxbatons was the first to arrive at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied. Shall you enter to warm yourselves? Or, let us wait inside for a while, Madame Maxime suggested, glancing at the shivering male and female students behind her. However, regarding the Thestrals, Madame Maxime hesitated. At Beauxbatons, the Thestrals are cared for by dedicated handlers. Fear not, Madame Maxime. Professor Hagrid from the Care of Magical Creatures class is quite adept at this, Kane interjected at the opportune moment. Very well. Madame Maxime did not refute Kane's proposal. However, Dumbledore, could you kindly inform Professor Hagrid that these Thestrals only drink pure whiskey? Kane, might I trouble you to escort us inside? Madame Maxime looked at Kane imploringly. Kane, upon hearing this, glanced at Dumbledore for confirmation. Go ahead, Kane, lead our friends to warmth, Dumbledore said without hesitation. He discerned that Madame Maxime was earnestly attempting to forge a closer connection with Kane. Thus, he readily acquiesced, recognizing that it would not be detrimental for Hogwarts. It remained uncertain whether Durmstrang or Ilvermorny would arrive next. Dumbledore gazed at Kane, who was guiding Beauxbatons away, and couldn't help but speculate. Chapter 22. The arrival of the three schools continued as Kane settled Beauxbatons and turned back to the castle. He spotted the enormous whirlpool on the surface of the Black Lake. A long black pole-like object slowly emerged from the vortex. Kane, you arrived just in time. Durmstrang is about to make its entrance, Dumbledore remarked after glancing at Kane. Kane nodded slightly and positioned himself beside Professor McGonagall. Bathed in moonlight, he caught sight of what appeared to be the wreckage of a recently salvaged ship. It bore an eerie resemblance to a ghost ship. With a splash, Kane heard the sound of an iron anchor being cast into the water. Immediately following was a sharp crack as a wooden plank extended from the large vessel, landing heavily on the shores of the dark lake. Despite the dim surroundings, Kane quickly discerned the silhouette of a figure emerging from the ship's cabin. Perhaps due to Durmstrang's perpetually frigid location, the individuals aboard exhibited a robust stature. In contrast to the delicacy of Beauxbatons, Durmstrang appeared more rugged. They were clad uniformly in fur cloaks, the fur appearing somewhat disheveled. Dumbledore, my dear old friend. The foremost figure, adorned in a silvery cloak, was tall and lean, and he approached Dumbledore with a hearty laugh. "How are you, Karkaroff? Old friend, I'm quite well, thank you." Dumbledore stepped forward to shake Karkaroff's hand. "Hogwarts is truly splendid." Karkaroff glanced at the castle behind him, a subtle complexity flickering in his gaze. "Victor, come over here, it's warm." Karkaroff called to a sturdy boy standing not far behind him. "Hope you don't mind, old friend." Karkaroff suddenly remembered to clarify. "It's Krum." As the boy stepped out from the shadows, several wizards began to murmur excitedly. Kane noticed a fleeting smile of pride cross Karkaroff's face as he observed the reactions of the Hogwarts students. "Karkaroff, it seems you have a rather famous pupil," Dumbledore remarked enigmatically. "Old friend, you flatter me." Though Karkaroff felt a sense of pride, he feigned humility. "Kane, come here," Dumbledore gestured for Kane. Although somewhat perplexed, Kane approached Dumbledore's side out of respect. "Karkaroff, allow me to introduce you. This is Kane Slytherin. He is of a similar age to Krum. At the perfect stage for forming friendships, though his renown may not quite match that of Krum. Old friend, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Dumbledore appeared slightly apprehensive as he glanced at Karkaroff. The professors observed with intrigue, realizing that Dumbledore was indeed a master of subtlety. "What do you mean his fame doesn't compare to Krum's? Please, they are not even in the same league." "Not at all," Karkaroff replied, a stiff smile stretching across his somewhat pale face. The moment Kane appeared before him, Karkaroff instinctively took 2 steps back. "He looks remarkably similar." "Dumbledore, I will take the children inside now. They have been frozen on the ship." Kakaloff scarcely had the time to introduce Krum and Kane to one another before he hurriedly dashed towards Hogwarts. To the unknowing observer, one might assume that a dreadful entity was pursuing him. "Poor old fellow," Dumbledore remarked with a shake of his head. "Kane," he said, "you seem to have transformed him into an instrument of ostentation, as if we were missing the arrival of Ilvermorny." Dumbledore murmured. At this moment, the sky had descended into complete darkness, with even the moon retreating behind the shrouded clouds. Only the twinkling stars remained to decorate the night. "Look, there is something in the clouds," a student exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the sky. Kane gazed at the swirling colors within the clouds, already formulating a conjecture in his mind. In the next instant, a myriad of resplendent fireworks erupted in succession from the cloud's embrace, illuminating the heavens. At the zenith of the fireworks display, the name Ilvermorny appeared prominently in the sky, dominating half the expanse. With a crack, several striking bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, as 2 magnificent thunderbirds emerged, each clutching an Ilvermorny banner. They soared forth from the fireworks, followed by representatives of Ilvermorny riding on enchanted brooms. "Goodness, look at their brooms. They're all fire arrows." The Quidditch enthusiasts were practically overcome with envy. Witnessing Ilvermorny's grand entrance, however, Kane couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. He had specifically instructed Headmaster Fontana to ensure a grand presentation, so as not to tarnish his reputation as the primary stakeholder. Yet, were a dozen fire arrows truly necessary? This expenditure represented his hard-earned money, just as Kane's heart ached at the thought of his dwindling funds. The Ilvermorny delegation came to a synchronized halt before the faculty and students of Hogwarts. "Professor Dumbledore, it has been far too long," Headmaster Fontana greeted warmly, clasping hands with Dumbledore. "Thank you for your presence, Professor Fontana," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Mr. Slytherin, all the representatives of Ilvermorny are present, as promised." Fontana did not forget to acknowledge the esteemed benefactor of Ilvermorny. "Welcome to you all," Kane said, raising a faint smile. "Kane, it's been ages. Did you miss me?" The impatient Sarah waved eagerly at Kane. The witches of Hogwarts immediately turned their attention towards Sarah like searchlights. "What are you doing here?" Kane raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Aren't you in your 6th year?" "My abilities are formidable as well, so do not underestimate me," Sarah retorted defiantly. "Indeed, Mr. Slytherin. Ilvermorny seldom engages in profound exchanges with other schools, and I thought this would be a splendid opportunity for broadening horizons. Thus, I brought them along," she explained. Principal Fontana quickly elucidated, for he did not wish to give Kane the impression that he was squandering the benefactor's gold. Kane, upon hearing this, nodded slightly in noncommittal acknowledgement. "Lucas, right behind me lies Hogwarts, and I am certain you will find it enchanting," Kane remarked, addressing Lucas within the group. When Lucas returned from America, he had expressed a desire to visit Hogwarts, and it was surprising how swiftly that wish had come to fruition. "Indeed, after my graduation, I remained at Ilvermorny. It is a privilege to accompany Principal Fontana to Hogwarts, and I am confident this will be an unforgettable journey," Lucas replied with a warm smile. "However, it is a pity I graduated too early, otherwise I could have competed alongside you. Rest assured, you shall never surpass me." Kane jested with the familiarity of an old friend. "That is certainly true," Lucas replied, nodding without hesitation. The two exchanged a knowing smile. The reunion of friends always evoking a sense of nostalgia. Dumbledore wiped away a non-existent tear from the corner of his eye, expressing his sentiments. "Professor Fontana, the representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have already arrived at the castle. Let us proceed." Dumbledore gestured for Fontana to lead the way. Indeed. I am eager to witness the grandeur of the 3 prestigious schools of Europe, Principal Fontana stated with palpable enthusiasm. Chapter 23. The Goblet of Fire. The students of Hogwarts settled at their respective house tables, casting curious glances at the 3 visiting teams yet to be seated. However, in the next moment, the teams from Ilvermorny and Beauxbatons unanimously approached the Slytherin table. The students of Slytherin politely invited the representatives from the 2 schools to take their seats, their faces adorned with a hint of restrained pride. Yet, a predicament soon arose. Although Slytherin was the smallest of the 4 houses, the combined number of Ilvermorny and Beauxbatons was scarcely 30. Upon their seating, the Slytherin table quickly appeared overcrowded. Observing this, Kane nonchalantly retrieved his wand from his pocket and gave the table a gentle tap. Instantly, the solid oak table elongated and widened, creating ample space between each individual. What a splendid display of transfiguration, Sarah could not help but commend. A trivial matter, Kane replied with a calm glance at Sarah, choosing not to elaborate further. Rodriguez observed the scene with a complex expression, his hand clenched tightly beneath the table. I wonder if Krum will join Slytherin? Slytherin is the best, Draco remarked nervously, eyeing the Durmstrang alumni congregating at the entrance, seemingly undecided on where to sit. Do not dwell on it. They will not come to Slytherin, Kane stated without raising his gaze. Based on Karkaroff's earlier reaction, it was evident that Krum and his companions, if they were not fools, would certainly avoid choosing the Slytherin table. As anticipated, the alumni of Durmstrang made their move, gravitating towards the Gryffindor table. A wave of excitement erupted among the Gryffindors. After all, Krum is a world-class seeker. Who could possibly resist the chance to sit beside him? Do you have a pen? Ron asked, his eyes fixed intently on Krum as he took his seat, nudging a preoccupied Hermione in excitement. Ron, I truly do not comprehend what you find appealing about him, Hermione replied, exasperated, finally lifting her gaze toward the direction of Durmstrang. To her surprise, her eyes met those of a tall boy with a prominent hooked nose and thick, dark eyebrows. It was Krum. The boy inclined his head politely in Hermione's direction. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. Though Krum's features were rugged, he certainly possessed a refined demeanor. Hermione, you've always claimed to dislike them, Ron observed, having witnessed the exchange, feeling an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Perhaps I have been somewhat biased, Hermione admitted. Ron was about to probe further when a sudden commotion at the entrance interrupted him. Nearby, Harry discreetly sighed in relief, having feared that his 2 best friends were on the verge of an argument. Dumbledore, accompanied by a host of faculty members and several professors from other schools, made his way to the staff table and took his seat. During this time, Fleur and her companions immediately stood upon spotting Madame Maxime. Although the Slytherins did not fully comprehend their actions, they chose to show respect. There were 2 seats remaining at the guest table. One wondered who else might arrive. It should be someone from the Ministry of Magic, Draco whispered. Without a doubt, Kane asserted. In the original text, the Ministry sent Bagman and Crouch to Hogwarts. However, due to the events of the last Quidditch World Cup, Crouch had been reassigned to the Auror department. By virtue of his position, Crouch was no longer suited to represent the Ministry at the Triwizard Tournament. One could only speculate who the Ministry would appoint as Crouch's replacement. As Kane pondered this, the long table was already laden with an array of delectable dishes. What other culinary delights could these house elves possibly have that I am unaware of? Pansy remarked, gazing at the magnificent spread with a hint of astonishment. Kane, would you care for the fish soup before you? Fleur inquired from across the table. We do not favor it. It's all yours. Draco swiftly glanced at Fleur and handed her the entire bowl of soup. Thank you, Fleur replied coolly, acknowledging Draco's gesture. Her pair of cerulean eyes cast an enigmatic glance at Kane. Kane remarked, that Draco fellow, hasn't he noticed that he hasn't had a drink either? Draco, on the other hand, enjoyed the French fish soup that Astoria favored. Daphne shot a fierce glare at Draco and said, it's all right, sister. We can drink again next time. Although Astoria uttered those words, the hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes was palpable to all. Daphne, unable to contain her agitation, increased the pressure on her steak, the clinking of her silver cutlery against the plate causing Pansy beside her to furrow her brow. Of course, Pansy's displeasure was directed at Draco. Brother, Draco instantly felt as though he were on pins and needles, as if he had committed some grave error. Yet he swore that his earlier actions had been instinctive, his hand having acted without consulting his mind. Kane cast a disinterested glance at Draco and at the seemingly soup-focused, yet truly spectator-like, Fleur, and let out a silent sigh. A beautiful calamity. He could only retrieve his wand and, under Draco's pleading gaze, tapped the cup. Another serving of French fish soup, please. No sooner had Kane's words left his lips than a steaming bowl of fish soup appeared before him. Astoria, here you go. Draco breathed a sigh of relief and hastily offered his assistance. Thus, a minor commotion dissipated. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the representatives from the Ministry of Magic finally arrived at Hogwarts. Upon spotting the pink-clad figure, Kane instinctively frowned. The newcomer was none other than Umbridge, the chief sycophant of fudge. As the last of the plates were scrubbed clean, Dumbledore rose to his feet. The collective breath of the entire school grew heavier, for they knew that the momentous occasion was at hand. I extend a warm welcome to the representatives of our esteemed sister schools. These two are the representatives from the Ministry of Magic, Ms. Umbridge, Director of the Department of International Cooperation, and Mr. Bagman, Director of the Department of Sports. Sporadic applause erupted, clearly indicating the students' lack of interest. Kane noticed a fleeting look of displeasure cross Umbridge's face. Over the past few months, through the concerted efforts of the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards, the Triwizard Tournament had finally been revived. In the months to come, I, along with them and the heads of the three sister schools, will form the judging panel to impartially assess the champions' performances. Filch, please bring in the box, Dumbledore gestured. At his words, the students of all houses turned their eager gazes toward the entrance. Chapter 24. The Goblet of Fire continued Hogwarts' Great Hall. As Dumbledore mentioned the champions, all faculty and students perked up. Their attention was momentarily fixated on the box in Filch's hands. Thank you for your efforts, Filch. Dumbledore took the box and nodded in acknowledgement to Filch. Filch straightened his hunched back, attempting to project an air of sophistication. Unfortunately, his sparse, grayish hair and face resembling a withered walnut diminished the effect of his efforts. After receiving the box, Dumbledore promptly extracted its contents and placed them upon the lid. The entire assembly in the hall beheld the true nature of the object within the box. It was a crudely carved wooden goblet, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. One might say it appeared as though it could comfortably reside amidst refuse without causing any disruption. Many students were momentarily disheartened. Dear students, this is the very artifact I previously mentioned. It serves as an impartial selector. It is known as the Goblet of Fire. It shall choose 4 champions to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. In essence, 1 student from each school will be selected as a champion. Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping across the 4 houses. As he anticipated, the students from each house were intently focused on the Goblet of Fire. The 4 champions will participate in 3 tasks, each sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. Upon the conclusion of these tasks, the champion with the highest score will claim the Triwizard Cup and receive a reward of 5,000 galleons. Dumbledore, without prolonging the suspense, succinctly outlined the process of the Triwizard Tournament. Some may wonder, why is it called the Triwizard Tournament when there are 4 schools? That would be a narrow perspective. My friends, as you may recall, the legendary 4 founders were, in fact, 5. Thus, having 4 schools in the Triwizard Tournament is quite reasonable. After this, Dumbledore tapped the wooden goblet 3 times with his wand. Instantly, blue and white flames surged forth, filling the goblet. Students from both Hogwarts and the visiting school craned their necks, gazing in awe at the transformed wooden goblet. Those who wish to become champions must register within 24 hours. To enroll, write your name and school on a single piece of parchment and cast it into the Goblet of Fire. On Halloween night, the names of the champions will be revealed. Furthermore, once I place the Goblet of Fire in the hall, I will establish an age line around it. Wizards under the age of 17 must rely on their own means to pass the test before they may submit their parchment into the goblet. Dumbledore articulated the registration process for the Goblet of Fire with clarity. As his words resonated, the students felt a surge of eagerness. However, under the watchful eyes of the professors, they suppressed their immediate desire to cast their parchments into the goblet. In the dead of night, Kane found himself alone at the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. What scheme does that charlatan intend to concoct now? Kane inquired directly. Master, that impostor wishes for me to submit Harry Potter's name into the Goblet of Fire, young Crouch revealed without a hint of concealment. I understand. Just proceed as he instructed. A glint of inscrutable intent flickered in Kane's eyes. However, young Crouch appeared somewhat hesitant. But what? Kane pressed, unencumbered by such reservations. That charlatan has already commenced a secret resurrection ceremony. I can discern that he places this revival above all else. He has even restricted my movements. Something must have transpired to alter his mindset so drastically, young Crouch remarked, furrowing his brow. I understand. Act as though nothing has occurred. Proceed as planned, Kane instructed calmly. Yet, inwardly, he felt quite pleased with young Crouch's meticulousness. Yes, master, young Crouch replied without hesitation. The following morning, Kane, stop sleeping, wake up. Draco, shedding his usual languorous demeanor, hastily tidied himself and rushed to Kane's bedside, urging him. Draco, if I'm not mistaken, it's not yet 7 o'clock. Kane waved his wand to check the time and replied irately. Brother, are you awake? Came the voice of little Tanguan from outside the door. Come in. Kane buried his head into the soft velvet pillow, inhaling deeply, eventually swallowing his morning grumpiness in silence. What could he, the elder brother, do with 2 younger siblings? Naturally, he would seize an opportunity to give them a thorough scolding. Brother, the Slytherins are all waiting for you in the common room, the early rising Tanguan stated. I really don't understand what the rush is. Kane replied somewhat helplessly. It's just the Triwizard Tournament, after all. After a simple breakfast provided by the house elves in the dormitory, Kane strolled leisurely to the common room. There, he also spotted the Ifamoni delegation, all set to go. Since they did not have a residence like Beauxbatons or Durmstrang, the representatives of Ifamoni had requested to stay in the Slytherin common room from Dumbledore. Let us set off. Kane glanced at Lucas and led the way to the Great Hall. Every single Slytherin followed closely behind Kane, transforming Hogwarts into a grand procession. Upon reaching the Great Hall, Kane found it already teeming with people, a far cry from the usual Saturday atmosphere. Boss, you arrived just in time. It is precisely at this moment that we witness the significant crossing of the age line by the Weasley twins. Unlike their classmates, who instinctively avoid the Slytherins, the Weasley twins regard themselves as outsiders not at all. Kane smirked, fully prepared to observe the spectacle. Cheers to you, Fred. Cheers to you, George. Each of the Weasley twins held a vial of blue potion, and in a gesture reminiscent of a toast, they drank it in unison. Now let us embark. After imbibing the potion, the Weasley brothers playfully bumped each other's behinds, confidently striding towards the goblet of fire. No worries. Both George and Fred effortlessly crossed the age line. Just as the Gryffindors were about to cheer, a blinding flash of white light erupted. The Weasley twins were catapulted backward. More amusingly, they transformed into elderly men with snow-white hair, eliciting peals of laughter from the surrounding crowd. George, it's all your fault for suggesting such a ridiculous idea. You agreed to it as well, Fred. The twins, amidst their bickering, soon found themselves grappling with one another. The laughter of their classmates crescendoed as they divided into two factions, rallying support for George and Fred. Kane could not help but chuckle at the scene. Truly, the Weasley brothers are a source of endless amusement. Kane, aren't you going to give it a try? Cedric, standing nearby, smiled warmly. And you? Kane inquired. I have already submitted my name, Cedric replied with a shrug. Very well, since you are so eager, Kane said, raising an eyebrow as he leisurely approached the edge of the age line. In that instant, all eyes turned towards Kane. Chapter 25. The champions. As Kane reached the boundary of the age line, Professors Dumbledore and several others entered the hall. They all simultaneously focused their attention on Kane. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Slytherin is merely a fourth-year student, Karkaroff scoffed. So what if Kane is a Slytherin? He is merely a fourth year. Indeed, Kane is just a third-class recipient of the Merlin Medal. He will soon be a mere first-class medalist, Snape interjected before Dumbledore could respond, casting a cold glance at Karkaroff, his eyes betraying unmistakable disdain. Kane had played a pivotal role in stabilizing the turmoil within the American Ministry of Magic. I firmly believe he will be just fine, declared Headmaster Fontana with conviction. As Master LeMay's esteemed apprentice, I trust that this age line will pose no obstacle for him, Madame Maxime asserted after glancing at Headmaster Fontana. Humph. Noticing no one echoed his sentiments, Karkaroff let out a disdainful huff. Since these individuals have extolled Slytherin to such heights, he is indeed curious to witness the outcome. However, prior to that, he must first ascertain a certain matter. Mr. Slytherin, wait, Karkaroff interjected. Professor Karkaroff? Kane replied with a hint of indifference. Indeed, Mr. Slytherin. Hans has long been captivated by the Triwizard Tournament. He is eager to submit his name into the Goblet of Fire. I trust Mr. Slytherin would not mind waiting a moment. The boy, whose name had been called and was freckled, stared in disbelief at Karkaroff. Indeed, I can hardly contain my excitement. Upon witnessing Karkaroff's icy gaze, Hans hurriedly approached the Goblet of Fire. He drew his wand, trembling slightly as he inscribed his name and school upon the parchment. Armor. Hans conjured a protective shield around himself and cautiously approached the age line. Yet, in the next instant, he was knocked to the ground by a burst of white light. It appears Mr. Hans has not yet reached the age of 17, Dumbledore remarked cryptically. Karkaroff observed the scene with a dispassionate demeanor, ultimately stating, it seems Hans was rather hasty. With that, he allowed Hans to struggle back to his feet unaided. Not a single student from Durmstrang offered assistance. Mr. Karkaroff, I wonder if there are any more eager souls from Durmstrang wishing to register? Kane teased, having surmised that Karkaroff was apprehensive about Dumbledore's personally established age line thwarting his schemes. Mr. Slytherin, please proceed, Karkaroff mumbled, unable to meet Kane's gaze. Very well, then. Kane replied with elegance, turning gracefully as all eyes were upon him, stepping over the age line with one foot. Almost effortlessly, he crossed the line with his other foot as well, as if the formidable enchantment set by Dumbledore were but an inconsequential barrier. Oh, the Slytherins erupted into jubilant cheers. Wizards from other houses joined in the celebration for Kane. He casually tossed the parchment bearing his name into the Goblet of Fire, where the blue flames surged dramatically, crackling as they consumed the parchment. Karkaroff, not far off, wore a grim expression as he watched, his concealed hands tightening in fear. It was truly uncanny. Today was not only Saturday, but also Halloween. With the arrival of the three schools, the Great Hall at Hogwarts was adorned more lavishly than in previous years. As Kane and his companions entered the Camelot Hall, It was already filled to capacity. Has the feast been prepared for far too long? Draco remarked, a touch of restlessness evident in his demeanor. He is now eager to learn the selection results of the champions. Kane, do you think the judges will permit the families of the champions to watch the event live? Gabrielle has been incessantly speaking of you. Furong cast a slightly annoyed glance at Kane. Perhaps. However, the Triwizard Tournament will be broadcasted live. As long as there is a magic mirror, they will be able to see you, Kane stated directly. Kane, has anyone ever mentioned that you are rather dull? Furong shot him an irritated look, her cascading silver hair shimmering slightly with her movement. Not at all. Kane pondered for a moment, and indeed, no one had. The witches, including Odette and Pansy, exchanged glances. Kane truly is a wooden personality, that much is confirmed. They were momentarily at a loss whether to feel pleased or dismayed. However, at least they need not worry about Kane being whisked away by witches from other schools. Amidst this subtle atmosphere, everyone hurriedly cleared their plates. The students gazed at the flame cup, which had been set back beside the classroom seats, their eyes filled with anxious anticipation. Finally, their wait was not prolonged. The lights in the hall suddenly extinguished. The goblet, ablaze with blue and white flames, became particularly conspicuous. The faculty and students in the hall instinctively held their breath. It appears you are all quite impatient. In just 1 minute, the flame cup will reveal its decision, Dumbledore remarked after surveying the audience. Once the list of champions is announced, I hope they will first step through the door behind the staff table for initial guidance, he indicated with a gesture. However, just as Dumbledore finished speaking, the goblet began to change. The flames, once blue and white, abruptly transformed to red, sparks crackling forth. Before long, a red flame shot into the air, and a singed parchment flew out. Dumbledore grasped the parchment, and his gaze fixed upon the position of Durmstrang. Students, the first champion has emerged. He is Victor Crumb from Durmstrang. Applause and cheers instantly swept through the hall. Even Karkaroff's face, which could be described as somewhat disheveled, could not hide his joyous grin. Splendid, Victor. Karkaroff's booming voice momentarily drowned out the cheers. Without making them wait long, the flames in the goblet turned red once more. The second champion, from Beauxbatons, is none other than Fleur Delacour. Thunderous applause erupted from the Beauxbatons delegation. However, a few witches' faces fell in dismay. Madame Maxime smiled at Fleur, elegantly clapping her hands. Kane, I shall go wait for you there. Furong raised a radiant smile, and said, see you later. Kane nodded slightly in response. The third warrior, hailing from Ifamorny, is none other than Terence Rodriguez. Terence, I knew you could do it, Sarah exclaimed excitedly, patting Terence on the shoulder. Mr. Slytherin, I hope to see you there, Terence replied, suppressing the curve of his lips as he pointed to the door Dumbledore had just mentioned. I believe so, Mr. Rodriguez, Kane said calmly. The final warrior, representing Hogwarts, is none other than. As another flame flickered into existence, the students and faculty of Hogwarts collectively held their breath in anticipation. Chapter 26, The Expected and the Unexpected. The last warrior, from Hogwarts, is Kane Slytherin. Dumbledore proclaimed Kane's name loudly. In the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted, as if it would lift the very roof of the Hogwarts hall. The Slytherins, forgetting their usual reserve, clapped their long tables with fervor. We come from the mire. We are filled with ambition. We crave power. We are strong and composed. We maintain our elegance. We have no regrets. We are Slytherin. It was unclear who started it, but the Slytherins began to chant their house motto in unison. Kane's recognition as a warrior was not merely a personal honor. It was a triumph for all of Slytherin. Since the era of Voldemort, the wizarding community in Britain had harbored a subtle wariness towards Slytherins. Though those sentiments were not openly expressed, the peculiar glances were unmistakable. Kane's selection as a warrior, to some extent, restored honor to Slytherin. How could they not rejoice? Inspired by the jubilance of his housemates, a smile unconsciously crept onto Kane's face. He rose, and amidst the gaze of all, walked steadily into the chamber reserved for the warriors. I knew you would make it here, Furong said, the first to stand and embrace Kane upon his arrival. Congratulations, Mr. Slytherin. Surprisingly, Crumb was the second to approach and congratulate Kane. In this Triwizard Tournament, I will not concede to you. Terence fell silent for a moment, as if resolving some inner decision. I look forward to it, Kane replied, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. What kind of charm did Sarah possess that emboldened Terence to confront him directly? Did he not comprehend the power of childhood bonds? After the pleasantries, the group quieted, awaiting the professor's arrival. However, as time stretched on, an unsettling feeling arose. Something seemed amiss outside. A sudden commotion erupted outside the door, prompting Furong to rise abruptly and press her ear against the doorframe. Rest assured, nothing will happen, Kane assured confidently. Meanwhile, outside the door, everyone fixated on the crimson flames that had once again enveloped the goblet of fire. What could this signify? Would another champion emerge? Li Xiaodon's booming voice resonated throughout the hall. Yet, Professor McGonagall was too preoccupied to caution him, as all the professors shared the same uncertainty. Unlike previous occasions marked by decisiveness, The red flames within the wooden chalice now appeared hesitant, embodying a sense of indecision. To put it plainly, it seemed to be on the verge of expelling something, but held back. As the flames simmered, the whispers among the audience grew increasingly fervent. Dumbledore, what on earth is happening? Karkaroff cast a glance at the representative from the Ministry of Magic, unable to contain himself. His past experiences among the Death Eaters hinted at a conspiratorial undercurrent in the selection for the Triwizard Tournament. The Goblet of Fire had always been meticulously safeguarded, and the Ministry had conducted thorough inspections. Thus, it could not be a malfunction of the goblet itself. Umbridge, noticing Karkaroff's gaze, promptly stepped forward to provide an explanation, her impression of him diminishing rapidly. Indeed, Bagman chimed in, glancing at Umbridge's expression, eager to lend support. He wagered that any hesitation on his part would lead Umbridge, that toad of a woman, to lodge a severe complaint against him before Minister Fudge. Both of you are correct. The Goblet of Fire is beyond reproach. Perhaps a flicker of cold light flashed in Dumbledore's azure eyes behind his spectacles. Perhaps someone had employed a confundus charm on the goblet. But who could it be? As the flames prepared to erupt, a fiery tongue shot into the air. Just as Dumbledore reached out to grasp the parchment, it suddenly ignited mid-air, disintegrating into ash. Nevertheless, Dumbledore caught a glimpse of the name inscribed upon it, Harry Potter. What is the meaning of this? Karkaroff exclaimed in displeasure. Since the parchment had been incinerated by the goblet, it indicated that the individual had not entered into a contract with it. There remained only 4 champions. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore spoke. Hearing his words, the professors from the 3 other schools nodded in agreement. Relieved that Hogwarts would not have an unwarranted advantage with 2 champions. There was only one Triwizard Cup, and no school was willing to relinquish its claim. Thus, Dumbledore's response was the most favorable resolution at that moment. Meanwhile, Harry gazed at the charred parchment, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. What's wrong, Harry? Observing Harry's vacant gaze and distracted demeanor, Ron inquired with a hint of confusion. Let me take a wild guess. Fred, seated across from them, rested his chin on his hand, feigning profundity. Could it be that the discarded parchment bears Harry's name? Good heavens, George, Gryffindor has lost a valiant warrior. Fred exclaimed dramatically. Harry, take care. Fred and I stand firmly behind you, George declared, thumping his chest in a theatrical manner, as if to reassure his brother. You must be joking. How could it possibly be Harry? Hermione blurted out, only to realize something was amiss. I apologize, Harry, I didn't mean. It's all right, Hermione. How could I possibly compare to Kane? I can hardly believe that the parchment, which was spat out, would truly bear my name, Harry replied with self-deprecating humor. Upon uttering those words, the flicker of discontent that had lingered within him was completely dispelled. Kane was the friend he admired most, and the title of Hogwarts warrior was undoubtedly well-deserved. Engrossed in his own mockery, Harry failed to notice the complex expression cast by Dumbledore from the stage. In the room where the warriors gathered, a sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere. Why has it become so quiet again? Fleur pondered, her face etched with confusion. Kane, do you know what has transpired? She instinctively asked him, perplexed. Who knows? Perhaps the professors will elucidate the situation shortly, Kane replied nonchalantly. In reality, he was well aware of what had occurred. From Professor Grindelwald, he learned that the Goblet of Fire selects and binds contracts through the magic inherent in names. At that moment, he infused a trace of his own domain's magic into the parchment inscribed with his name. Naturally, the goblet could sense the domain's magic. At Hogwarts, aside from Grindelwald and Dumbledore, who alone could obfuscate the goblet's perceptive abilities, no one could challenge Kane's eligibility. For when a wizard's power far surpasses that of others, the goblet would not entertain a second choice. This meant that the champion of Hogwarts would unequivocally be Kane, and Kane alone. Chapter 27, Routine Inspection. I apologize, Professor Snape. Colin gazed at Snape's ominously dark countenance, inwardly lamenting his ill fate. How could he be so unfortunate? Today, he had merely been walking quietly down the corridor, passing by Professor McGonagall's office, when the professor had emerged and conscripted him. All the champions are required to pose for a photograph, Colin stammered towards the end. This is the second time. Snape retorted. Is it permissible to interrupt potions class for any trivial reason? Mr. Slytherin, you may proceed. Snape's voice was long and drawn out. Yet he granted permission without delay. Indeed, Snape scrutinized Kane's attire. Are you lacking accessories that signify your affiliation with Slytherin? Observing Kane's school uniform, Snape frowned slightly. Professor Snape, I shall make a brief return to the Slytherin common room, Kane remarked. He quietly chuckled to himself, finding Snape's demeanor rather peculiar. However, Colin was about to speak, urging the Gryffindors to assemble as per Professor McGonagall's instructions. Yet, under Snape's imposing gaze, he silently closed his mouth. Off you go. Snape cast a satisfied glance at the intimidated Colin, nodding slightly. Kane, amidst the envious gazes of his peers, calmly exited the classroom. Upon reaching the room Colin mentioned, he found Fleur and others already present. By the way, Colin promptly slipped away again after delivering his message. However, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat peculiar. Crumb and Fleur sat a good distance apart, engaging in minimal conversation. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, only to be met with awkward smiles. Rodriguez stood alone in the corner, seemingly disinterested in engaging with anyone. The other two individuals in the room were Bagman and Skeeter. Bagman had evidently mentioned something amusing, causing Skeeter to laugh uncontrollably. Mr. Slytherin. Bagman was the first to notice Kane's arrival, hastily approaching him. Kane. Fleur exhaled deeply, her demeanor becoming much livelier. She and Crumb truly had little to say to each other. You see, Mr. Slytherin, we are to conduct a small ritual of wand inspection, Bagman announced with a smile. Additionally, Miss Skeeter will be conducting brief pre-match interviews with all the champions. He gestured toward Skeeter. Fleur couldn't help but glance sideways, as Bagman had not been so cordial upon their arrival. Skeeter. Upon hearing Bagman's words, Kane turned his gaze towards the somewhat tense Skeeter. Mr. Slytherin. Skeeter forced a stiff smile, hastily stepping back 2 paces. Were it not for her job, she would never find herself before this menace. This statement had a long backstory. Previously, Rita Skeeter had published a book detailing the untold stories of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. At that time, Kane had resolved to teach this unrestrained Skeeter a lesson. Thus, Skeeter found herself facing a particularly arduous period. The sanctions imposed by the nobles left her in a state of profound distress, rendering her unable to continue with her work. Had it not been for a timely reminder from an old acquaintance, urging her to retrieve that book, the preservation of her life would have been in grave jeopardy. Thus, she dared not act rashly in the presence of Kane. Ah, Mr. Slytherin, it is merely a trivial pre-match interview. If it does not suit your fancy, you need not partake. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the myriad honors of Mr. Slytherin, Skit said with a forced laugh, feigning flattery. Wait, what is this? Does Skit also have a request for the esteemed Slytherin? Exclaimed Bagman. Lady Drackle, ladies first. Please, do proceed, Skit interjected, not waiting for Fleur's response as he pulled her into the adjacent broom closet. Once Skit departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The 3 wizards, left alone, found little to discuss, given one was unfamiliar with Kane, while the other regarded him as an emotional rival. This awkward stillness persisted until the arrival of Professor Dumbledore and several other faculty members. The professors took their seats at the adjudicator's table. Allow me to introduce Mr. Ollivander, Dumbledore announced. Kane was likely no stranger to Mr. Ollivander, whose gaze lingered momentarily on Kane's wand. As a renowned wand maker in Britain, no wizard was unfamiliar with Mr. Ollivander. Kane nodded slightly. Mr. Slytherin. It has been a while, Ollivander remarked, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his silver-white eyes. Mr. Ollivander will be responsible for inspecting the wands of all 4 of you to ensure they are in optimal condition prior to the competition, Dumbledore continued. Kane, would you be so kind as to come forward? Ollivander's gaze was filled with anticipation as he focused on Kane's wand. Of course, Kane replied, stepping forward to present his wand, which bore no fingerprints or scratches. Ah, as clear as crystal, Ollivander said after scrutinizing Kane's wand with care, reluctantly returning it. It is evident that you have taken excellent care of this wand. I can sense that this cherrywood wand is quite pleased with you. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Kane responded, taking his wand back and resuming his previous seat. Miss Drackle, Ollivander continued his inspections, declaring each champion's wand to be in good health. The meeting was concluded with Skit pressing the shutter of his camera. The following day, upon glimpsing the headline of the Daily Prophet at the dining table, Kane fell into a momentary silence. In an interview regarding the Warriors, Skit extolled Kane to an exaggerated extent. According to Skit's hyperbolic descriptions, he felt ready to challenge Merlin himself. However, the most sensational aspect was the gossip surrounding Rodriguez and Clum. Bang! Rodriguez slammed the newspaper onto the table. What nonsense was that woman Rita Skit spouting? What did she mean by claiming I yearned for Sarah and thus turned to pursue Clum? Rodriguez's teeth nearly ground together in frustration as he longed to tear Skit apart. Rodriguez. Sarah gazed at her childhood friend with a peculiar expression. She recalled how Rodriguez had deliberately delayed his schooling by a year just to be in the same grade as her. Could it be that he truly? Pay no heed to Skit's wild fabrications. There is nothing between Clum and me. I only have feelings for you. In a moment of desperation, Rodriguez spoke without thought. Oh, the wizards observing this scene erupted in uproar. Rodriguez, Sarah momentarily froze, a rare blush creeping onto her cheeks. She immediately stood and dashed toward the hall's exit, with Rodriguez hastily following. It seemed Skit had some utility after all. Observing the unfolding drama, Kane found himself in a state of bemusement. Chapter 28. The first task when Hagrid proposed to take him to the Forbidden Forest, Kane's initial reaction was one of refusal. Yet, he found himself lacking a valid reason to decline. After all, Hagrid had practically made it clear that the first task of the Triwizard Tournament had arrived at the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, cheating together had become somewhat of a traditional aspect of the Triwizard Tournament. Thus, Kane did not wish to appear overly peculiar. However, witnessing Hagrid's fervent flattery towards Madame Maxime at the edge of the Forbidden Forest late at night, Kane had already begun mourning for Hagrid in advance. The man's taste was undeniably abysmal. He had tied his unruly hair into a ponytail and donned a brown suit, yet the suit was wrinkled and emitted an inexplicable odor. Furthermore, Hagrid had doused himself in an overpowering perfume whose scent was simply indescribable. Kane silently willed his sense of smell to temporarily fail him, allowing him to stand calmly by the forbidden forest and observe the spectacle. However, he found himself admiring Madame Maxime. As a lady renowned for her elegance, she maintained her composure throughout Hagrid's excessive flattery. "Should we draw a little closer?" Hagrid inquired earnestly. "Very well," Madame Maxime replied without hesitation. As Kane watched the two advance, he decided it was time to take his leave. It is likely that Hage is currently preoccupied with other matters. The following day, Kane encountered Rodriguez in the lounge. He merely inclined his head slightly before proceeding towards the auditorium. Although he is the principal shareholder of HPFanfiction, he had no intention of divulging the details of the first task to Rodriguez, for he now represented the valiant warriors of Hogwarts. Furthermore, the aspect of deception serves as a test of a school's overall capability. As the eve of the first task approached, Kane found Draco tossing and turning in bed. "Draco, why are you still awake?" he inquired with a furrowed brow. I just can't seem to fall asleep," Draco admitted, a hint of regret in his voice for disturbing Kane. "Are you worried about tomorrow's competition?" Kane asked, sitting up in bed. Rarely did he forego his desk to indulge in those weighty tones. "I'm just a bit anxious," Draco replied, running his fingers through his tousled platinum hair while meeting Kane's gaze. "Rest assured, there will be no issues," Kane reassured him in a calm tone, which provided Draco with considerable comfort. "Good night," Draco nodded, burying himself in the plush black dragon pillow. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. Listening to Draco's steady breathing, Kane too closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, all eyes were fixed upon the warriors. Apart from Kane, who remained composed, the other three warriors were evidently tense. This included Fleur, who inadvertently knocked over a plate, and Rodriguez, who trampled on several feet in his haste. As for Krum, renowned for his agility as a seeker, he collided with Hermione, who was engrossed in her books. After an absent-minded breakfast, Kane and the others gathered in the tent designated for the warriors. "Kane, you know, don't you?" Fleur asked nervously. "I know all that needs to be known," Kane replied ambiguously. He discreetly scanned the other two warriors, who displayed little interest in Fleur's conversation with him. "Excellent. Everyone is aware of what the first task entails. Prepare yourselves. Today will be a feast for the eyes," Bagman's voice resounded outside the tent. At that moment, Dumbledore entered the tent accompanied by a cadre of professors. Umbridge held a small black bag, prompting the four warriors to draw lots in succession. Fleur was the first to approach and, as in the original tale, she drew the Welsh green dragon. Glancing at the dragon model in her hand, she instinctively looked towards Kane, who offered her a slight nod in return. The Welsh green is considered one of the more manageable dragon breeds. Krum followed in line and drew the Chinese fireball dragon. Rodriguez was the third. Having drawn the Swedish short-nosed dragon, Kane was the last, with only one choice remaining: the Hungarian horntail, a dragon notorious for its ferocity and extreme danger. Outside, for formidable dragons guarded golden eggs. "Your task is quite straightforward," Umbridge remarked, seemingly relishing the moment as she cast a glance at Kane and the others. "That is to obtain the golden eggs they protect." Furthermore, Umbridge reminded the group that the dragon eggs concealed clues for the second task. Amidst a thunderous chorus of cheers, Furong emerged from the tent. "Furong, I believe in you," Kane said, watching her retreating figure. Furong did not look back, but nodded solemnly, resolutely making her way towards the arena. As time ticked away, the other three contestants, save for Kane, had successfully navigated the dragon's trials. Just as Kane was about to step out of the tent, he heard the voice of Little Tang Yuan. "Little Tang Yuan, what brings you here?" Kane inquired. "Brother." Little Tang Yuan said nothing more and leaped into Kane's embrace. "If you're worried about my ability to handle those dragons, you're merely causing yourself trouble," Kane chuckled, playfully ruffling Little Tang Yuan's hair. "Brother?" Little Tang Yuan covered his head, his eyes wide with innocence. He had witnessed the other three warriors' struggles to procure the dragon eggs, including Rodriguez, who had nearly been crushed by the massive beast. This made Little Tang Yuan anxious for his brother's safety. "Don't worry, I'll have it sorted out soon," Kane said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had not informed Little Tang Yuan that their family operated Dragon Island. "All right," Little Tang Yuan said reluctantly as he departed. "Slytherin, Hogwarts." The deafening roars echoed around them. Kane adjusted his rumpled clothing from Little Tang Yuan's embrace and proceeded calmly towards the arena. "Kane, Slytherin, Hogwarts." The cheers erupted, even more fervent than those for the other three warriors combined. After all, Hogwarts was indeed the home ground. Upon entering the jagged circular arena, Kane beheld the Hungarian horntail perched upon the cliff. Its piercing golden eyes radiated malevolence. With a roar, it brandished its spiked wings menacingly at Kane. In contrast, Kane stood frozen, clutching his wand, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Kane! The wizards of Hogwarts cried out in terror, scarcely daring to look down. Surely, Kane would be crushed into oblivion? A national treasure of a shout encapsulated the true sentiments of the wizards on stage. What did they witness? Initially, it was presumed that Kane would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted dramatically. The fierce Hungarian tree hornet seemed to be possessed by some feline spirit, gently rubbing against Kane's hand, which appeared minuscule in comparison. In the next moment, it lay on the ground, exposing its belly, even rolling about in a playful manner, attempting to coax Kane into petting it. I was not dreaming. The painful impact of the stones dislodged by the Hungarian tree hornet struck Jordan's face, leaving him dazed as he murmured in disbelief. Chapter 29. Continuation of the Triwizard Tournament. In the absence of Harry Potter, the other two events of the Triwizard Tournament proceeded smoothly. Kane effortlessly unraveled the riddle of the golden egg. However, he found himself in a quandary regarding the selection of the most precious treasure. Both Little Dumpling and Draco were adamantly unwilling to concede. Ultimately, it was Little Dumpling who triumphed over Draco in a duel, thus bringing the matter to a close. Of course, we shall refrain from mentioning the incessant chatter of the oversized Gunter. As the second event commenced, Kane gracefully leapt into the frigid depths of the Black Lake, his demeanor exuding a calmness akin to that of a synchronized swimmer, starkly contrasting with the shivering bravado of the other three champions. This was not Kane's first venture to the bottom of the Black Lake, and he swiftly located Little Dumpling, who was bound to a stake with eyes tightly shut. Beside her were Gabrielle, Sarah, and Hermione, all similarly blindfolded. The merfolk, brandishing knives and forks, could only emit discordant cries as they witnessed Kane's advance, deterred by his frigid gaze and the ominous waves of magical power emanating from him. Their survival instincts screamed that this individual was not to be trifled with. Kane paid no heed to these grotesque creatures, swimming directly toward Little Dumpling. However, he did not immediately opt to rescue the others. Slytherin possessed many things, but not the naivete of a self-righteous savior. With a splash, when Kane surfaced with Little Dumpling, the resounding cheers and applause reverberated throughout Hogwarts. Even as Karkaroff, amidst the crowd's disdain, awarded Kane a score of 7, it did little to diminish Kane's commanding lead. After a considerable time, Crumb and Rodriguez eventually surfaced with their treasures, leaving only Fleur unaccounted for. As seconds ticked by, everyone anxiously watched the surface of the water. Kane, we implore you, save Gabrielle. At last, Fleur emerged. But she was alone. She was injured. Madame Maxime immediately took note of Fleur's condition. Kane, please. Fleur, despite her pain, desperately reached out for Kane. I will return shortly. Kane gently soothed Furong's emotions before returning to the depths of the Black Lake. Gabrielle had been rescued. The second challenge concluded amidst the thunderous applause and Furong's embrace. The Christmas ball was quietly approaching. In the gaze of the crowd, Kane extended an invitation to Furong. Let there be no misunderstanding. His feelings for her were not of a different nature. Rather, this gesture served to liberate him from the intense scrutiny of the entire school's witches. With this time, it would be better spent contemplating how to enhance his own strength. The third challenge involved navigating a labyrinth. The one who could seize the trophy of the Triwizard Tournament would triumph in this endeavor. Kane's fortune was questionable as he encountered the Sphinx. Given his prowess, he could have easily dealt with magical creatures like the cockatrice within the maze. Yet, he found himself face to face with the Sphinx, famed for its riddles. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Upon seeing Kane, the Sphinx lumbered closer to him. A human? Kane responded without hesitation. The answer was correct. The Sphinx appeared momentarily taken aback, astonished that this young wizard could solve its prideful riddle so swiftly. Then you may step aside, Kane kindly suggested, observing the Sphinx's immobility. Following his encounter with the Sphinx, Kane successfully located the place where the trophy was kept. He gazed at the trophy in silence, refraining from immediate contact. Whether from the information gleaned from Crouch or his own effortless progress thus far, he was convinced that this trophy had likely been tampered with, just as in the original tale. However, even if it had been altered, what of it? A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Kane's lips. He was curious to see what amusing events would unfold when Voldemort encountered him once more. Put down your wand. Just as Kane reached out to touch the trophy, a slightly tense voice echoed from behind him. It was Rodriguez. You didn't think I hadn't noticed you earlier, did you? Kane's response was to allow Rodriguez to experience the thrill of flight for himself. Next time you make a move, spare the chatter. Kane cast a dispassionate glance at Rodriguez, who lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He slowly approached Rodriguez, towering over him as he said, additionally, I suggest you consume more pig brains to supplement your intellect. With that, Kane disregarded Rodriguez's contorted face of fury and grasped the trophy. Unsurprisingly, Kane vanished in plain sight. It's a portkey. Oh no. Dumbledore, watching the live broadcast, suddenly sprang to his feet. However, his sentiment was more one of astonishment than concern. Kane's prowess was indeed top tier within the wizarding world. Even a direct confrontation with that individual would yield uncertain outcomes. Turning his attention to Kane, after a tumultuous whirlwind, he found himself in a graveyard shrouded in mist. An eerie atmosphere permeating the surroundings. This was the Riddle family's cemetery in Little Hangleton, a place he had visited once before. "Welcome, my child," a voice, magnetic yet laced with a hint of mockery, echoed. Kane turned slightly to behold a man whose handsomeness bordered on the diabolical. What was particularly striking were the man's crimson eyes, which exuded a captivating intensity. Accompanying him were several shadowy figures, cloaked entirely in dark robes. "Tom Riddle?" Kane raised an eyebrow, his sharply defined lips slowly parting. But shouldn't Voldemort lack a nose upon his resurrection? Such a petty grudge-bearer. Voldemort let out an enigmatic chuckle, casually glancing behind him. Ha ha ha. An ill-timed, awkward laugh emanated from a rather portly figure. "Silence, Goyle," Lucius snapped through clenched teeth. "Do consider the gravity of this occasion. You alone seem to revel in this farce. I have long cast aside the shame of my past." Voldemort nonchalantly cast a glance at the elder Goyle, successfully instilling terror that brought the man to his knees. "Now, I am Voldemort." With a flourish of his wand, golden letters materialized in the air. He then extended his arms toward Kane. "Of course, you may also refer to me as Father." Chapter 30. Father and son confrontation. Let us dispense with the cliched display of paternal affection. It had merely been 3 years. Had he truly forgotten the desire to usurp my body? In response to Voldemort's theatrics, Kane unflinchingly pierced through his facade. "Times have changed. You are now worthy of being my son." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Voldemort's scarlet eyes. This rendered Kane momentarily speechless. He sensed the truth in Voldemort's words. However, Kane understood that Voldemort merely cloaked his ulterior motives in the guise of familial bonds, concealing a web of calculations beneath. "Let us not squander each other's time. What purpose did you have in summoning me here?" Kane regarded Voldemort with an unyielding gaze. "Do not be hasty, my child." Voldemort's brow furrowed ever so slightly. "Perhaps you wish to reunite with an old friend." "Old friend?" A sudden epiphany struck Kane. "You have captured Professor Babbling." "Asmodeus," Voldemort summoned in response to Kane's words. In the next moment, countless bats emerged from the heavy fog. "It has been a while, Mr. Slytherin." Asamat elegantly inclined his head toward Kane. It would have been preferable if one could overlook the Professor Babbling he was dragging along. "It appears that you have struck a deal with the bloodline." Kane cast a glance at the still-breathing Professor Babbling and spoke leisurely. Previously, young Crouch had reported to him about Voldemort's peculiar behavior during the Triwizard Tournament, which had aroused his suspicions regarding the underlying reasons. It became evident that Voldemort's anomalies were indeed linked to the bloodline. What wizard would not yearn for the source of eternal life? Voldemort's magnetic voice resonated slowly. However, Kane noticed the fleeting, icy gaze Voldemort cast upon Asamat. It seemed that Voldemort had only just learned of the bloodline's hidden treasures. Otherwise, he would have sought them out during his prime, rather than squander time dealing with a certain Harry Potter. The key to unlocking the treasure lies with you, does it not? In contrast to Voldemort's apparent calmness, Asamat appeared somewhat agitated. "Silence." Voldemort's voice turned frigid, his gaze toward Asamat as though he regarded a lifeless object. When did the conversation among Slytherins permit the despicable bloodline, who merely lurked in the shadows, to intervene? "My Lord Voldemort." Asamat lowered his head in a mix of fear and reluctance. "Kane, let us collaborate. This world is destined to tremble beneath the feet of Slytherin." Voldemort opened his arms once more toward Kane. "I accept," Kane replied without hesitation. The moment he first heard about the source of life from Professor Babbling, he had resolved to embark on an adventure. Nevertheless, he sensed that there would be elements within the treasure that would exceed his expectations. Regardless of Voldemort's character, their positions were aligned at this moment. Moreover, he had anticipated encountering Voldemort. How could he not be prepared? The timing was impeccable. Rarely did Voldemort's tone exhibit any fluctuation. Just as Kane agreed to collaborate, the luminous moon was suddenly shrouded by a foreboding crimson shadow. "Awaken her," Voldemort commanded, casting a glance at Asamat. Upon hearing this, Asamat immediately bit his finger, smearing the dark red blood upon Professor Babbling's lips. "Kane." When Babbling slowly regained consciousness, her first sight was Kane. "Asamat, you Babbling. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your father, would you?" Asamat brusquely interrupted her. "What must you do to spare my father?" Babbling trembled as she spoke. "You know what we seek. Lead us to unlock the treasure." Asamat spoke directly, stating that the secret vault could not accommodate so many individuals. Babbling glanced around and then lowered her head, saying, "You only need to take Kane and me." "Oh, of course, him too," Voldemort added, casting a sidelong glance at Asamat. "Very well," Babbling acquiesced, considering her father's safety. Although Kane was not like an ordinary student, she did not believe that the two of them could escape surrounded by so many people. Kane was still young, and she felt a responsibility to protect him. Observing the rapid changes of expression on Babbling's face, Kane couldn't shake the feeling that she was imagining something peculiar. However, was Dumbledore perhaps overly protective of Babbling? A vampire over 300 years old, yet still so expressive? Kane, do you have the key with you? Babbling inquired, striving for calmness in her tone, as if fearing that raising her voice might startle Kane. Here, Kane replied, suppressing his exasperation as he handed the blood-red key to Babbling. The ritual to unlock the vault was not as mysterious as one might envision. In fact, it was quite unadorned. Babbling smeared her blood on the key, causing golden patterns to emerge on its crimson surface. Hold my hand. This key will guide us to the vault, Babbling instructed Kane. As he grasped her hand, the buildings of Hangleton flashed rapidly before Kane's eyes. After a dizzying whirl, they found themselves in a desolate clearing. Are you toying with us? Asamat exclaimed, disregarding his usual poise upon seeing nothing but wild grass around them. Silence, Asamat. Matters concerning our royal lineage are beyond your comprehension, Babbling retorted mercilessly. How dare you question us with such arrogance when you have become a captive of another? Kane silently scoffed. The royal lineage has already declined. Enough, Asamat. Voldemort abruptly interrupted Asamat's melodramatic tirade. Asamat forcefully swallowed his indignation, glaring fiercely at Babbling. Kane, who is he? Babbling leaned closer to Kane, lowering her voice. You don't know who he is? Kane replied with a puzzled glance at Babbling. I don't. I was besieged by the despicable Asamat and his kin, who demanded the key's whereabouts before using their dark arts to render me unconscious. However, I never disclosed the key's location, Babbling said with a hint of pride. How could they possibly know the key is in my possession? Kane uttered with a piercing remark. Because that foolish woman speaks in her sleep. Ha ha ha. Asamat released a breath of frustration, mercilessly mocking. Kane lamented, there is no hope. The clan of royalty is doomed. By the way, that individual is Voldemort. He casually responded to Babbling's earlier inquiry. V. Voldemort. Babbling's voice soared in pitch. Chapter 31. Merlin. Upon learning Voldemort's identity, Babbling remained in a daze. Kane was taken aback by the poor psychological resilience of the 300-year-old vampire. What about the hidden treasure? Voldemort inquired, casting an impassive glance at Babbling. The treasure will only appear when the moon is fully transformed into a blood moon, Babbling hurriedly explained. A gust of wind swept across the desolate field, amplifying the silence among the four. It has appeared. At the moment the blood-red moon enveloped the sky, a foreboding stone castle emerged before them. Babbling produced the key and turned it in the lock. The ancient door creaked open. Cough, cough. Asamat, eager to rush ahead, was caught off guard by the dust and burst into a fit of coughing. This is the castle of the clan of royalty. It cannot be. Did it not vanish long ago? Asamat instinctively questioned, noticing the emblem at the castle's highest point. I've told you, regarding the clan of royalty. Your knowledge is utterly lacking, Babbling retorted, casting a condescending glance at Asamat. Silence. Voldemort interrupted Asamat, the defeated. You two, lead the way. He gestured for Babbling and Asamat to proceed. The interior of the castle was as dilapidated as the weathered stone walls outside. Cobwebs adorned every corner, and the occasional sounds of fleeing foxes could be heard. This would be the perfect setting for a horror film. Kane's capitalist mind was flooded with this thought. The group ventured deeper into the labyrinthine castle. This is it. Upon reaching a dead end, Babbling pointed to the wall at the end of the corridor. She hurried a few steps forward and placed her hand against the now pockmarked surface. In an instant, numerous golden characters materialized upon the wall. These inscriptions were ancient magical runes, intertwined in a chaotic tangle that obscured their true meaning. This is the genuine entrance to the hidden treasure. However, we need to input the correct password, Babbling stated. What are you waiting for? Asamat urged. I do not know the password, Babbling admitted, her voice tinged with an unusual breathlessness. You, Asamat, are at a loss for words. The decline of the House of Kings is indeed not without reason. Reflect on those ancient magical inscriptions regarding hidden treasures that you previously urged me to decipher. I believe the password must be concealed within them, Kane calmly suggested. Do you think I haven't searched? I have been poring over them for 3 centuries without cracking the code. A faint blush appeared on Babbling's pale face. Step aside. Voldemort gazed at the 2 ineffectual vampires, feeling a surge of irritation rising within him. He raised his wand towards the wall. A torrent of magical energy billowed his sleeves. And then, a rich darkness erupted from his wand. To his surprise, the ancient magical inscriptions began to align on their own, thwarting Voldemort's attack. How intriguing. Voldemort's gaze was as cold as ice as he regarded the wall, yet his words were vastly different. Let me give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Kane approached the door directly. He guided the ancient inscriptions with his wand, orchestrating them into an orderly arrangement as if solving a puzzle. Blood moon. Babbling instinctively uttered the words formed by the inscriptions. The next moment, the wall vanished. A thick crimson mist began to surge towards the group, the stench of blood overwhelming. So it was that simple. Babbling murmured in disbelief. After diligently studying ancient inscriptions for 300 years, her sole aim had been to uncover the correct password. But the outcome, Merlin. Was it all just a jest at her expense? Kane cast a sympathetic glance at the heartbroken babbling. Those ancient vampires certainly knew how to toy with the younger generation. Let us proceed. Kane reminded babbling, then followed Voldemort into the depths. Gurgle, gurgle the deeper they ventured. The more pungent the smell of blood became, reaching a nauseating intensity. Kane discreetly dulled his sense of smell for the moment. We have circled this place entirely. There is nothing here. Asamat spoke, his emotions somewhat heightened. Unlike Kane's perception, Asamat felt the air here was filled with sweetness, lifting his spirits. I think we should jump in, babbling suggested, pointing at the largest blood pool in the center. To bathe in blood and be reborn. It is a nursery rhyme passed down among our bloodline. What are we waiting for? Asamat was the first to leap in, followed closely by babbling. Those lurking in the shadows excel in employing unorthodox methods. Voldemort glanced at Kane before speaking. Kane was somewhat taken aback. Was Voldemort actually warning him? He withdrew his gaze and leapt into the blood pool ahead of Voldemort. The moment he entered the pool, Kane sensed something amiss. The blood surged eagerly towards his body. He channeled his magical energy to envelop himself, causing the blood to part instantly. Only his fingertips remained untouched by the magic, causing the blood to cling to them and render his fingers slightly pale. Transformation. Such an audacious tactic, Kane thought with a cold smirk. He had discerned the pool's purpose. In essence, it was akin to a vampire's initial embrace, intended to convert other species into vampires. As time passed, Kane became acutely aware that he had descended to a considerable depth, and he had yet to catch sight of Voldemort and the others. Kane regarded the shimmering light above with skepticism. However, soon enough, he realized it was not a mere figment of his imagination. He had emerged from a lake. Oh, when did this lake become home to mermaids? A slightly irreverent voice drifted from nearby. Kane looked up to see a young man with black hair and eyes sitting on the shore, holding a bamboo fishing rod. Aren't you coming up? Are you truly a mermaid? A male one at that. The irreverent voice echoed once more from the young man. Kane was instantly left exasperated. Where's this place? Have you seen anyone else? Kane gracefully teleported to the shore and, after tidying himself up, inquired. Yes, I have. I am right here. The irreverent young man pointed to himself. Kane thought that if there were no one else around, he would genuinely wish to distance himself as far as possible, for he did not wish to lower his own intelligence. So who are you? Kane forcibly suppressed his discontent and asked with a calm demeanor. Me? They call me Merlin. Chapter 32. A distant past. Perhaps Kane's skepticism was too evident on his face, for the young man, claiming to be Merlin and holding the bamboo fishing rod, quickly subdued his earlier irreverence. You do not belong here. Merlin lifted his gaze, as if he could see straight through Kane's very soul. What? Kane instinctively took a step back, his typically serene expression faltering for the first time. Of course, I do not belong here. This is all you're doing, I assented. After a fleeting moment of losing composure, Kane swiftly regained his calm. No. A mysterious smile graced Merlin's lips, shattering the flicker of hope deep within Kane. You do not belong to the magical realm. You are a fragment of a soul from another world. Kane's pupils involuntarily dilated for a brief instant. Who exactly are you? Let me tell you a story, dear child. The young man, who called himself Merlin, suddenly spoke with a voice that grew desolate, as if it were gravel that had settled over millennia. Long ago, the inhabitants of this world lived no differently than the ants beneath their feet. They toiled at dawn and rested at dusk, drifting through their ordinary lives in a state of stupor. If such days were to continue indefinitely, it might not be without its blessings. Alas, Merlin's once clear black eyes began to cloud. In the next moment, Kane found himself in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by farmers clad in tattered linen. At that moment, they all gazed upwards in terror. Kane sensed something amiss and, disregarding the sudden shift in scenery, instinctively raised his head. What a sight unfolded before him. The sky was thickly populated with bizarre creatures, obscuring the sun. Some bore wings, others took on grotesque, beastly forms, and some were entwined with massive vines, among various others. Yet, despite their diverse appearances, their eyes were all filled with ferocity and avarice. They resembled sharks that had caught the scent of blood. The moment their prey stirred, they could tear it apart in an instant. Familiar, isn't it? Just as Kane furrowed his brow and gazed at the sky, Merlin's voice echoed in his ears. They are the spirit kin, Kane articulated, somewhat obscurely. Indeed, Merlin scoffed. Merely a group of brutish invaders. What could possibly be happening? Kane recalled the images he had seen on the stone walls within the Gryffindor chamber, deep beneath the Black Lake. A conjecture had formed in his mind, now in desperate need of confirmation. It is precisely as you surmise. Merlin seemed to anticipate Kane's inquiry. Due to internal strife among the spirit kin, their planet teeters on the brink of destruction. By a stroke of fortune, they discovered Earth, a planet billions of light years away. With its bountiful conditions and a populace of unarmed ants, they naturally regarded Earth as their sanctuary. Yet, no wizards had appeared here. Kane, recalling the scenes depicted in the murals, instinctively asked, "Is that so?" "Yes." "Not yet," Merlin replied in a somber tone. The moment the invaders descended upon Earth, life on this planet was plunged into hell. Countless lives perished daily, transforming the entire globe into a vast slaughterhouse. As Merlin recounted the tale, countless vengeful spirits unwilling to embrace death materialized before Kane, their faces contorted with horror and dread. Although Kane understood that all he beheld was but an illusion, he could still perceive the overwhelming scent of blood. Regardless of how he attempted to shield his senses with magic, that thick, inescapable stench of blood lingered like a shadow. The earth weeps daily for the children of the divine. Merlin's gaze began to soften with compassion as he cast a complex glance toward the ground. Kane, following Merlin's lead, directed his attention downward. The lament of Mother Earth awakened a deity slumbering deep within her core. A fleeting gravity crossed Merlin's countenance. Upon witnessing the sorrow of Mother Earth, the deity emerged from the depths of the earth, single-handedly resisting the invasion of the spirit descendants. Before Kane stood a towering divinity, brandishing a colossal golden sickle. The arrogant spirit descendants fell like locusts beneath its blade, plummeting to the ground. As the tide of the battle for Earth's defense began to shift favorably, the spirit descendants refused to accept defeat. The 12 spirits at the heart of their ranks recited ancient and enigmatic incantations. As the spells were uttered, a colossal tree, obscuring the sun, materialized behind the 12 spirits. At the first sight of this tree, Kane experienced a profound realization. This tree was the wish tree. Unconsciously, he cast his gaze upon the resurrection grass seed within his ring. Sensing Kane's penetrating scrutiny, the resurrection grass seed trembled imperceptibly, aware that its secret was no longer safe. The chaos of the celestial battle compelled Kane to set aside further contemplation, as he redirected his focus to the divine conflict unfolding before him. The wish tree, rightfully supporting the 12 spirits, matched the sole deity of Earth in a remarkable clash. As the powers of the two deities collided, the heavens shattered, the earth crumbled, and the seas surged. The already dwindling remnants of humanity, caught in the wrath of the gods, faced imminent extinction. The majestic golden deity cast a sorrowful glance at the wailing humans. In that moment of distraction, the 12 spirits seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the golden deity. The massive vines of the wish tree pierced the shoulder of the golden divine being. Drip drop, dark golden blood fell from the ruptured form of the deity, inadvertently splattering upon the remaining humans. A miraculous transformation occurred. Those once ordinary humans began to visibly evolve. They were becoming sorcerers, Kane murmured. Indeed, the death of a whale brings forth new life. Merlin abruptly closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear witness to the impending scene. A sense of clarity rose within Kane as he fixed his gaze upon the sky. The golden deity, regarding its torn wound, grasped the remaining vine. Golden flames spread along the vine to the branches of the wish tree. The deity was igniting its own essence. Understanding the deity's intention, Kane's pupils quivered uncontrollably. With the burning of the wish tree, golden flames similarly erupted from the bodies of the 12 spirits. Several inadequately powerful beings, in their anguished cries, were reduced to mere ashes. Cease this. Surely, you do not wish for the complete annihilation of Earth. A clear youthful voice emanated from the trunk of the Rui tree. Enter into a pact with me. As he surveyed the ravaged Earth and felt his own vitality swiftly diminishing, the golden deity ultimately capitulated. Chapter 33. The grand finale. Their agreement was that the scene before them would vanish, and Kane unconsciously discerned the essence of the moment. What do you suppose our pact entails? After the golden deity disappeared, Merlin reverted to his previous irreverent demeanor. Kane found himself reminiscing about the enigmatic, time-constrained version of Merlin he had just encountered. The terms of their agreement might, perhaps, pertain to me, though it may sound somewhat self-absorbed. Reflecting on the series of events unfolding around him instilled an inexplicable certainty within Kane. Truly, he was a descendant of Slytherin. Merlin's eyes flickered with nostalgia and mischief, exuding a confidence akin to Salazar's. However, in some respects, their pact indeed bears relevance to you. Merlin shifted the topic, teasingly withholding details. At that moment, Kane's native tongue was rendered speechless. A wizard who speaks in half-truths is destined for a fate of tongue-tied misery. A chilling voice suddenly resonated, and a familiar dark figure materialized before Kane. The Grim Reaper, Kane murmured, his tone a complex tapestry of emotions. He had already witnessed too many unexpected events today. Even the appearance of the Grim Reaper stirred only a slight ripple in his heart, which he quickly quelled. Those Slytherins truly excel at pretense, Merlin remarked sourly upon seeing the tall figure brandishing a scythe. In his heyday, his handsome visage had captivated countless witches in the magical realm, alas. Merlin's offhand comment stirred tumultuous waves in Kane's previously tranquil heart. Slytherins. Silence, Merlin. The Grim Reaper, wearied by Merlin's antics, closed his eyes in resignation. Every encounter with this old fellow seemed to revive the long-dead heartbeat within him. Do not misunderstand. It is not excitement, but a simple desire to vanquish this insufferable fool before me. Salazar. Kane fixed his gaze upon the Grim Reaper, unable to conceive of any other candidate. Indeed. The Grim Reaper silently regarded Kane for a moment, and his black robes transformed into a wizard's attire embroidered with the Slytherin crest. I am pleased to see you. Kane stepped forward and embraced Salazar, transcending centuries in that moment. Salazar's typically stoic face, which had remained unchanged for millennia, was now filled with astonishment. He had anticipated that upon revealing his true self, Kane would eagerly inquire further, yet to his astonishment, the shock on Salazar's face swiftly transformed into tenderness as he affectionately ruffled Kane's hair. How utterly sentimental, Merlin remarked with a feigned air of disdain from the side. So, what exactly is going on here? The inherent reserve of Slytherin prompted Kane to quickly extricate himself from Salazar's embrace. As he lowered his gaze to adjust his wizarding robe before hesitantly asking, "Then allow me to continue," Salazar cast a glance at Merlin, his dark eyes resembling a bottomless abyss capable of drowning one in its depths. "You have indeed been eavesdropping from the very beginning," Merlin declared triumphantly, as if he had seized upon a significant piece of evidence against Salazar. Salazar, uninterested in engaging with the eccentric Merlin, continued his narrative. The deities permitted the invaders to descend upon Earth, provided that they refrained from plundering its resources, and a pact was mutually signed. Following this, both the deities and the wishing tree vanished. As Salazar spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the ring adorning Kane's hand. "The heart of the deity has transformed into this object," he indicated toward Merlin, who appeared as foolish as ever. "What do you mean?" "I am the embodiment of the deity," Merlin exclaimed, incensed by Salazar's contemptuous demeanor. "Oh," Salazar replied, devoid of any emotion. "A millennium ago, those wretched beings banded together, seeking to rekindle their existence. This individual named Merlin once again thwarted their attempts with his divine power. Unfortunately, the divine essence he painstakingly cultivated was on the verge of shattering." Salazar cast a discreet glance at the seemingly carefree Merlin, his elongated eyes filled with complexity. "After that, Merlin chose me. Indeed, it was I who selected you as my successor, and this is how you repay me," Merlin boasted, hands on his hips. Salazar silently turned away, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself from banishing Merlin to the deepest depths of hell. I merged with the nearly shattered divine essence of Merlin and became the Grim Reaper. Thereafter, I was compelled to part ways with Godric and the others. Nostalgia for his old friends filled Salazar's dark eyes. And what happened then? From Kane's understanding of Salazar, it was evident that he would not choose to live in obscurity unless compelled by some circumstance. After all, Slytherins are a breed of ambitious individuals unwilling to settle for mediocrity. "I suspect those lingering remnants of the spirit are still plotting," Kane asserted confidently. "Indeed," Salazar acknowledged with an appreciative glance at Kane. "After Merlin repelled them, those nefarious entities lay dormant, and a brief tranquility enveloped the magical realm. During this time, some of the spirit descendants chose to integrate into the wizarding community, while others adopted increasingly extreme measures. The extremists have quietly established the Owl Court, acquiring vast resources through investment and exchange, their strength steadily ascending. More daunting is the fact that the true puppeteer behind the Owl Court is the most formidable faction among the spirit kin, endowed with the divine gift of word spirits. Time and again, he has eluded my relentless pursuit. Now, I am no longer his equal." Salazar's gaze shifted toward Kane. "Kane, the magical realm requires your presence. Not everyone is deemed worthy of solidifying their divine essence. Yet, Kane, you are the chosen one." As he spoke, a crystal resembling a half-black diamond materialized in Salazar's palm. A fragment of divine essence? Kane suddenly grasped the implication. "You previously tasked me with seeking the 3 deathly relics, because, indeed, when the 3 deathly relics are united, they will form the other half of the death goddess essence. As for the reasons, I shall reveal them in due time. The utmost priority now is to merge your fate essence with the death goddess essence. From this moment forth, you shall transcend death and wield destiny. You will become the singular true deity within the entire wizarding world." Salazar's exquisite lips parted, unveiling a temptation no wizard could resist. Kane inhaled deeply, silently lifting his gaze toward a certain direction. "Hogwarts is there, and the Elder Wand is there. Hogwarts. Await my return." The end.